everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
See, their morals, their code, it's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
Cruiser 5 to 50 be advised, County Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
Publicists, when you talk to your publicists, you know the first thing they tell you, what? Stay away from religion, stay away from politics.
Okay.
You know why?
Why?
No matter what the you say, somebody passionately disagrees with you.
Absolutely.
No matter what religion, you believe in Allah, then you're saying that's not the right way. You believe in every Christianity, that's not it, because they're choosing something different. Your political party, the Democrat, Republican, the disagreement completely.
Yup.
So I stay away from it. When I get pulled into politics, I go,
Yeah.
and I have nothing to say. I'm
That's
just
the
looking.
same way we are. Well, no politics, none of
I'll
this.
with that. Like, I don't stay there because I'm still entertainment. If it's not music, then it's film and television, but it's still entertainment. So why would you turn someone off by saying that?
Right.
I want everybody to enjoy what I'm doing.
Right.
Not just a selective few amount of people. I focus on diversity because it's needed.
Right.
The boxing scholar is a lover, not a fighter, but he's also a fighter, so don't get any ideas. If he pats you on the back, you'll put it in your resume. His enemy. Have him listed as an emergency contact. The scholar has an inside joke with complete strangers. If he punched you in the face, you'd have to fight the urge not to thank him. Sharks have a week dedicated to him. He's the only man alive to is parallel park. A train is count to infinity twice. In Genesis, when God said, "Let there be light," the scholars said, "Say pretty please." He is the genius of all genius and master of all masters.
And that's the trick to life. You have to be wise enough to know when you were living in your dream. And you have to be humble enough to accept when you're in someone else's.
Yo, the boxing scholar's on. Hand down and leaves an opening, and Deontay Wilder takes the bait. And this is their first fight. He throws a 1-2 and he gets overzealous because he wants to land that fucking right hand. He gets over anxious and his head gets out in front of his lead foot, and he leaves an opening because his left hand is down for the right hook, and Luis Ortiz catches him with the hook. But look at the direction and the force. Deontay Wilder goes with the force of the punch. Luis Ortiz is a very small guy, but Zhilei Zhang is a much bigger guy and used the exact same game plan when he fought Deontay Wilder. See, Deontay Wilder sees the opening, get overzealous, and his head gets in front of, he's leading with his head, gets ahead of his knee, and Zhilei Zhang just takes advantage and hits him with the right hook. Now, this is the right hook that lands earlier, and it's not the finishing blow, but look at the direction and the force that Deontay Wilder does. He goes with the punch, right? The force of the shot causes him to trip over his foot. And then right here, he throws the right hand and he extends and reaches. He doesn't keep his back foot anchored. And then he gets caught with the right hook. And it makes him go in the direction of the punch. And he complains to the referee. And then he gets caught with the follow-up shot. But the force of the shot made him have to catch his balance. You look at it right here. It grazed him, right? The punch grazed him. But because his footing wasn't good, he falls with the direction of the shot, right? And because he's a much stronger guy than Luis Ortiz, and then he just goes and shuts his lights off. He chases him down and lands the finishing shot on Deontay Wilder. But Deontay Wilder having poor footwork and not being set and balanced and lunging into the shot, and then being a smaller guy is what led to him falling and turning his back. And I don't know what he was complaining to the referee about, but that's what caused that. Not him training that way, as Showbiz told you. But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out. He likes to work angles and give different body positions, like he face to his left and face to his right, so it looks like he's throwing punches. Now he throws a jab up high, then he puts a jab in his face, just giving him different looks. And then he puts his hand on his lead hand and pushes it back, and then attempts to throw a jab to him just so he can give up real estate and give up space. So, and then right there, just throws a hook, and then he gets to the position that he wants, and then he's right back giving different looks, taking little steps back, always keeping the same space between them, little half steps back, and then he takes a step to his right to ankle his body off, then he steps back to his left, and then he jabs, and then he feints to the body. He just never in front of him. He's always giving different looks, never doing the same thing in front of him. Here he takes a step back and pulls back and makes the jab fall short and just remembers that look, then takes a step to his right and then sends the jab straight through the center, snapping the head back and keeping his opponent off balance and guessing what's coming to him. Here he gets carried away because he's doing too much movement. And then right here he throws his jab up high, and then his opponent takes a big step forward. Now he's closer to him. And then he has nothing but just a small step, and he catches AJ with a leaping hook, and AJ ends up stuck on his right side. because of the way his weight is transferred. Because he's moving too much, the guy just takes a step in while he's moving and catches him while he has his back foot not set and moving on an angle. But AJ has his feet set now, and he answers right back with a jab. And then he feints AJ, and AJ reaches for his jab, takes a step back, and then sets up to try to get him to throw a jab again. See, he reacts to the feint, and he has that right hand cocked because he wants to come over the top with the right hand over the top of his jab. As he doesn't take the bait, AJ just pops back up, starts probing, then occupies his lead hand, and then shoots the jab through the middle. And then follows up with the jab and then a right hand, but he doesn't leave his back foot anchored. That back foot goes floating, and he ends up reaching for his target instead of pushing through his target. So, but it's still effective because he knocks him off balance, and then AJ answers right back with a jab, a power jab. Both of them are throwing power jabs. To see AJ got him to throw a jab, and he pulled out of range again. Eyeing that right hand counter over the top. They just slowly setting him up for it. He just doesn't know. And he's moving side to side again, not staying in front, giving him different feints to the body. And then in this second round, he throws a left hook. AJ ducks up under it, and AJ just probing, waiting for that shot. And finally, he gets him to throw that jab again, comes over the top with the right hand, and that's all she wrote. He ends up knocking out Pacquiao. So although it wasn't as smooth as it could be, he ends up doing it. And if Francis Ngannou comes out in Southpaw, he could do it Southpaw as well. Gets him to reach with the straight left, comes over the top of the straight left with a right hand, left hook combination. So AJ is going to be looking in this fight to get Francis Ngannou to reach. And Mike Tyson taught him how to throw the power jab, so there would be ample opportunities in this fight for him to catch him reaching.
I like that. The last one, push your body into it, yeah. Let go, boom, boom, boom. Let me show you. Boom, boom, boom. See, you push it in the last one. You saw that one? No. Watch it one more time. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Say, think in there. Let's say, ooh, push your whole body in the last one. Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
Tyson Fury would make Francis Ngannou reach with the power jab, and he would counter him, but he would try to counter with a left hook. And because Francis Ngannou would double jab and not give up ground, the hook wouldn't be there. See, Tyson Fury would be guessing what his shot was and smother his own shot because Francis Ngannou was making him give up so much ground. Right here, he comes in again, reckless, again, leaning and lunging in with the jab, and there's a perfect opportunity for AJ to just take a step back and come over the top of his jab with the right hand, and that's what his trainers will have him do in the fight. And he has, Francis Ngannou has intelligence, so it's going to be very interesting in the fight. If you notice this sequence right here, Tyson Fury sets up in front of him, right? Remember I talked about positioning and giving up ground, right? Tyson Fury feints, and Francis Ngannou doesn't react to the feint, right? He feints him back and gets Tyson Fury to react, right? And because he backs up, Tyson Fury pulls his shorts up to try to get Francis Ngannou's eyes to look down there. And then he turns it into a hook, and then a right hand, but he smothers his right hand and Francis Ngannou guides it off, right? It's very important to note these things, right? So Francis Ngannou takes a step to his left. Tyson Fury knows, okay, I smothered the right hand and he threw it at the proper distance this time. He throws the same combination, the left hook. Francis Ngannou catches it. As soon as he catches it, he throws that left hook. That's why he took that step to his left to make the left hook get there before the right hand, and he ends up knocking Fury down, catching him in between his punches. He has a very, very high fighting IQ to not to have experience in the ring. He has the balls. It takes balls to counter punch. And like I said, he's feinting in there. You don't see feints from fighters in their first fight. You know what I mean? He has calmness. Like, he was able to recognize, okay, he threw a left hook right hand at me. Let me take a step to my left to get closer with my left hook. And the moment he throws that shot, he ends up catching him with the left hook over the top and knocking him down and doing like a little Tekken move. So smart. The key for Francis Ngannou, which I know he will do because he's very confident, is to get AJ to give up ground. Right here, he jabs Tyson Fury to the chest, pushes Tyson Fury back. Tyson Fury tries to land a counter left hook, but he's under it. And then right here, same thing. Gets Tyson Fury to give up a lot of ground. Right here, jabs. Even though he lunges in, Tyson Fury is ready to counter him, but he ducks up under the counter because he gets him to give up so much ground, and he hits him with a right hand to the body. So Tyson Fury was either too far out or too close. So that's why he gave him so much respect, because his power made him respect him, on top of him not giving up ground. If you go look at his UFC fights, he rarely gave up ground in the UFC. So this is why this is going to make for an exciting style matchup between the two, because Francis Ngannou has the confidence of a guy with 30 to 40 fights and a heavyweight champion, undisputed champion of the world. He was in there fainting and everything. But I think it'll be a really exciting fight with knockdowns between both. But I think the key between these two is Anthony Joshua knows how to fight while he's tired, and Francis Ngannou doesn't. If you look at right here, Francis Ngannou shakes the lactic acid out in his muscles from holding his hands up so high, parrying the shots. And this will be a battle of the lactic acid. You know what I mean? Both of these guys have big muscular frames. But I think Anthony Joshua is just more used to fighting while he's tired. So he'll get better down the stretch. And Francis Ngannou won't. Because I don't think Francis Ngannou, even right here, Francis Ngannou tired, still catch Tyson Fury trying to jab to the body with a counter left hook. Like I said, he has natural intelligence for fighting. It just MMA, boxing, whatever. He's just blessed with that. But look, you see his mouth wide open, breathing heavy from the shots. I think that will be the key. Anthony Joshua, you know, people say he has stamina issues, but you rarely see him breathing with his mouth wide open. You've seen that out of Francis Ngannou because, you know what I mean, he's a big muscular guy and he's not used to fighting so down the stretch. So I think down the stretch, Anthony Joshua has a clear advantage through just experience. If you go look at Mayweather versus McGregor, McGregor did good in the first half of the fight. Down the stretch, he started to fatigue. I think that's going to happen here with Anthony Joshua. I think it'll be multiple knockdowns like with Ron Lau versus Foreman, but I think the pace will go back and forth. I don't think it'll be a clear-cut person. Like if you don't think that Mike Tyson had anything to do with the success of Francis Ngannou, you're crazy, or you watch Teddy Atlas's show, or both. Not only did Mike Tyson have a lot to do with his success from a technique point of view, but he also drilled into him during the training camp what it took to be a champion based off of his experience. In this clip that's coming up, he's going to tell Francis Ngannou how to stand his ground and not give up his ground. And if he's going to make a defensive move, to put his head in good defensive positioning to where he could always counterpunch and never to take a backward steps and get right in the line of fire of the man with the taller arms. But check it out.
And listen, when you do that, right, and you punch like that, never back up. Like if you punch, boom, 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 then move. Whatever punch is, the last one you move on that side. All right? So never stay after you finish, never back up, go forward. Don't retreat. When you punch it, move here. Never move here. Always where the punches can go this way. You know what else? When you're throwing the right hand, right? When you throw the right hand, try to push off. Woo! So you go through him. You know what? When you throw that right hand, you know, even though it hurts the way you punch it, you're punching like this. That hurts, but you gotta everything in it. It hurts too when you just go like that, but you gotta put it all in. Stop with one punch. Yeah. Try to just start off with a jab. Start it with a jab. You got what you do this. Check it out. Like a jab. You gotta be fast. Boom, boom, with jab.
After teaching him to not give up ground, he also taught him the power jab to get Tyson Fury out of position. And he drilled it over and over and over and over to the point where Francis Ngannou was tired. He was like, He even took over in the camp when the guys were teaching him to throw the jab the wrong way and taught him specifically the power jab to use during the fight to make Tyson Fury give up ground. So while he's teaching him to hold his ground, he's teaching him how to make Tyson Fury give up his ground. But check it out.
Boom, boom, boom. Show him whole thing. Like when you jab, you know, you see how I lead jab? When I lead him jab, he throws his whole body in it. You're like sticking everything out, the whole thing. And you try to do like that. Stick it all the way. Jab, dude. Oh, yes. Oh. Yeah, that's so much different, huh? Right, bro? So much different what they were doing. Come on, go through. Keep pushing like you're pushing. Go right through. Push your leg. Oh, right, get in there. Harder. Come on, push your legs. Keep your legs under you at all times. That's what you didn't do it on the bag, man. Just like the speed is great. You come on, push yourself, man. You got it. Push yourself. Three. Try three. Go hard. Be hard. Come on, push them through like you had the other one. Ooh. Come on, breathe too, man. Come on, do snapping fast like you did earlier. Breathe, relax.
You're not punching, breathe.
No, you gotta do. He wants this. What did you do? Upcut, liver over. Yeah, he wants this. Hey. Sir. You saw that? Look. Here. Hey, yeah! Fuck! Come on, do it again. Oh, put your whole body, it's everything. Dead. Rip, put it in him. Oh. Don't pull your hand back too much, just dig it. Hey, ooh. They can't escape that. Ah. Ooh, I like that. I like that. The last one, push your body into it, yeah. Like boom, boom, boom. Let me show you. Boom, boom, boom. See, push it in the last one. You saw that one? Oh, no, watch it one more time. Ooh, ooh, ooh. They're digging it. It's like, ooh, push your whole body in the last one. Ooh, yeah. 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 Do this one more time, right? Boom, boom, boom. One more time. Ooh, 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 ooh. Come on. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, put them start straight. The last punch is a straight pass, like a jab. Go ahead. You did last round. Put your hands up, man. Yeah, do it again. Last punch the hardest. The jab of me. Yeah. No. Take your punch. Punch like this. I want you not to go like this. I want you to go like this.
Now watch, he shoots the power jab. Tyson Fury goes to parry it, right? Then he jabs to his chest, knocks Tyson Fury out of position. Tyson Fury tries to counter with the left hook, but the left hook is not there because he's getting him to give up too much ground. His feet are not solid. See, the power jab was pushing him out of position. Look in the sequence here. Francis Ngannou goes to jab with the power jab to Tyson Fury's chest, knocks him out of position, and then throws the right hand to the body to get him even further out of position. So he's out of position already from the reacting to the jab, but then the right hand pushes him out of position even further. And then Francis Ngannou set. He's set and his feet is planted like a tree. And now he has Tyson Fury guessing what he's going to do. And he's worried about him. So he's reacting to his feints. And Francis Ngannou just is not giving up any ground. He has his high guard up and he's catching and parrying shots and getting him to give up positioning. Right there, he feints. Tyson Fury goes to react, overreacts at that. And then Francis Ngannou's feet are set and planted firmly. And Tyson Fury giving up ground again. Right there, Tyson Fury tries to back out of range and pull back from the jab and counter with the left hook. But when he goes to counter with the left hook, Francis Ngannou comes forward like Mike Tyson instructed him and then throws the right hand. He's up under the hook because he's coming forward. He's not pulling back into Tyson Fury's long reach and hook. So he's missing that hook. He's getting up under it every time because of Mike Tyson's instructions. And right here, goes right back to the jab after missing the right hand. He's already set. Tyson Fury's not set. And then he jabs to Tyson Fury's chest. And he can't really get anything but his shoulder. And he's so strong that he's able to still push him back and make him give up ground with that shoulder. Then he goes right back to jabbing him to the chest, getting him all out of position so where he can't lean on him, lean all his weight on him, or counter with a left hook. And Tyson Fury doesn't have an answer. Right here, he takes a step back. And then when he gets his feet set, Tyson Fury's aren't set yet. Tyson Fury actually jabs to his body. And because his feet are set, he's not giving up ground. He just answers with a check left hook and make Tyson Fury give up real estate again. So because he planted firmly like a tree and followed the instructions of Mike Tyson's power jab and instructions not to pull back, it's very, very effective in this fight to where he can maximize all of his strengths. Right here, he jabs at Tyson Fury to get him to give up real estate again. Like I said, Tyson Fury tries to counter again with the left hook, and Francis Ngannou double jabs and knocks Tyson Fury off balance. So like I said, he just kept doing certain things in the fight based off the instructions and game plan and drills that Mike Tyson put in him repeatedly that made for a successful night for Francis Ngannou. He doesn't win that fight without Mike Tyson. I don't give a fuck what Dewey Cooper told him or who. Go back and look at them actually training on Mike Tyson's site, MikeTyson.com, and you'll see Mike Tyson make.
Yeah, that's perfect. I want you to do this. When you go down like this, see.
The fight, he puts his hand up and touches with Francis Ngannou, not the other way around. That right there should let you know exactly how the fight should have went. But anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
See me? Let me win. Oof. 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 Can you bend this leg? Oof. 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 Bend your lap. Make sure you bend. Low as you can. Ooh. So do this. You get confident, go like this. Boom, boom. Bring it down. And your hand hit it here. Hold your hands like this. Boom. You understand? See that? It's more round. It's not straight. It's round. Yeah. Yeah. You need that everything. Good morning, son.
No, listen. Don't lie. The only way you're gonna win is you're not listening. You're not listening. You gotta listen. Well, I just listen. Watch this. I just said you gotta listen, bro. The rounds up, you're gonna be winning. You're giving out the end for no reason. Those ropes are killing you, bro. When you're at the same tempo, keep working. On the elbows too. So with his hands, he's tired.
Tell us what happened. The second time he turned lefty, so I was getting bait jabs so he can catch him up front. And then I dipped a little bit and shot the right hook.
The corner that was showing urgency to that fighter, or at least attempting to, was trying to get him to make adjustments in the game plan. And the other guy was winning. And the small difference in the listening is a knockout. Because he could have went on the box boxing and went to a decision, but no. He trusted his extra set of eyes that was available to him, used what he had to, trusted in his corner, and we saw the result of that. While the other guy argued and said, watch this. This is why my commentary is the best on YouTube. I call this in real time. But Inoue throws his jab to his left hand to keep it preoccupied, like he was doing through the entirety of the fight. And he tries to make an opening for his right hand, but his opponent gets it back in time and uses his forearm to slightly deflect and catch the punch. But it has so much force on it that it still knocks his opponent back. That's how you know Inoue has some serious power. But Inoue's not just a monster. He's a smart monster. So what he does is he makes a little adjustment on that move. Okay, you caught that on your glove and it knocked you back. I'm going to try to get a clean shot. So he takes a step forward, gazes on him, eyes locked on the target, which is his head, and he's going to try to use that same sequence, but he's going to apply it a little bit different, just a slight adjustment. He locks eyes on him, and then he waits for him to make a move, and then the moment that his opponent dips down in front of him, he just times him. See, he got his eyes locked on him. He just times him. This time he throws the same sequence, but he puts the jab in between the guard. Now he has the guard separated from his face, so he can't put it to his head and parry it with his forearm. Now he just pulls a little bit. Now he has the separation that he needs and lands the right hand on the top of the forehead, which is not even an extremely vulnerable area, and he makes his opponent quit. That's how you know this guy has some serious punching power. But Inoue is a smart monster. And like I said, I called this out real time on my live. So if you guys don't do live fight commentary with me, you're missing out. Also, I'm going to put a link to join my members in the description. Join my members if you want to see more dope-ass content like this. But anyway, it's a Boxing Scholar, and I'm out.
Yes, sir. That's all I want. As soon as that motherfucker dropped there, you know what I'm saying? When it coming in, I go shoot the brick. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Oh, here you go.
See, so my 52 was more of a same kind of situation, a But blocking kind of both the same hand, same way you come from. You know what I mean? I'll catch it, boom. Same hand, you know what I'm saying? Right off the boom in the hand, I can put up boom. I catch it in right on top. Once you bend, he gonna bring that hand, boom. I'm ready there, boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? And he just slide. Right. And so the block will be slide, you bring it, boom. Wherever you go, boom. You know what I'm saying? So that's the boom, you know? Boom. So what I did on Floyd was I just broke it down to him like this. And just started, he was cool. He was like, oh. He didn't know what was going on. He was like, what are you doing? You know, I just said, take it to him, boom, boom, slide on him, bang. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's same thing. Or do not like that. You know what I mean?
It looked like at a point in that fight you went to the 52s, bro.
52, I had to. What you mean? It was,
you went to the 52, bro. I was like, yo, he went straight back to Brooklyn.
He didn't understand it. See, you understand when you in different situations and you moving and like, you know, I know when the scorecard, I feel like I'm down. I'm trying. You know what I'm saying? You in the ring, man. I'm like, yo, whatever. Said, people to work, I did it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just it. You know, I'm like, I'm here to win. I'm here to wherever. I'm in the phone like, I see, look at Brownsville. Okay, let's go. 52. I'm getting cracking. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, everything. You know what I mean?
Reality is he tried out of desperation, and Floyd was onto it. First thing Floyd does is angle off to his right. And Zab Judah starts doing his hand blocks, trying to distract him and taking a hard step to close the distance in and get close to him. But once he invades, Floyd just takes a hard step back to match his hard step forward and tries to maintain that distance. But it's still uncomfortable distance for Floyd because Zab is still taking hard steps inside. So he just takes another hard step back with his back foot and just keeps his eyes on him, leaning forward to give him distance deception. And when Zab tries to do these blocks to creep in forward to get close to Floyd, he just keeps taking hard steps back with his back foot. And then when he gets his back foot against the ropes, he can feel him because he's using it like an antenna. And then Zab Judah tries to distract him with the left hand and then throw the right jab. And Floyd just pulls out of range. He don't overreact to the shot or anything because he's keeping his eyes exactly where they're supposed to be, focused on Zab and what's dangerous. He knows when his hands are in threatening position, and he just seen him doing his blocks, trying to set up his offense right here. He hits the top of his head and then tries to shoot the jab, and he misses again because Floyd is on it. He keeping his eyes exactly where they need to be. Like I said, pulling just out of range, not overreacting to the shot because he knows his hands aren't in any threatening position. He even doubles up the jab and still misses, triples up the jab and still misses. He won't allow him to control range or get in the range to let his hands off. He's not falling for any of the shoulder blocks and the feints that he's given to him because they're not in any threatening positions. And right here, when he touches the top of his forehead, his body is completely open. All Floyd had to do is stab him to the body and make him give up real estate. Floyd changes levels right there, still got his eyes on him, and then comes back up and jab, tries to hit him with another feint the left hand, touch it to the top of the forehead, and then shoot the jab. But that time he feinted the jab. He feinted like he was going to shoot the jab after he touched the top of his forehead. Floyd didn't even bite on it, didn't flinch. So he does it again. He moves his the left hand, feints it, and then he touches the right hand, and then he touches again. And then the jab is coming, and Floyd is aware of it. And then he shoots it, and Floyd just pulls out of range. Perfectly out of range, not overreacting to it. Know that there's no follow-up shot because of placement of his hands and because of his focus and intensity. He pulls out of range. He just doesn't counter it. But right here, he feints like he's going to do something to jab, and then he puts his hand on top of Zab's hand and misses the uppercut because Zab's hand, he doesn't leave an alley for the uppercut. But notice that all of those shots missed when he was doing the 52 blocks. But when Zab puts his hand in good boxing position, which is right there, and just shoots it straight to Floyd, he gets back to the boxing, not the 52, the punch lands. So he missed all those punches trying 52 and lands the punch when he got back to the boxing. Now, I said all that to say this because people always bring up Zab and he uses 52 when he just told you he basically used it because he was desperate and he knew he was down on the fight. 52 blocks is a street fighting martial arts. It doesn't matter what your style is. You know what I mean? People fought. Customato trained a whole bunch of fighters, but Jose Torres, Floyd Patterson, Mike Tyson, and Buster Mathis were the guys who actually did good with the style. Correct? Doesn't matter what style you teach. If you can't fight, the morale behind the style is not right, the style is never going to be prosperous anyway. Unfortunately for 52 blocks, it's a culture in New York. It's a culture that has been adopted And like all cultures, like Dame Dash said, you have culture vultures, and people have moved in and try to make money off of it. You have a guy in Tim Witherspoon who I think needs retirement, what he's did for boxing, but he's moved into the 52 realm because he's been invited there by other vultures. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of sad what 52 is turning into. I'm not an expert on it, nor did I fought in 52 blocks, but I know it has no place in boxing. Boxing 52 is a street style, and street fights last maybe 2 minutes tops. Boxing is 36 minutes of competition and focus from trained professionals. 52 blocks has no place in the ring in professional sports. You ask any practitioner of 52 blocks with gray hair, and they probably would agree with me, whether they've been doing 52 their entire life or not. Like I said, unfortunately, the culture of 52 is being vultured and sucked and profited right now. And when you get that, you get a whole bunch of pigs with lipsticks. But anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
Floyd, who tell me got you for Floyd? I'm like, no, man, y'all don't understand.
Mickey Ward.
It came at a time I was only 15-0 when I fought Mickey Ward. At this time, Mickey Ward was like, he was stopping everybody. He was like the promising Irish guy that he was good. You know what I mean? And he had this liver body shot that he was stopping guys with. You know what I mean? So during the whole preparation training, our whole thing was to keep the elbows down to prepare for that body shot. And he got it through one time. He got it through in like
he hit you in the kidney?
Oh man.
How bad did that hurt?
I went to the corner, I sat down, and that's how you feel. I was just sitting there, I was looking at him. I was like, he's like, what? Stop the fight.
Oh, you asked your dad to stop the fight.
Stop the fight. Like, what? Not anybody know my dad. No, my dad is an alpha male. What? What you mean? Fuck that! Get out there, smash him. I said, yo, you broke my ribs. Like, fuck them ribs, man. Fuck them ribs, man. Go out there, get busy. Let's go. Step to him. I'm like, I can't. No, this is no joke.
I think he punctured my liver.
You don't understand. So if you watch to the ending, I think it was the ending of the 7th round. He hit me the shot. Boom. 7th or 8th round. I moved around the ring for the whole round. The end of the round,
So you're just running away from him, basically.
I didn't let him touch me. I was like, oh, no, you're not getting that. I said, if you hit me with that shit one more time again in that same place, it's over for me. You know what I mean? And I knew that. And then, so once I made it past that round, I got to the corner. I got some water. I got the crazy, it was 2 fights. People didn't understand that. It was the fight with Mickey Ward and the fight, which was the challenging, tough fight. Then I go to the corner and mentally got to fight my dad. Like in the corner, he's like, what? Fuck that. You got that. You kill him, motherfucker. You gonna kill him. I'm like, no, I can't.
Mom. Where's mom?
Like, he broke my ribs. He's like, I don't give a shit about your ribs. You know what I'm saying? Use your other ribs. I'm like, no, you don't understand. It hurt. So, people that know my dad know he's no joke.
Yeah.
He don't. He ain't backing down. So, but I'm glad that I had a person like that in my corner at the time that it was like the guy that I needed. He was like, I don't care about that. We prepared for this fight. He grabbed me. He rubbed it. He said, listen, man, let's go. We ready for this. And I was like, all right. Because leading up to this fight, we kept talking about it. He was like, my father could ask me, like, this fight, a lot of people said, don't take this fight. You're doing good in your career. You climbing the ladder. Don't take the Mickey Ward fight. Mickey Ward is
Meta's going to try to duplicate what Bivol did and what he did against Castano, which is throw a jab to the high guard and keep it occupied and push him back. And he was able to do that against Castano, and so was Bivol able to do that against Canelo. Just threw it to their backhand to get him to take a step back. And when Bell was on the ropes, he threw his signature left hook to get space, causing Castano to take a step back. And when Castano comes and leans in like Canelo does in the bottom half, he just pushes him back. But he was able to do this because he was the bigger guy against Castano. He's fighting a more skilled version and a bigger version of Castano. And can he duplicate what he did in the Bivol fight? Perhaps, but I don't think he's going to do it. I think that Canelo's size is going to be too much for him. And I think he's going to be coming forward, putting pressure, because when Castano put pressure against him and parried his jab with his right hand, he was able to close that distance in that space and make Mel look really uncomfortable and take multiple steps to try to compensate for him not being comfortable. So when his tactics wasn't working, what he did is he took a step back and then he tried to go in with his lead left hand, his jab hand, and smother and push him off and use a little bit of his forearm. But Castaño catches him on the neck with his forearm, and Canelo would do the exact same. But Canelo noticed Caleb playing like to lay on his right side, and he just used his arms and hands in the inside. He was even able to attack his weak side right there. He parries the jab, throws a left hook, and then after he throws a left hook, he pivots to the left and creates an angle for his offense. That punch will be there for him. Mel was being controlled by the guy who he was stronger to. He has no idea where punches are coming from. He can't see, but his head is easily be controlled because he likes to lunge and lean forward in the inside. When Castaño follows him back to the ropes and takes away this space, it makes him jittery and nervous again. He tries to go right back to clinching, falling to his right side. He just does not know how to fight unless you give him a certain space and let him fight at a certain rhythm. But if you don't do that and you close and you use your forearms in the inside like Castaño's doing right here, pushing him off, you can run him into shots. Right there, he pushes him off and then almost clips him with the same hand as he's pulling back from punches. Jermell likes to bring his head to a guy's body to go to their body. And all you have to do is extend your lead hand like Castaño did, the shorter guy, and he ran him into a right hook. Mel's trying to create space. He telegraphs before he does it. He'll dip down and drop his head and doesn't see where the shot's coming from right before he throws a left hook. And when he throws his jab, he leans over his front foot, leaving him off balance. And all you have to do is parry that shot, and there'll be counterpunch opportunities. He's stuck for a second. He makes the same mistake Errol Spence makes, and a lot of Derrick James fighters makes, which is they don't move their feet with their hands. And that's why Errol Spence was able to get taken advantage of by Bud. But he's a good trainer, but the fundamentals have to be there. Like I said, Jermell drops back, telegraphs the left hook, almost telling him he's going to throw it. And the trainer is able to place a hand on his shoulder and control him right after that shot because he puts everything into that shot and he lunges to the shorter person's body. And then after throwing that shot, he'll pull straight back from that punch. And Castaño makes him pay up top. The trainer barely glances him at the bottom, but that's a big flaw that he has. Look here, left hook when he wants the opponent to back up. Left hook again, body's all square up. His body's all square and his feet are in bad positions and he's off balance. Right here, Castaño throws a right hand and then switches to southpaw, gets his foot behind him, put the forearm on him, and then catches him with a shot on the way out because he pulls straight back from punches. Right here, Mel jabs him to the body, but the trainer catches him slightly with the right hand. And up top, Castaño could have caught him with counter punch if he didn't lose so much position. And Canelo's a much bigger guy than Castaño. He's not going to just back up from straight left hooks to the body. But every time Mel wants you to back up, he'll stab you to the body or consistently throw right hands. He'll try different methods. But look, right here, Mel ducks his head, and he dips so low in this that he almost actually touches the knee to the canvas. That's so crazy that he's getting that low in training. What do you think is going to happen? With all this being said, I think that Mel's going to lose the fight. Mel showed me that the style to beat him is a pressure fighter. Castaño is a smaller version of Canelo and less skilled, like I said. So with his bad fundamentals of lunging in, feet being in poor position, pulling straight back from punches, bringing his head to Canelo being a pressure, aggressive counterpuncher, it's going to be a lot of opportunities for him to catch Mel. Here, the trainer just puts his hand on his head, and Mel telegraphs the left hook, and look at his face, the intensity that he's throwing it to. It's going to take more than one shot, and the shots are going to have to be shorter to get Canelo, the more skilled counterpuncher, out of there. He's not a big enough star to win on decision. He's easily can be controlled with his head. Canelo being more skilled, looking for counterpunch opportunities that he's going to give him. I just don't see a path to victory for Mel unless Canelo just gets old overnight. But even then, I've never even seen him knocked down. I don't think Mel has the power to knock him down. It's a new way for him. And he's going to be telling him, the counterpuncher, when he's going to throw his punches with his body language. I don't see a path to victory for him. I think this is going to be a fairly easy fight for Canelo. Granted, Canelo has to go to the body. You see right there, Mel telegraphs his punches when he wants you to back up and he opens up for power. But Canelo has to go to the body. The way he was able to dispel of Kovalev is with a good body attack. Right here, Kovalev shells up and he throws a left hook to around the guard, and then he throws a right hook to the body. Now Kovalev then tries to smother him, and Canelo just puts his forearm on him and controls him like I know he could do in the Mel fight, like he did in the Caleb Plant fight. That right hand over the top of him controlling him with the forearm will be there because Mel likes to panic. But everything He has to throw body punches in this fight. There's no way he can win this fight without throwing body punches. Canelo fights similar to Castellano, except he has an active high guard. See, he leaves the opening, and the moment that Kovalev tries to exploit the opening, unlike Constantine who gets pushed back, he knocks the punch down and then drops down and gives him eye contact like he's going to go to the body, and Kovalev drops, and then he runs right into the left hook. And it was all set up by the first body shot that he threw. Like I said, Mel doesn't like to fight from a certain distance. He gets uncomfortable and starts lunging in the clinches, and he could be easily controlled. None of that means anything if Canelo does not have a conserved body attack. That knockout with Kovalev doesn't happen if he doesn't go to the body early in the fight. He has to go to the body and take away the wheels from Charlo, and then parry and block punches, because he's only going to throw straight punches. Or when he gets on the rope, he's going to double up on the hook or try to throw the hook to get Canelo to back away. Even times in the fight with Castano, he would throw a right hand just to get Castano to back up. He didn't even keep his feet anchored in the back of him. It was a don't hit me punch. Those type of punches won't work on a bigger guy. Canelo has a size advantage. Now, if he doesn't go to the body, he'll still win the fight and go to a decision like he did with Ryder. But if he goes to the body, I guarantee he's going to knock Charlo at least down. And if he continues to press like he did against Kovalev, he'll knock Charlo out. But I feel like Canelo hasn't been the same since the Bivol fight mentally. He slipped a little bit, but most of his errors and flaws have been mental flaws. If he stops going to the shoulder and get back to the prolific body puncher that I had favored him to be top of my pound for pound list for, if he gets back to that Canelo, oh my God, Mel is in trouble. I see Mel in the Castano fight waiting for Castano to do something in certain spots. Nothing changed. He didn't change the range at all. He was just sitting there looking at him. And I'm like, if he does that against a more skilled Castano, which is Canelo, who has an active guard, he's gonna get his clock cleaned and he's gonna get hunted down. And because he's a fighter that doesn't like pressure, he is tailor-made for Canelo. A lot of people talk about Canelo gets tired. It doesn't matter if a guy is going to just run from you the entire time, throwing one or two punches to try to get you off of him, and depends so much on his size. I now realize most of Bivol's advantages was his size. He was able to leave his probing jab out there and push Canelo off because of his size and his strength. He was also able to endure the shoulder shot, which Canelo has fallen in love to. I wish he would take that shot and direct it towards the body, man. Stop. I know that shot works over time, but there's nothing that's more prolific than body punches. You can't harden up your organs. I asked Ryan Garcia, would he rather take a body shot or a shot to the shoulder? They both gonna hurt, but the body shot was what put Ryan Garcia down. But like I was saying, Bivol's most of his advantages was his size. If Canelo and Bivol was the same size, Canelo probably wins that fight. He was able to endure more because he was more durable because he was a bigger guy. But Charlo's a smaller guy coming up. He's not going to be able to take that. And even if he does have the balls to sit back, step back and leave his jab out there, Canelo will remind him why that's a bad idea. He's going to parry the shot, walk through it and walk forward, creating a ton of anxiety. Like I said, he's going to push off with him and the right hand is going to be there. But if he comes out and he throws body shots to mix in all those tricks and advantages that he already has, I guarantee you that he'll knock him down multiple times and possibly stop him. But like I said, it depends on what Canelo wants to do. He has to choose his path to victory. If he comes out and he throws body shots, like I said, we're probably going to see Mel get stopped. If he doesn't, then we'll probably just see Canelo just march to a decision. You know what I mean? Because, let's keep it real. Mel's already down. He's not big enough to start a winning a decision, and he's going to be throwing one or two shots at a time. He's going to be throwing the jab, right hand, a combination the entirety of the fight. And Canelo's guard is built to take that away and come forward and constantly apply pressure. So, like I said, I think this style is tailor-made for him. The fact that Mel waits a lot, he's going to be doing a lot of waiting. So if Canelo does fatigue, he'll have moments to take a deep breath in the fight and get back to putting a constant pressure on him, and he gets uncomfortable and jittery. It's just a bad stylistic matchup to where Mel loses either way. I don't see a path to victory for him. Like I said, if Canelo comes out and starts working on the body earlier, it's going to be a stoppage. You're going to get knocked down multiple times, perhaps 3 times throughout the duration of the fight. And he might possibly get stopped. I've never seen him tested in that area, and he's never let the fight go to that area. So no one knows how durable he really is, and that if he can make it to the final bell. But, we shall see, like they always say. But I guarantee Canelo's probably going to win this fight. If I was a bet man, I'd probably put it on Canelo for stoppage. late stoppage like he did Kovalev, or I would just go ahead and place it on Canelo for a decision. Either way, I'm not putting money on Mel. I don't give a fuck how good the odds are. That shit would be a miracle. But anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out. Roy Jones teaches everybody to be like Roy Jones, and you have to have really good reflexes in order to fight with that style. And the problem with Chris Eubanks was simple. He's not Roy. He doesn't have the reflexes of Roy Jones Jr. So when he has his lead hand down and he's swaying back and forth, trying to bait the guy in, trying to get him to throw his jab and doing little shimmies like he just did, backing up to the ropes and trying to get him to commit to punches, he's not Roy Jones. It's just simple as that. So when Callum Smith jabbed him, he was able to catch him and push him up against the ropes. And all Smith did was jab him to the body and then catch him laying his head to the right and caught him with a blind punch. Notice he had his head turned during that punch, so he did not see the punch. But the basic game plan they used from the first fight, Womack and them, which was throw the left hook and run him into the uppercut. See how he changes levels and then gets maximum leverage on the shot. And most importantly, Smith is blocking his vision with his gloves. So he's able to drive that home run uppercut and snap his head back. So Womack just kept the exact same game plan, but he just made Eubanks be a little bit more disciplined and keep his back off the ropes. If you listen during the fight, he's yelling, keep his back off the ropes, and keeps his hands up. Those little small minor adjustments led to a victory for him.
He listened. Yeah. He listened. People say he didn't listen, but he listened. If you can hear me, kept telling him, the whole crowd, keep your left hand up and keep stepping around, staying off the rope. He did not give him the ropes that one time unless he got pushed to the ropes. Am I right or wrong?
So just building out the game plan from the first fight that Roy Jones came up with offensively and fixing his defensive flaws was why he's victorious. He keeps his back off the rope so that shot doesn't land, that blind punch doesn't land. And also, I'm not one to make excuses, but it's really weird what Smith was doing with his ankles. I don't know if he had a prior injury or if he was stretching his ankles out or what, but he kept doing some really weird movement throughout the entirety of the fight, and he later said he was injured. I don't understand if you roll your ankle, if what are you trying to do, stretch it during the fight, but he was bending it really, really weird. But check this out. The referee separates him. He's going to bend his ankle and bend both of them. Which ankle is rolled, and why are you bending both ankles? It doesn't make any sense to me. If you roll your ankle and you can't put pressure on it to throw the shots that you need to throw, then why are you bending your ankle? Like I said, weirdest sequence I've seen in a long time. This has been a weird week from the nut punching fight that everybody got DQ'd or timeouts and all that stuff, and now this weird stuff. But I'm going to let Callum Smith take you home with his reason for why he was doing that. Anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
Have you rolled your ankle later in the fight? Yeah, I rolled it for around 2 or 3, I think, yeah, but I say it was even the ankle part, I've done that before in the fight. It was more just like being flat. I killed him.
When the injury stopped, was it a recurring injury?
The which like
the injury you talked about, was it just the back injury from the floor? Or?
Yeah, no, I mean from the week from the back injury last time. So when I go over the back injury, you know, I cut 42 pounds, and I just played something so on my body this last week.
Were you surprised that Chris Eubank out with their foot this fight any different than the first fight?
No, it was just like I said it before. That model like frustrated me because it was like Chris was great, and I was like, Chris was exactly the start of that fight, exactly how we started the last fight, but then got more confident because he was not being confident and not being, you know, the counts I was trying to throw were miles away, too slow on the top of his head. So he got more confident, you know what I mean? And obviously, you can keep throwing, not coming back, you can throw. So.
Sun, how are you? Skies above, gee, it's great to be alive. life and love. Good morning, sun. Good morning, life. Good morning, sun. How are you? Skies above. Gee, it's great to be alive and love. Good morning, sun. Good morning, sun. Good morning, life. Good morning, sun. How are you?
And AJ catches him with the right uppercut. And Usyk goes into his acting. He has his buddy Louis Parbon, referee, come in and say, "Hey, buddy, what's going on? Let me timeout. Let me call a timeout and get this man all the time that he needs. Are you okay, buddy?" Another timeout. Go up, talk to Usyk, let Usyk throw a cross up, pray to God, etc., etc. Then he's still talking to him. Take all the time you need, is what he says. And then he tells him, just relax, just take your time, buddy. And Usyk takes his time. Usyk is a notorious flopper. And in the fight with Daniel Dubois, he throws a right hook, and Daniel Dubois lands a right uppercut in the same exact spot, same exact punch that AJ threw. What does he do? The referee says, no knockdown, it was a push down. And even though he says it's a push down, he calls timeout right after the push down and lets Usyk take all the time he needs again. So to these people out here crying about Daniel Dubois, if Daniel Dubois deserves to be champion, then so does AJ, because he did the exact same thing in the Anthony Joshua fight. The only difference is AJ didn't quit. It is not a notorious quitter, flopper. Y'all watch basketball? You ever seen those basketball players flop? That's what Usyk does, and that's what Daniel Dubois does. They're both floppers. Usyk's gonna flop if he gets a body shot, and Daniel Dubois is gonna flop if you hit him anywhere above the waist. The only difference is Usyk does not a quitter, and Daniel Dubois is a notorious quitter. And do y'all really want that guy being the champion of the world? The people who think that he had some wrongdoing, do you really want that guy to represent the heavyweight championship of the entire world? My answer is absolutely fucking not. I think he did exactly what he was expected to do, which was quit, and he does not deserve the belts. And to the people that are complaining that he had some wrongdoing done to him, I mean, it was the exact same ref, the exact same scenario from the Anthony Joshua fight. So, hey, Anthony Joshua need to sign a petition for the exact same thing that happened to him, because he's more deserving. At least he was unified at one time, and he's not a notorious quitter like Daniel Dubois. But Daniel Dubois and his people need to let this go. They're more concerned about this than him actually quitting. But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out. That he would lunge in and AJ would just duck up under it and come underneath with the uppercut to the body, and it was very effective. His best rounds were in 6 and 8, and that's when he implemented the body attack. AJ and his team has to understand that Usyk does not fight in the inside, and at some point it will end up in the inside, like here, and AJ catches him with an uppercut to the body, and so does Derek Chisora, and he complains to the ref in both occasions because he's uncomfortable. He does not like that. He does not like the fight in the inside. That's not a comfortable range for him. Look right here, Usyk looks to the referee and tells the referee to tell AJ something because he's not comfortable. But like I said, he does not fight in the inside. Like him and Derek Chisora in the clinch. Derek Chisora throws the right hook to the body and catches him underneath. And what does he do? He bends over, folds in pain, and then looks to the referee and tells the referee it was a low blow, even though it wasn't. He's not comfortable fighting in the inside. And as AJ understands that at some point of the fight that it's going to end up in the inside, control the outside, and when you get in the inside, control that, he could beat Usyk by points if he understands those things. Look at Usyk. This is the second round of the Chisora fight. Look at him take that deep breath. He does not like body shots. And if AJ comes in and
Pop me. Pop, right hand, okay? Step on me and drop the right hand, okay? Boy, you ain't paying attention, man. Pop, pop. Can't touch me, pop. There you get the camera on us. Is the thing you say, pop. You say, pop, pop. See? You put it, pop, pop. When you measure, so you got his eyes closed, you pull a hand off, bang, you take the picture.
Good morning, sun. How are you? Skies above. Gee, it's great to be alive and love. morning sun, how are you? Skies above, it's great to be.
Errol Spence likes to come forward and bring an power jab and lunge into his target and bring his head first, and he telegraphs his jab, and he doesn't get full extension on his jab, and his trainer pushes his hands back, so he's accustomed to that type of motion, and Crawford was able to duplicate that in the fight, pushing that hand back and deflecting it. And also, whenever Crawford would throw his punches, Errol Spence would pull straight back and be right in the line of fire and not move his head and try to come back with a jab. He would literally try to pull out of range and come back with a jab, and he telegraphs his jab. He lets you know when it's coming. His elbows are up, flaring, and he lets you know when it's coming. It's a good indicator. So Bud and his people worked on it in camp. There's nothing, no coincidences in boxing. They knew that would happen, and what they would do is when he lifted his elbow and telegraphed, they would just deflect it at the point of the elbow and counter. Once that punch is taken out of play, which is his best punch, you have counter punch opportunities because he uses a power jab, and Bud has too much focus, as you see here, with his eyes being a counter puncher, to give a tail like that. Giving a tail to a counterpuncher is a counterpuncher's dream. They also drilled to catch the jab and then return the jab with the power jab and push all the way through Errol Spence's gaps that he leaves. Right here, he throws a jab, Bud parries the jab, and then he shoots his jab straight through the center and pushes Errol Spence back. And Errol Spence goes to the body, and what does he do? Catch him at the point of his elbow and deflect the shot. Bud timed the jab with ease because he telegraphed it. That's the wrong thing to do against Bud. Right here, he telegraphs the shot. Bud knows exactly the time that he's going to shoot it, and he just catches the jab right here at the same time shooting it. He would anticipate based off him telegraphing where the punch was going to be and just put his glove there at times. Right here, he telegraphs, and then Bud just puts his hand right there in front of his chin, anticipating the punch, and he catches Spence in his chest and knocks him off balance. Right there, he just catches him with a lead jab. He doesn't even wait for him to telegraph. Here, he telegraphs again, but catches the shot and then parries it. But it's a double jab, so he just puts his hand where the punch is going to be and then anticipate where his elbow is going to be, catches it at the point of the elbow, and deflects the shot. And Errol Spence throws another jab, and Bud just slightly turns his glove over right there and deflects it at the end. I want you to notice something here, because Spence did use feints. Right here, he puts his glove up, and then he jabs, right? And then he goes like he's going to go downstairs and gets Bud to react with the feints. And then he sticks his jab hand out and act like he's going to do something with the jab, and then lands the looping left. The feints were effective, but he didn't use enough of them. Right here, Spence lunges in, and then Bud takes the straight left and parries, and with that same hand, hits Spence in the back of the neck slightly, and then he catches him on the shoulder. This was a... But notice here, Spence shows the jab, and then he drops down, and Bud anticipates the jab, so he turns his left hand over to parry. He does it too early, and then Spence shoots the jab and gets that one through because he used the feint. Bud just takes his left hand and puts it on the elbow and deflects it and pushes it, but then he shells up in a high guard and bends down to get Spence to commit more on his punches, so that the 2-1 that missed a while ago now lands more flush because he got him to commit more. There were a lot of adjustments made in this fight if you have an educated eye and know what you're looking at. You would never know looking at the results, but Spence hurt Bud in this sequence right here. He catches him with a left, and Bud's legs look shaky, and he gets on his bicycle, and he gets the fuck out of Dodge because he was hurt by that shot. He made it look so dominant and made it look easy to people that they believed it was really easy, but he was hurt several times throughout this fight, believe me. But right here, Bud jabs him, and then Spence doesn't have anywhere to go because his weight, and then Bud just hits him with an accurate left hook to the temple, and he just kept him off balance. He kept him off balance with the jab that he telegraphs with his elbow being up. But right here, he feints, and he does another tail. He puts his right arm up right before he shoots it, and I'm sure Bud noticed that on film and just kept the jab on him. He kept him off balance all night with the jab and short, accurate shots to the temple to vulnerable areas. That's why it looked like Spence was on ice skates all night. And when Spence tried to make it an inside fight, he had an answer for that too. He would just step back and steer him or hit him with hooks that, as long as they were accurate and strong, even if they didn't land, they would knock Spence all off balance because his balance was horrible because his legs were so far apart. Like I said, he was off balance to begin with, had a bad base, and Bud just kept it like that. And when Errol Spence tried to get physical on the inside and bro into him with that forearm, all Bud does is take a step back, grabs him by the top of his shoulders, and he's going to take his right hand, push up on Spence's forearm, and twist his hips and bend his arm and takes it out of play. Tries to hit with the free hand, and Bud just rolls the punch and then parries it with his left hand. like I said, subtle things. And then Errol Spence responds with a low blow, hits him low. In this sequence right here, he catches him with Bud with a low blow, and Bud catches him simultaneously with the hook. And then Errol Spence burrows into him again with his forearm, trying to be physical in the inside. And Bud just does the exact same thing. He lifts up with his right arm, trapping Errol Spence's right arm, and then he raises up to the shoulder blade and then lands a left hook. And Spence is still leaning forward, so he leans right into that punch and then knocks him off balance. Notice something here. Errol Spence lunges in, and Bud starts the punch before he even gets there because he knows where his head is going to be. He anticipated where Spence's head is going to be, and Spence lunging in, bringing his height down, went right into that punch. And then right there, he just catches him off balance with a double right hook, and he just kept him off balance the entire fight and took advantage of Spence's poor fundamentals of the having a bad base, and then he just kept him off balance with the jab on top of that. So this fight looked like Errol Spence was on ice skates the entire fight, and it looked like he was on ice skates because Spence kept him off balance from the ground up. So he was keeping him off balance from the ground by making him lunge in, by taking steps back and steps to the side, and then up top with the jab, just keeping him off balance, timing him with him telegraphing his shots with the elbow, and he just beat him coming and beat him going. So even a correct decision is wrong when it's too late. Errol Spence waited too late in his career to make this fight happen. He allowed Bud to grow into the weight, and he grew out of the weight, which was a mistake. And I think that, even Bud taking a David Avenesian fight because he didn't want to sit around and rust, he just did so many things right in this fight. He manifested it from the ring walk to the shirt that he wore after the fight that said even big fish get caught. He visualized this fight and he made it happen. And I think Spence made the mistake of making the right decision, but he waited too long to make it.
3 or 4 years ago, you would have been the betting favorite. Do you feel like this is a more difficult fight now for you than it would have been then?
Definitely. It's definitely way more difficult. A lot of stuff didn't occur during that time, so I can see why I'm probably not the betting favorite. But it's gonna be definitely a difficult fight. That's why I'm gonna have to be focused and I'm gonna have to be on point, throughout the whole fight.
When you won, and then you hope. It's not like that. It's not like that. Boom. Just you have to boom.
その肘のところをですね、ちょっと上に上げるように、1、2、3のところでその肘をですね、こう上に上げるような形でかけてください。こんな感じです。こんな感じです。
It's not like this, because once your opponent go like that, you cannot hit anymore because you hook like that. But if you see, even he go down, then
なんか下に下がってもですね、やはり今こう上からやった方のが多分当たりづらい、やられづらいというか。So that's your opponent. So 下に行ってください。そうすると。でもこういう感じでやると当たります。多分それが言いたいんだと思うんですけど、これだと相手に当たると。一度井上選手。So once again from Mr. Inoue.
ありがとうございました。
One, two. Can you hook? It's not like that. It's not like that. Boom. Just yes, you have to boom. Like this. Because once your opponent go like that, you cannot hit anymore because you hook like that. But if you
づらい、やられづらいというか。So that your opponent has a difficult.
But if you see, even he go down, then
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing. Yeah, that's it, Jim. The rope when he got hit with the beautiful shot back and forth. Most people don't know shit about boxing at all. Did you get what you were looking for?
Never. Like I said, we train so hard in training camp that it may look easy in the ring, but these fights is never easy.
Something that works in one fight not necessarily works in the next. Here, as you can see, Errol Spence getting really physical with Derrick James on the mitt, and he was able to implement that in the Ugas fight, and it worked to perfection because it was a good strategy. But Ugas was fighting from an orthodox stance. Look here, Errol Spence grabs him with his left hand, moves his head over to where he needs it to with his physicality, and then bumps him off with the shoulders, and then lands an uppercut. Just beautiful sequence. But like I said, he was an orthodox, and he was squared up, and he was met force with force. But that's the power of film, because what worked in one fight won't necessarily work in the next. And Bud and his people have been studying this fight. So Terrence Crawford met his force with a bladed stance. He bladed his body and just pushed him back. He didn't give him a squared up stance, and he was fighting from a southpaw position. So when L tried to lean on him, he just leaned back and created space and caught him to the body. That was the adjustment that he made in the fight, and it kept Errol Spence from doing what he did against Ugas. Like here, again, he cuts his body in half, splits him in half with a bladed stance, right hand over the top of his shoulders, left hand up to block the hook. And he just moved, subtle movement, and then Spence throws an uppercut and he blocks it with his left hand and parries it out the way. But he couldn't find space because he was smothering his attacks. And then in the inside, he would push him off. Spence tries to dip low, forces offense inside. He just takes a step back and catches Spence with a left uppercut to the body. And then Spence tries to counter that, and he just drops his elbow and blocks that body shot. Because he never let Errol Spence get started, he never got into a groove and like he did with the Ugas fight and had an effective body attack. Like right here, he's trying to use the arms and he's pushing and he's trying to land other shots, but it's just blocking the body shots and smothering them. And like I said, blading his stance so he's not squared up and switching from different positions in the inside. He switched there to orthodox to southpaw, and then just walked around him, and he didn't stand directly in front of him. Errol Spence misses all his punches. But Bomac was the X factor in the fight with his game plan. Check it out.
All of his fights, he start off with a jab, and he hardly bring his feet with him when he goes to the body.
So that game plan nullified Spence's body attack, leaving him with only a jab. And they were even able to land counter left hooks like Derrick James just did with the mitts. Now the only thing left to do is to take away his jab.
Blackball me. He got a great jab. Was the jab. You take away his best attribute, and then,
What's your assessment of what he had to say?
He's strong, so we had to practice on a strong, firm jab.
Your strength becomes a weakness when someone takes it away from you, and they had a superior game plan. I had a dream that Bud knocked out Spence 5 months ago, and I told 2 of my closest friends. But the superior game plan was definitely Bomac. Bomac had him very prepared for this fight by taking away his strongest weapons. But it was all centered around Spence's wide base, basic fundamentals. Check this out.
Fuckers not fast as you.
Any chance you get to try to counter over top, make it happen. He countered over top with the left hand, and he came back with the jab, a 2-1. That's when he dropped him.
Round up with a right hook to the ear, knock his equilibrium off with a hook, a double hook, and, to the ear.
And clearly,
but this is where he fucked up at. His legs is too far apart. So what he does is he brings his thighs down. He brings his height down. When you bring your height down, you start reaching as the fighter because your legs are too fucking far apart. You know what I'm saying? And then once you start stepping. If your feet is not fast as your hands, you always come up short. But his feet was slow, his movement was slow, and his hands were slow. So that just made it work perfect, right? So he got a good jab, he got a good double jab. But on his double jab, the fighter that he's fighting got to be somewhere placed at a certain place in the ring. You can't be still. Don't be still. You can't be still in the middle of the ring, and then once you get closer to the ropes, you got to move side to side or take a half a step back. Real simple.
With that being said, the all-time great list is ticking, and I think Errol Spence will answer the call. I don't think this is the end of Errol Spence. Errol Spence can do what's been done throughout history. Lennox Lewis, all of his losses were by knockout. He went back and avenged every single loss that he had in spectacular fashion, mind you. Like I said, I don't think it's the end of Errol Spence. I think he just had fundamental flaws that was taken advantage of by the better game plan in Bomac. But it's hard to convince me that a guy that came back from this should retire based off performance against people's pound-for-pound number one fighter. It doesn't even make any sense. Ray Robinson, all those guys got losses. They all bounced back from their losses. They even tried to avenge it. When Roy Jones got knocked out by Tarver, he had a trilogy. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know what's going on with boxing fans, but Errol Spence can definitely bounce back. He just has to make tactical adjustments. And to Errol Spence, Texas, we still rocking with you, man. That one loss doesn't mean anything. It doesn't take away from what you accomplished with Ugas, who was coming off an impressive win against Manny Pacquiao. Like, we still fuck with you, Errol Spence. But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out.
Fulton stretched his feet wide, and he brought his height all the way down to Inoue's level, to where Inoue was actually taller than Fulton. This left him stuck against Inoue, so Inoue would just jab him to the body, and because his feet are spread too far apart, he ends up stuck. So Inoue brings that same punch back up to the head, and he has to adjust his back foot just to get balance. So Inoue came late all the way into him, and now he rocks all the way back, and then he gets his footing up under him, and he creeps his front foot forward, tries to move his jab closer to Inoue, and then once his jab is close to him, he jabs at him just to knock him out of position because he didn't want to get countered in this fight. He knows Inoue's a good counter puncher. Here, he jabs one and then double jabs Inoue to knock him out of position because Inoue was getting ready to throw that counter left hook, but now he knocks him out of position. That was a great game plan by Fulton. Inoue's aware that he's stuck, so he jabs him to his midsection, and then he bringing a punch over the top, but Fulton throws a right hand, and he rolls it at the very last second and then throws a left hook simultaneously. Very, very unbelievable coordination, always making the punches miss by a half inch. Right here, he shows him the right hand, takes a step back, and stabs him to the body, and Fulton goes to block the right hand because he thinks it's coming over the top. And Fulton shows Inoue the jab and feints it, and then he takes a step back to counter, and Fulton doesn't do anything, so Fulton takes his jab hand and feints it again. He's trying to buy time and get a break. See, he really sells it right there. He steps to Inoue. Inoue takes a step back and tries to counter again. Takes another step back, looks down and tries to counter again. And Fulton's feinting with the jab. And this time he's going to give him a really, really deep fake because he's trying to rest. He's trying to buy time. See right there, he steps in, and Inoue doesn't buy it because he did it too many times. So Inoue squats down and just jabs him in the face and pushes him back. Fulton did a good job at not committing on his jab so much to give him counterpunch opportunities, to where Inoue just had to make it happen on the front end. So he would just take a step back, get Fulton to try to commit, and he remembered that he didn't move after he jabbed to the body. So this time he jabs to the body and then brings the right hand over the top, and he's a sitting duck for that shot. So he set that shot up with all those jabs to the body before. He knew that his legs were spread too far apart and he was a sitting duck, and the rest was history. He set him up with a jab to the body and then a right hand over the top. And we already know once Fulton was hurt. He was one of the best finishers in the game. The writing was on the wall. The referee could have called the fight out then, but when it looked like Fulton was dead and laying through the ropes, the referee didn't call it off, and he let him get up, and he went right back into the blender. And in a way, just like I said, one of the best finishers in the game with the short shots, and he just started pushing Fulton off. Fulton couldn't even use his physicality because his legs were so far apart, he was bringing his height down. Inoue's technique was superior. This is why I thought Inoue would win the fight either by decision or by knockout, but I didn't expect him to look this dominant in this fight, even though I knew he had a tactical, Fulton had a tactical flaw that he could take advantage of. Fulton's weakness was his strength, in other words. And Fulton's talking about a rematch. I mean, I admire his heart, but I don't want to see him get thrown back into the blender. He has to fix fundamentals. His fundamentals is why he lost his fight, not so much skill. And I think he needs to leave Inoue alone. But anyways, the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing. That's it, Tim. The rope when he got hit with some beautiful shots back and forth. Most people don't know shit about that at all. Did you get what you were looking for?
I was just like too calm, too relaxed. Yeah. Yeah. Right there. I should have did that. Yeah. I went like this. And he, okay.
Good morning, sun. How are you? Skies above. Gee, it's great to be alive and love. Good morning. Good morning, sun. How are you? Skies above. Gee, it's great to be alive and love. Good. Good morning, sun.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing. That's it, Tim. The rope when he got hit with some beautiful shots back and forth. Most people don't know shit about that at all. Did you get what you were looking for?
I told him to keep his hands up and go behind that double jab because Benavidez will catch the first jab, but he won't catch the second jab. After you throw the second jab, he'll try to cover up. You can get closer to him. So after you get closer to him, then you start going to the body, come back up to the head. Say anything about the power.
Shooting a shot, running into a shot, boom, boom. So he shot, boom, boom, and Crawford those shots. I mean, so it was like we shot, practice those shots specifically with him. So what he would do, run to the uppercut. Then with this run to that shot. So it was like those shots were specific. To practice on uppercut. Then with this run to that shot. So it was like those shots were specific. To practice on shooting a shot, running into a shot, boom, boom. So he shot, boom, boom, and Crawford those shots. I mean, so it was like we shot, practice those shots specifically with him. So what he would do, run to the uppercut. Then with this run to that shot. So it was like those shots were specific. To practice on shooting a shot, running into a shot, boom, boom. So he shot, boom, boom, and Crawford those shots. I mean, so it was like we shot, practice those shots specifically with him. So what he would do, run to the uppercut. Then with this run to that shot. So it was like those shots were specific. To practice on shooting a shot, running into a shot, boom, boom. So he shot, boom, boom, and Crawford those shots. I mean, so it was like we shot, practice those shots specifically with him. So what he would do, run to the uppercut. Then with this run to that shot. So it was like those shots were specific. Boom, the middle shot. Because he ain't gonna fall off one shot. You gotta keep breaking him down.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing. That's it, Tim. The rope when he got hit over some beautiful shots back at these back forward to the right hand. Most people don't know shit about that at all. Did you get what you were looking for?
Before the world was introduced to Deontay Wilder's right hand, we had a guy in the 90s who was similar body structure, same devastating right hand as Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder's just more athletic than he was, but they have similar body structures, and they both were really, really fast and wiry, snappy guys with their shots. So Deontay Wilder, to me, is a 2.0 version of Henry Akinwande, which was a 90s heavyweight fighter who had a late start to boxing, but he didn't have as much confidence as Deontay Wilder, but he still had a devastating right hand. As you see in these two knockouts, his knockout of Jeremy Williams was equivalent to Dominique Brazil's knockout, and he didn't even catch him flush. Like, he didn't even catch him full power and still knocked him out in devastating fashion. And Jeremy Williams allegedly had knocked Lennox Lewis down in sparring, so this is not a bum. Lennox Lewis worked with Jeremy Williams for the Holyfield fight. Now, granted, because of this type of style, being a tall, wiry puncher, I think if he ever fought Lennox Lewis, he would give him trouble for the very reasons that Henry did. Lennox Lewis ended up beating him, but it was a TKO. If you see here, he jabs Lennox Lewis and was able to penetrate him with a jab. Then he jabbed through the next time, pulled his guard down, and landed a shot on the top of the head. And this wobbled Lennox Lewis. It shook him up. Shook him up to the point where he took a knee. And look, Deontay Wilder lands a forehead punch on Luis Ortiz and knocks him down in the same fashion. And his is much more explosive and much more faster than Henry's. And he's more confident than Henry. Henry was not a confident fighter. As a matter of fact, he lost the fight with Lennox Lewis due to him not being confident. See right there, he jabs and then he pulls the guard down and then lands a shot on the forehead that skims him. It don't even land flush and it knocks him down. Deontay Wilder's more accurate with his. He hit Luis Ortiz in the forehead and knocked him down because he was more confident in his right hand and he was more accurate and a better athlete than Henry was. But because of this reason, I think Deontay Wilder would knock out Lennox Lewis. I think he would penetrate him the same way, pull his guard down, and land a big bomb because Lennox Lewis would march to him. Lennox Lewis struggled against big guys. Lennox Lewis was really good against smaller guys, the David Tours, the Tysons, et cetera, et cetera. But when it was the guys that was his height or taller, like the Vlads and the Henrys and stuff, he struggled. So for this reason, there's no way he makes it to the final bell fighting Deontay Wilder. Now, granted, Lennox Lewis is hands down the best boxer. But I just feel like he fell into a pattern of fighting shorter guys. And when he fought taller guys, he struggled. Not to mention he was removed from his consciousness from Oliver McCall and Hasim Rahman. And nobody would consider them all-time punchers. They wouldn't even make the top 20 heavyweight. And Lennox Lewis was removed from his consciousness from those guys. Deontay Wilder is very accurate. He has the height, the accuracy, and better athlete than the guys that knocked Lennox Lewis out and a harder puncher. So I think Lennox Lewis will get laid out. Now, I know what people's going to say. You know, Tyson Fury laid out Deontay Wilder. Even when he knocked out Deontay Wilder, it was an accumulation of punches. It wasn't a one-punch KO like Lennox Lewis. But anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing. Yeah, that's it, Tim. The rope when he got hit over some beautiful shots back at these back forward to the right hand. Most people don't know shit about that at all. Did you get what you were looking for?
In the sequence here, you see Manny Pacquiao catch Floyd Mayweather jab and then shoot the left hand. It looks like it's just a regular average move, right? Floyd shoots the jab, Manny Pacquiao comes with the straight left. For Manny Pacquiao, this is a signature move of his. Right here, Floyd Mayweather shoots his jab from a neutral foot position. Manny Pacquiao catches his punch and deflects it while Floyd Mayweather's foot is still in the air. And when he deflects him, he sends his momentum to Manny Pacquiao's left. And now he has the outside foot positioning, and he has the straight left lined up with Floyd's head. He throws the bomb with full power because his head is in good defensive positioning. Look here, he deflects the punch, not just parry. A lot of people parry the shot. They might deliver a jab
back immediately. But when you deflect the shot, you get full commitment on it. Look where Manny Pacquiao's hands is. Floyd Mayweather's falling right into the shot. He's calm and patient enough to deflect it at the very last second to get him to overcommit and his momentum coming forward. But Manny Pacquiao just deflected it. He didn't parry it. A lot of people just parry it, but he deflected it. See Floyd Mayweather's hand going down. Look here and notice how he guides it so his momentum will keep going forward so that he's right in line for the straight left and he has outside foot dominance and then he lands the straight left.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing. Yeah, that's it, Tim. The rope comes up here. So it's a beautiful shot back and people don't know shit about boxing at all. You get what you're looking for?
For 7 decades, Miller has studied the sweet science, and now he imparts his encyclopedic knowledge of the sport to James. Professor Miller tutors his young student with the help of vintage fight films, particularly those of an old friend from Cincinnati, former heavyweight champion Ezzard Charles.
We always watch the man's combinations, then we'd watch his defense. How he could make a man miss, slip and slide, roll and counter, and still have good position, good balance. And Inoue was at it all times out there. And these are the things that, we should talk about, says you're going to do all of this here. And we should always say that you're going to be better than these guys. You're going to take what they had and improve on it.
The very first punch of this fight is a left hook because James Toney tries to catch him reaching. Part of being a great fighter is good decision making. James Toney took from the great ones and built up off of it. Right here, he jabs to his opponent's guard, parries his jab, and then feints, and then goes down to the body and double jabs. His opponent immediately answers with a jab of his own. James Toney parries it and jabs him to his right hand to keep it preoccupied, and then stabs him to the body. Very important to notice subtle things like that. Right here, James Toney just stabs him to the body, but notice how calm he is backing up. See, right here, crossing his feet, getting set, backing up, still parrying the guy's jabs. Like it's another day at the office. Notice here, James Toney feints to the body, right? And everybody always say, shoulder roll, how you beat his weak side ankle. He tries to go to James Toney's right, and James Toney just takes a step back, another step back, and resets, and he's right in front of him again. All those stabs to the body he got from Jersey Joe Walcott. You notice here, Jersey Joe stabbed him to the body. James Toney stabbed him to the body. He implemented what those guys had, but like his trainer said, he built up on it. All that aggressive body work makes him overreact here. James Toney just goes a high guard, and look how he reacts. He thinks it's going to be a jab to the body, but he just gives him that look, and then he changes back to a bladed shoulder, and then just giving him different looks. A lot of people talk about the shoulder roll. The shoulder roll is based on what you're seeing and how you're reacting to punches. And James Toney was second to none. Look here. He dips down, draws the jab out, pulls just out of range, then goes, lays on the right side, slips up under that jab, and then jabs to the body. A lot of being a great fighter is decision-making, like I said. In that moment, he decided to jab to the body instead of going to the head. Notice here with Jersey Joe, right? Jersey Joe comes in and he feints with this jab hand, right? Then he puts his hand down again and feints with it and gets his opponent to react. Then he takes a step back, disengages, and walks to the side. Then he feints him again just to get his reaction with his jab. And then this time he feints with the right hand. So he feinted jab, right hand, and then he feints with his foot. Then he disengages, takes a cakewalk to the side. Look at the space in between. Even though he crosses his feet, he still is aware of the range. And James Toney here feints down to the body, gets him to react, then disengage and takes a cakewalk to the side. Notice here, Toney waits for the very last second to slip the jab so he can get him to fully commit so he can double jab him to the body. Watch James Toney gets him to overcommit again, waits the very last second, slips that head out, and look how his opponent reacts because he thinks the jabs to the body are coming. He gets him to overreact to it. Now look, right here, he slips to the left, feints like he's gonna do something. The guy reacts again, and then he jabs to his guard to get his guard preoccupied and then stab him to the body. Like I said, James Toney was poetry in motion. His opponent makes an adjustment. He throws a jab out there first to get James Toney to move prematurely, right? Now that it's already out there extended, he just tries to hit James Toney in the head with it, but James Toney still slips the shot. then pivots and makes the left hook miss. People who have educated eyes know what James Toney really is. Right here, look, James Toney feints, gets him to react, and then comes up and gives him a different look with the high guard, then drops his hands and takes a step back to disengage, because he's always at the proper distance, just like Jersey Joe Walcott. Then he puts the high guard on and gives him a look, draws his jab out, and then takes a step back and make the jab fall short. His opponent is off balance, and James Toney is already ready to make another punch miss or to attack his guy. He's already balanced. Right here, he jabs and tries to give James Toney angles, right? All James Toney does is slip the punch, take a step back, reset it, force him back the other direction. James Toney is set before he sets, so what does he do? He throws a jab, but it doesn't make contact. It's just to get him defensive, right? And then he downloads the data. Now he's going to jab to his lead hand to draw a jab from his opponent, right? And then he gets the jab, he pulls out of range, gets his guy to commit, and he's off balance, and James Toney sees it. Now the right hand is here, but James Toney elects to shoot the jab to the guard and then stab him to the body, sticking to the game plan. Great decision-making skills. Watch here. James Toney parries the jab and then leans back, right? And then he looks him to the body like he's going to go down there again, right? And the guy tries a double jab, and James Toney just up jabs and catches him and knocks him off balance and then slips the right hand. Very, very great defense and good eyes and good concentration and the level of focus. And he answers right back by jabbing to his guard to get him defensive and measure him. And now he's going to rest behind his feints because he's tired. And he feints once and he feints twice. He's burning his opponent's petrol while resting his. Very genius. Right there, he jabs to his right hand to keep it preoccupied. Look at the level of focus that it takes. Then he drops down up under the right hand and stabs him to the body and pushes him off balance. Look at the space that he's created between him and his opponent by doing that. He gets a bigger break and he's able to focus. Now he's going to make his opponent burn more petrol with hand feints. See, feints right there and then rest. And then his opponent thinks a jab is coming to the body. His petrol is burning. And then James Toney just pulls out of range calmly, bounces on his toes and resets because his opponent is trying to create angles. Watch here, Jersey Joe Walcott feints down like he's going to do something to the body and then comes up with a left hook to the head. James Toney, studying these films religiously, he does the same thing in the fight. Right there, he feints, disengages, walks to the side to cut him off and prevent him from creating an angle. Then he's going to dip down like he's going to do something to the body and then comes up with a left hook to the head. Pure fucking genius. Now watch this. James Toney resets, feint one, feint two, feint again, and then jab to the guard to keep him busy, creating a whole bunch of anxiety in his opponent. Look how his opponent's reacting to his punches now. Right here, James Toney jabs and he parries it, but he's overreacting to the half punches that James Toney is throwing. Like to the body, look how he reacts. He's overextending because he's worried about what James Toney's going to do to him versus what he's going to do to James Toney. James Toney has him right where he wants him. Look how he's reacting. He's circling. He's giving up ground. And letting James Toney rest and control the fight. And James Toney would not give him a break. He's right back in his face at a distance where he could hit him and he could be hit. And he's creating mental pressure. And he's just burning his petrol. Like most fighters do when they're confused and they don't know what to do. They jab. James Toney just pulls out of range. Look how he's just outside the guy's jab. Perfect distance. Always in perfect distance of positioning. And if he's not, look, he just creeps to the side and gets right back in position and then feints him to the body, gets him to react, and then jabs him to the guard and then right back downstairs to the body. Just subtle things that he would do that would just break a guy down mentally and physically that makes him one of the best defensive fighters, if not the best that I've ever seen in my entire life. Right here, he tries to time James Toney's jab to the body with a right hand, and James Toney slips up under it and then pushes him off balance with his right hand. Even when he's not in position and he makes the right choices. Right here, he jabs to the chest and his opponent anticipates the shot to the body, so he goes ahead and tries to block the shot to the body. He's used to that look. So what does James Toney do? Jab him to the head to block his vision, catch him trying to switch angles, and then stab him to the body. He got it from Ezra Charles. Ezra Charles' opponent jabs, and he jabs at the same time, blocks his vision, knocks him off balance, and then lands the right hand. James Toney borrowed from the past great fighters. Here again, Ezra Charles, jab, right hand, blocks his vision. What does James Toney do? High guard, pull back from the jab, duck up under the jab, blocks his vision, and then comes with a right hand over the top. Like I said, James Toney was second to none if you have an educated eye. But a lot of people in the sport don't have an educated eye, don't know what they're watching. He dips down right there, gets his guy to react to the feint, then sticks his probing jab out. What does his opponent do? His opponent gets smart, right? So what does he do? He feints James Toney twice. He feints him once, gets him to pull back from the jab, right? anticipate the jab, then he feints him again to get him to slip to his right. Now he's like, I got you. He's lined up right for the hand, and he pulls back again. 3 moves that was uncommon. Now he slips up under the jab and comes up with the left hook to the body, right hand to the head. Like I said, he makes the moves that are in the 1% of boxers that are really, really gifted. That's why James Toney's so special. Now James Toney's going to feint him to the body, right? And he knows that when he feints him to the body, he squares up and gets out of position. What does he do? Jab to the shoulders. High level thinking, man. Great decision making. Standing right in front of you the entire fight. Focused for 36 minutes of the fight. He was a beast, man. James Toney is one of the greatest fighters ever. James Toney opponent tries to get smart again, feints him, gets him to make a defensive moves, and James Toney still pulls back from that punch and then slips the other one. Like I said, in the 1%, second to none. I've never seen anybody do this type of stuff in the ring. Watch this. He gives him a high guard, right? Then he drops the high guard, anticipates a punch, drops up under the punch, jabs him to the body, right hook to the body, and then left hook to the head. Changing the rhythm and the beat of the fight through the entire fight. Right here, he creeps forward, creating pressure, forcing him to jab, and then he answers with a double jab to the head and then to the chest to back him up. But his opponent cannot take a break. See right there, he answers with the right hand over the top to catch him. But his opponent has constant mental stress, and he cannot find safety. You see him moving back and forth, moving side to side, and James Toney is right in his face, walking him down the entire time, forcing him to fight. When his opponent tries to find peace, he throws a jab at James Toney. James Toney pulls just always out of range, perfect, and rolls the shot and answers with the right hand of his own. So always just at the distance, the proper distance that he needs to be, constantly creating pressure, walking this guy down behind a good game plan. Like, I've never seen anything like this. You have to have educated eyes, like I said, to know what you're seeing. James Toney cutting the ring off, taking a step to the side, forcing him to fight, and he comes in and double jabs, and James Toney just flicks a jab up, the up jab, to stop his aggression. He has his timing down for the jab, and he knows he can't beat him, and then he jabs him to the body, right? He tries to come up with a left hook, but he smothers his work, and then he tries to land an uppercut, and then instinctively catches the left hook. It was at this moment where James Toney found something. Right here, he noticed that whenever he laid on his right side and threw the up jab, it negated the offense that his opponent was trying to do. So right here, he pulls out, his opponent tries to jab him to the body, and then he stabs him to the head again and backs him up. So James Toney has noticed that the jab negates anything that he's trying to do whenever he's coming forward, and he computes that. James Toney just takes a step to the side, cutting the ring down, forcing him to fight when he doesn't want to fight, which will create a ton of anxiety and make a person mentally fatigue and wear down. And he's just right in his face. There's no escaping. Right in his face again, making him throw punches. And then right there, he feints him to the body. Then he feints him to the body again. And then feints him to the body again. And then this time he comes up with the up jab through the center. And then pulls his guard down. And then lands a jab to the body. Gets him out of position, gets the space that he needs. And then throws a left hook. Like I said, James Toney was poetry in motion, if you know what you're looking at. Watch here, James Toney draws the jab out, pulls out of range, flicks the jab up because he knows where his head's going to be. And he knows that every time he does that, it stops his opponent's aggression. See? Stops him dead in his tracks. Now he could jab to the guard and bend down like he's going to stab him to the body, then comes back up and disengages, forcing his opponent to make unnecessary movement. Always in positioning, just out of range of the jab. Then he pulls back, slips his head to the side, up under the jab, and then jabs him to the body, and then creates a ton of distance between them because he's physically breaking him down. That punch moves him all the way back so James Toney could get a break and reset. What does James Toney do? Gets right back in the punching range and then throws a jab to the chest and then a jab to the body just when he was trying to take a break and thought he was safe. So he can't take a break. James Toney's forcing him to fight when he doesn't want to fight. Notice this sequence right here, right? James Toney's taking a step, and finally his opponent's getting desperate and coming forward and taking risks. And James Toney feints right there and gets him to react. And then he pulls in, he catches James Toney with that jab and knocks him off balance. James Toney's aware, so what does he do? He takes a step back with his left foot first, then his right foot. Now because he's walked like Archie Moore, he's in position again to just out of range of the jab, and he stabs him to the body. Now that he stabbed him to the body and created that distance between them, he walks him down, jabs him to the guard to keep him busy, keep him picking shots. And then right there, he feints, and look how he reacts to that. He goes and parries a punch that's not even there, and then James shoots to his right hand that's already extended. And then off of that, he comes in and tries to land a body shot, but the guy parries it and buries it low. and the referee tells James Toney it was low, and he tells him shut up. James Toney does a high guard right here that gets to react to it, and then he transitions into a more bladed stance and parries the jab with his right hand, all while doing so. And then the guy double jabs, James Toney rolls that shot, and then does the up jab to stop his offense again. And then James Toney tries to come over the top with the right hand, but it grazes him and misses, barely by an inch. Then he tries to keep the jab extended and pin it on James Toney back, but James Toney rolls his body to one side and then rolls it to the other. He doesn't allow himself to be pinned and trapped. It's another thing that he does good. And then right here, James Toney jabs to his guard, lands a short right hand in between that. Like I said, he's mentally breaking him down, and then lands a left hook after that. So he's the shots that were missing earlier are now landing. Right here, he parries the jab and then stabs him to the body. And then he goes to throw the right hand, and James Toney rolls his body. And then the right hand's not there, so he ducks up under the jab and then jabs him to the body and then stabs him to the head and pushes him back. Like I said, he's deteriorating. The punches are getting more of effect, and the feints are getting more of effect. Everything's more effective and exaggerated now because he's breaking them down. And then James Toney just looks him down, feints him twice to the body, draws the jab, and then up jabs him. And then he does it again, up jabs him, and then lands a counter right hand and knocks him out. But it's something very, very interesting in this sequence that makes James Toney a real special fighter. When Jersey Joe Walcott was fighting Joe Louis, he takes a step back after a feint, right? Takes a step back, draws Joe Louis in, and then counters his jab with the up jab, and then comes over the top with the right hand, just like James Toney did. But there was also something in that sequence that made him even more of a special fighter. The fact that he did this. When he up jabbed his opponent, right? He up jabbed his opponent, stopped his opponent's offense, knocked his head back, right? But then his opponent measures him with the jab hand, pushes his shoulder back, and then James Toney cuffs the side of his head so there's no path for the right hand, then rolls it and lands a right hand of his own. That's why he's special. There's some stuff that you just can't teach in the sport of boxing, and that's what James Toney possesses. He possesses the it factor. He probably, other than Muhammad Ali, might be the greatest defensive fighter of all time with the punch radar. Look, right here is another view. He measures James Toney with the lead right hand. James Toney places his jab hand over there to block the path of the right hand, and then rolls it at the last second, and then comes back with the right hand of his own. Like, this almost isn't fair. This almost isn't fair how good James Toney was. He can make moves that was in like the 1%. It might be the 0.001%. You have to be in boxing to understand what I'm trying to tell you. James Toney sitting right in front of you at a distance where you could be hit, but also hit your opponent. That alone takes a ton of focus. James Toney would do this for an entire fight, which means he was focused for 36 minutes, and he was creating this type of pressure on his opponents for 36 minutes, making moves that was uncommon. And during this whole fight, he probably did the Michigan roll maybe 3 or 4 times. He didn't do it a lot. He was giving them different defensive looks and different positionings, and his decisions combined with the moves that he was making that was in a 0.001% makes him great. Like I said, look, he blocks the right hand right here, rolls at the end of the shot, and lands a right hand of his own. He did all of this on the fly. That's what makes him the best defensive fighter, in my personal opinion, of all time. His instincts, the way he's able to read punch lines. I mean, just the pressure that he creates, the fact that he keeps focused for 36 minutes, the fact that he throws short shots. He can make it happen on the front end and the back end. A lot of people say, you know, shoulder roll, shoulder roll, shoulder roll. James Toney would probably call it a Michigan roll, right? But even with the Michigan roll, it's just based off of what you're seeing and what you're anticipating. And James Toney was second to none to that. Even when Floyd used it, you go back and you look at Floyd Mayweather's fights, Floyd Mayweather could not get away from a jab. James Toney made jabs look like breakfast food to him. He was always in positioning. But anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
That's it, Tim. The rope when he got hit with the beautiful shot back and forward. Most people don't know shit about boxing at all. Did you get what you were looking for?
I want you to notice something right here. Tommy Hearns sticks his jab out, right? He sticks his jab off, and then he just moves and takes a step back because he has such a long reach, and Pupino Cuevas cannot touch him at all, right? And now that he's cleared the danger and took a little step back, he puts his hand right back out to measure him, and then he blocks his vision, right? And then he drops the right hand right over the top of it. Very fast move, catches Pupino Cuevas, and he wavers like a tree during a hurricane. And then Tommy Hearns just comes in and finishes him off, right? But here, you got a great guy named Sugar Ray Leonard, right? He sticks his arm out and blocks his vision. What does Sugar Ray do? He leans in and taunts him just so he can make that move again. And then when Tommy Hearns does it, he pulls out of range and then rolls his shoulder and makes the right hand catch on his shoulder and then backs up to the ropes, right? Tommy Hearns catches him with a body shot and then catches him with another hook and then sticks his lead hand back out, tries to block his vision. And Sugar Ray, being the smart fighter that he is, tries to lean to his left. He was going to land some body work over there, but Tommy Hearns has his elbow there. So he just leans back the other side and slaps his hand down and then throws a left hook and then tries to land a right hand over the top of that. And now Tommy Hearns has to respect him and back up off of him. So now he can escape and get up off the ropes. A lot of boxing is complex if you make it complex, but it's really simple if you don't make it hard. But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out.
Shot. What did he tell you right after?
Well, he told me that it did hurt him, and he says that, if I continue, I think he said that he would have gotten hurt. He goes, I'm not going to do that. He goes, he landed a good shot, and
how close did you come to getting up? I was close to getting up for sure. I ain't got no excuses. I'm just gonna get up.
To all you YouTube doctors out there who say, never been hit with a liver shot, I don't know what they look like. I've been watching the sport and studying it for years now. And I have access to over 200 years of the sport, and I know exactly what I'm looking at. I know when a guy has quit. I've seen people hit by liver shots before. I take you to a fight with the great Arturo Gatti and Mickey Ward. Mickey Ward was a devastating body puncher, and Mickey Ward caught Arturo Gatti slipping, and he hit him with a devastating punch. And he had been hitting him to the body the entire fight. Let's not forget about that. He had been touching him up top with the uppercut and then sending the shot around the guard and hitting him. And he was a devastating body puncher. And Arturo Gatti wasn't making half the money that Brian was making for this fight. But you know what happened whenever he got hit with that shot? Emmanuel Stewart thought he was going to quit in the fight. You know what he did? He got his ass up. Y'all go back, look at that fight. Emmanuel Stewart was losing his shit because Emmanuel Stewart had been in the sport a long time, seen this happen plenty of times before, and guys not get up. But what did he do? He made a decision at this moment. He's thinking the same thing Ryan's thinking. He's not a superhuman. He's thinking about quitting. But you know what he did? He got up. That's the difference. That's the small difference. Rocky made it to the Hall of Fame with a fictional movie about overcoming, because people like to see people overcome. And the people that overcome are special, and we celebrate them because not everybody makes that decision. And he made a decision in this fight, not only to get back up, but he was still fighting, still taking punches to the head. And Ryan knew that was a danger going in there with a Tank. He knew that he would be over him just like this. And he decided not to go out and get embarrassed by getting knocked out viciously by Tank to the head, or possibly that happening. And he just submitted. He submitted. He made a wrong choice. He made a permanent decision for a temporary feeling that he's going to have to live with forever. Because not only did Arturo Gatti make the right decision, but he actually survived the onslaught and fought back. He came back with something. He changed the tide of the fight. He started releasing his arsenal because the other guy got tired trying to finish him, and he started landing shots. And that's what makes him great. It wasn't because of his skills. Ryan is more talented than Arturo Gatti, but Arturo Gatti had something that most people don't got, and that's making the right decision. That's not believing the lie whenever the devil comes knocking it and tries to get you to submit or quit. Arturo Gatti endured, and that's why he's revered as a great champion. This wasn't even a title fight. Just like Tank's Ryan wasn't a title fight, but it's going to be remembered forever because they made the right decisions throughout this entire fight. Like I said, he came back with his own onslaught. Yeah, that liver shot hurt. Yeah, it hurt him. Yeah, it shook him up. He's not a superhuman. It's just the choices that you make. That's what separates everybody. Customato used to say, what's the difference between a hero and a coward? And he would say nothing. It's what the hero does that makes him a hero, and what the coward doesn't do that makes him a coward. All these fight fans always complain about the fighters getting soft. The fans are getting soft also. In the same round that Arturo Gatti had already been put down, would you believe that Mickey Ward puts his right forearm and has the audacity to land another liver shot to Arturo Gatti in a round that he's already been down in? And what did Arturo Gatti do? He did and made decisions that most won't. He didn't even go down that time. Just thinking about it logically, right? You know, if that first one hurt, the second one definitely is going to do twice as much damage. And what did he do? He backed up, smothered the shots. He even favored that side. He's dipping to that side, but he hasn't went down once. Meanwhile, Ryan Garcia told his dad that he could have got up, but he didn't want to get damaged. It's like, bro, you got what? You make $5-10 million for this fight? Probably way more than that, but I'm just throwing a ballpark figure out there. And you mean to tell me you won't get up and do what they pay you in your profession to do? This guy made probably 1/3 of the money that you made for that fight, and he got back up and started fighting. He didn't quit this entire round. He got hit with 2 devastating body shots. So to all you YouTube doctors out there, save it. I don't want to hear this shit. You Facebook boxing expert, I don't want to hear this shit. I know what I'm looking at, and I know the sport of boxing. So you can save your opinion. You guys might not be aware of this. Some of you are. But Jess Willard fought Jack Dempsey, right? Jack Dempsey probably had an object in his glove during that time. You know, there's rumors that he had something in his glove. And he beat the shit out of Jess Willard. Knocked him down with multiple shots, fractured his eye socket. And when he quit, the fans called him yellow. Meanwhile, people are trying to convince me that Ryan quit. So are the fans changing or are boxers changing? Or both? Anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out. Ryan Garcia was effective with the lead hand and the jab, and he just put it in his pocket. And he allowed Tank to be the shorter guy, probing him and backing him up with the jab, which I couldn't understand. But right here, he catches and then shoots the left hook. And he's so fast that Tank barely makes it up under that jab. But Tank comes in, and notice that he pushes off his back foot right here. Right here, he pushes off his back foot. And Ryan Garcia lands a left hook. At the same time, Tank lands a body shot. Now, when I give you the other angle, that looks regular to the naked eye, right? But you're just the Boxer Scholar, and you know I get surgical with this shit. If you look at it from another angle, Ryan Garcia is used to throwing left hooks with his feet in bad positioning, and he throws it from the inside of Tank's feet. And he has bad positioning, but because he's on the inside, he tries to lean down on Tank. Tank smartly knows he has a superior positioning, and he knows that Ryan's feet are entangled with his. So what does he do? He uses the shoulder and the head to push off and make Ryan go airborne for a little bit, and he has to regather his feet. Ryan comes out of that and attempts to land a right hook after he gathers his feet, and Tank lands a left hook up underneath Ryan. Ryan falls back with his feet and gathers his balance, but he shows that he hurt, and Tank recognizes it right away. You see his face? He said, "Oh, you hurt? You hurt?" And he just comes at Ryan, faking like he's going to do something, and Ryan goes down. He goes down without even a punch being thrown, a follow-up shot. And look, he looks up at Tank right here, looks up at Tank, and then he puts his head down. And at this moment, this is when he quit. This is when he quit. This is when he decided that he was going to give up on the fight. He quit and looked down like he couldn't continue with the fight. The referee hasn't even started the count. And let me tell you something that's smart that Tank does. Referee hadn't even picked up the count yet. Tank walks over to him because he recognized that he mentally submitted. He walks over to him out of his neutral corner just to further intimidate him. It's like a sniper looking over the corpse of somebody he shot in the head, and then he's taunting him just so he can make sure he can put that final dagger in Ryan Garcia. And once he's seen Ryan Garcia takes that count, he looks up and starts to celebrate. But anyway, Ryan Garcia quit, and he's going to have to live with this forever. And I just hope that Ryan can bounce back from this loss because he's a good guy. And I know he struggled when he was winning. He might struggle when he's losing. But anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing. That's it, Tim. The rope got hit over the beautiful shot back at most people don't know shit about boxing at all. Did you get what you were looking for?
because he's a southpaw as well, so it's going to be tricky, and I might have to eat some soaking up punishment as I do.
So when you switch it around and you take a southpaw and they pound it on that other side, it like shocks your body. Most people don't understand this. When you used to fighting a right-handed fighter, then a southpaw that's sharp and that can punch and it attacks that other side. When the last time you see Mike Garcia fight a southpaw? Especially a southpaw that can punch. You know what I mean? So when arrow spins touch him on that opposite side, you're going to see a different effect. You know, not taking nothing away from him, but it's body mechanics too. You know, he been fighting a lot of right-hand fighters. So when you switch it around and your body get punched on from that opposite side, from the southpaw side,
It's a different angle.
it's a different angle. And you got to know how to take them shots. Like you could be in camp and prepared all day long to, you know what I mean, try to get adjusted from the shots with hair get on. But if you're not used to getting hit with them shots, you know, with the hair get off, it's a different story.
It has an effect.
It has an effect. It's a different type of shock to your body. And that coming from a guy that's in the game, you know what I mean?
Tank, since a little boy, has been a person that beat you to a spot, gets you to give up your height, come forward and bap. Since a little boy, he's been that same guy. He's a counterpuncher. He convinces people to give up their height and sets a trap, and then he lands the straight left. He's been that way since he was a little boy. And a lot of people think that Ryan Garcia is going to go to sleep because Rolly did. Rolly was leaning in forward, lunging with his head over his body. And then Tank got the look that he needed, convinced him to give up his height, just like when he was a little boy. Got the look he wanted, and then just lowered the boom and hit Rolly. Rolly's eyes was closed because he was focused on offense, and his body was dead before he hit the floor. But like I said, knockouts are like the MIB flash that make you forget about what happened up until that point. And I was noticing some things. I was noticing Tank struggling with the height of Rolly. Rolly controlling range, and Tank not being able to set those traps that when Rolly was disciplined and didn't lunge in, and he was just sitting back, probing with the jab, there were no counterpunch opportunities for Tank. When Rolly was disciplined, like when he was probing with his jab and he was staying at a distance that was safe, all Tank did was reach out and touch his jab and back up and try to set more traps. And Rolly was using feints to get him out of position and then making him touch his jab again. And then every now and then Rolly would catch Tank reaching out with his jab, and he would touch, and then he would throw the right hand straight down the middle, which is a move that Ryan has done consistently. I think that's going to be the key for Ryan in this fight, is the right hand. Watch here. Tank tries to set a trap. He beats Rolly to a spot, and Rolly doesn't commit with that jab, and then he can't land that straight left down the middle like he wants to because, like I said, there's a big height difference. And sometimes Tank struggles with people who can control range and use their height. When Rolly was fighting and wasn't committing and lunging in, Tank had problems. Right here, he jumps up in the air and throws his straight left because he can't land his left. And look at Rolly's body positioning. He didn't lean forward and give Tank what he was looking for, the look he was looking for, so he can counterpunch him. Watch Tank step really, really hard here to try to make up for that distance. And Rolly pops his arm up, deflects it, and lands a full counter on Tank of all people. That's because Tank is so highly challenged and during the fight that he had to give reckless because Rolly was staying disciplined and not giving him the look that he was looking for, like lunging in. And then when Tank would start lunging in himself, all Rolly did was simply stick the probing jab out there and make him respect his distance. And then when he tried to come charging in, he just put his hand in his face and blocked his vision to keep him from doing that gazelle leaping right hook. And all he did was take a step back. And Ryan is notorious for doing this very move. He even does it when he's working out on the heavy bag. See right there, he probed with it, put it on the bag. At the bottom, he's putting it on Fortuna's face and then blocks his vision and makes him respect his distance and controls the range like a bigger fighter is supposed to. The Lennox Lewis's, all these guys fought in this manner. Ryan Garcia's signature move is that to the fact that he does it on the heavy bag. Right here, look, he just puts his lead hand over his eyes, and then he tries to still come in, and Ryan Garcia puts the high guard up and then puts it over the top of his head, pushes a little bit, and then steers him, and then puts his hand in his face to block his vision. It's just like I said, I think Ryan Garcia will be winning the earlier rounds because Tank is a notorious slow starter, and Ryan Garcia's signature move with the probing jab will keep Tank at bay and control the range, like Rolly did in the first fight. Right here, like I said, Rolly was disciplined and he didn't give Tank the look that he's looking for, that he does since he's a little kid, which he needs your aggression. He needs you to cooperate with him in order for him to land a big punch, or he'll just be sitting back waiting. And Ryan Garcia's hands is too fast for him to sit back waiting. And while Tank is waiting, he likes to reach with his right hand for your jab. And everybody knows Ryan Garcia's best punch is the left hook. And if he does what Rolly does, Rolly touches right there, feints the right hand, gets Tank's eyes to focus on that right hand. See, his eyes are still looking at the right hand. And while Rolly has Tank's focus on the right hand, he brings a left hook over the top, left hook / jab. And Tank doesn't detect it because he feinted him first. He feinted him and he touched hands with him and he lied to him. He thought it was going to be a situation that was exchanged that was going to favor Tank. Ryan can feint Tank out of position and he's looking for one punch. He could also set up combinations and offense off of it. And I think his left hook and right hand will be the key to him and ultimately a body shot, because Tank is strong as hell to the head. Nobody's going to knock him out. He has a big head, big bone structure, and big punch, so nobody's even going to step up and throw those shots. Tank is very vulnerable to the body, and I noticed this just from watching him in fights, how he reacts to body shots, and watching him in training. Check this out. Even when Rolly doesn't commit and Tank lands the straight left, he's able to take it because of his positioning. It didn't look anything like the knockout punch. And now he was able to take Tank's straight left and counter with a body shot off of it. And look how Tank reacts to the body shot. He says it's a low blow, but he makes the exact same face he made when his trainer was hitting him with the little bag on his body. So I think Tank is very vulnerable to body shots. And I think that Ryan Garcia will be implementing his Floyd Mayweather strategy, where he's going to be touching Tank's jab because he likes to reach with it, and he's going to shoot like he did with Fandora. With Fandora, he touched and then shot a jab, right hand, left hook, his money punch. And for these reasons, I think Ryan Garcia is going to be winning the earlier rounds. Also, Tank has a focusing issue where he'll be, during the fight, he'll have a whole bunch of distractions, like he'll be talking to the crowd, where's my mama? And he did it in multiple fights. Check this out.
Tank, he's calling to her. Let me get the eyes, man. Come on, breathe, man. Stay focused right here, y'all. Listen, protect the dome here. Don't worry about the body, but when he touches, you gotta come back with something here. All right? Yeah. I know, you're good. Yeah. He's still a little through. Yeah. Take a deep breath here. No, keep doing what you're doing.
And all his corner tells him is keep doing what you're doing. Wrong advice. In the Mario Barrios fight, because Tank gets in an argument with somebody from the crowd, Mario Barrios is able to come in, land a right hand and a left hook. Combination sound familiar? But because Tank got distracted for that split second and started arguing with somebody in the crowd, he ended up getting buzzed because he loses concentration during fights and worries about the crowd. There's another example. You remember in the Rolly fight, when Rolly caught him with a good shot, he turns to the crowd, starts talking to them. Oh, Rolly didn't really do nothing.
You outbox Tank. Shut your bitch ass up. Wow, Davis is like looking at the crowd talking.
So because Tank has to overcome the height of Ryan Garcia and the speed, and he sits back and waits too much, Ryan Garcia is going to get the earlier rounds. I don't know why people think Tank is going to go in there and blow out Ryan, because he's not. Because Tank has focus issues, and he's not going to have Mayweather in his corner like he did in the Barrios fight to get him back on track. So look for Ryan to be winning early. But I think at some point, Ryan's going to lose focus also, because both of them have focusing issues, and he's going to get clipped. And when he gets clipped, Tank and his people have made sure that Ryan's not going to get up. This is why they put the rehydration clause. The first time in history that they had a catch weight and a rehydration clause. There's a reason for everything. And Tank has very smart people in this corner, and they're going to make sure that when they clip Ryan, and they know they're going to be down, and then when they clip Ryan, that he doesn't get up. He's too dehydrated to get up. Have you ever went out and performed and you were dehydrated or something? You could not focus on the task at hand. And I think that Ryan Garcia is going to have that same problem. But listen to Ryan Garcia show me that mentally, Ryan Garcia has mental lapses in the fight, especially when something's bugging him. And I think this is going to be too much of a nuisance for him, and he's going to make a mistake and Tank's going to catch him. But listen to Ryan Garcia.
But what did play a part was, okay, so this is just what was happening in the locker room. I'll give you some insight. I was in the locker room, and all of a sudden, before I hop in the ring, my ankle feels like it's tweaked a little bit, not too bad. there's a little bothersome with my ankle, my left ankle. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't care what happens. It's all an illusion. I'm still going to do and land that body shot like I know I am. It's all good. I went in there and let the moment take care of itself. And then the first round was great. I was like, all good in the hood. And then the second round, the thought of my ankle pops up in my mind. Great timing, right? I think about my ankle. I look up. It's not even really me. I just react. And I react the wrong way because I haven't been doing this that often, I guess. So my mind recorded to do this instead of this. And I didn't see the shot. Kudos to Luke Campbell. Maybe he did have me out in the air. Who knows? All I know is I seen white for a quick second. I knew I was on the ground. I got right back up and I said to myself, I got dropped. Wow. That's basically really what happened. So for a split second, I lost concentration. A thing came into my mind. I thought of it. And then there you go. That's why you need to train your mind and body at all times before the fight to do the right thing. Because when you react, you want to do the reaction on the right part. You know what I mean? So I learned already.
Like I said, Tank needs your cooperation to knock you out. If Ryan Garcia fights a disciplined fight for 12 rounds, which is extremely hard to do, 36 minutes, he can win the fight, but he can't make one single mistake. And he has to set traps for Tank and vary the shots and catch him with body shots to drop him and make him respect his power. But if he ever comes forward in the fight, which I think he will do, and do a pattern, Tank will pick up on this pattern and eventually catch him with the straight left hand. And I think that's going to happen in probably like the 11th round. So if I was a betting person, I probably would put my money in the 8th through the 11th round. Tank is really good at picking up on patterns to land that shot that he's landed since he was a little kid. And I think that's what's going to happen in this fight because Ryan has too many things to worry about mentally with all the advantages he gave up. And I think that's going to play a factor in this fight. And I think that Tank is eventually going to stop Ryan Garcia in the late rounds. Or it could go 12. I could see another scenario where it goes 12. But if I had to put my money down on anything, I would put it for Tank for a late round stoppage in a fight that he's losing, just like the cases in most of his fights. But I'm going to let Tank and Paulie take you home with the pattern recognizing. But anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
He's throwing the right hand to the stomach, as I just explained. But Rolly's actually looking to come with that same hook jab again. If you look, when he gets clipped with the counter, he's in the midst of throwing the succession shot to the body shot that he's throwing. So he's looking to throw the right hand to the stomach and then that jab hook to the head. So this was actually his intent, what he was doing. He threw the right hand to the stomach. He wanted to back Davis to the ropes. Then once Davis can go back to the ropes, Davis has nowhere to back up to anymore. So he figures, I'll throw the same shot again, but this time I'll pop up to the head with the left after I throw it to the stomach. The only problem is Davis was waiting for that same right hand to the stomach. He should have went to the head first with the right hand, then following it with. Instead, he followed it up with the identical right hand to the stomach, and he never even got to finish the combination because as he's trying to throw the succession shot, the follow-up shot to his right hand to the stomach with his left hand to the head, which again was the same shot he landed in round 2, he doesn't get to land it because Davis catches and shoots rapidly, sharply, and the fight ends. There's some controversy about whether
he fell right there, like damn that out the ring. He just threw the shot 3 times in a row, but it wasn't like it wasn't like faint or nothing. He just kept throwing it. Like, why would you throw it 3 times? Yeah. 1, 2.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing. That's it, Tim. The ropes and got hit with some beautiful shots back and most people don't know shit about boxing at all. Did you get what you were looking for?
Right here, Liam Smith throws 2 uppercuts back to back. 1, 2, and then he tries to land a left hook. And Canelo just slides his guard back because he knows what he's up to and slightly blocks it. And then Canelo returns fire using the Roberto Durant move.
Get back here.
That scores a knockdown with his back to the ropes. Watch here, Liam Smith puts his left hand on Canelo's head to block his vision and then tries to land the uppercut up the middle. Then he puts it back on Canelo's forehead and tries to land the left uppercut, but Canelo blocks it. Then he tries to double it up and Canelo blocks it again. And then he tries to triple it up. And Canelo blocks it a 3rd time and a 4th time and then slides his elbow back to blocks the body attack. It's beautiful defense from Canelo off the ropes. Then Canelo blades his body and puts his head where he wants to. And then he rotates back to the other side and he gets caught with a jab. And he thinks the right hand's coming, so he leans in and shoots the uppercut. And then doubles it up and then lands the left hook to the body, right hand to the head. Takes a step back, draws the jab of Liam Smith, and then he leans in to set a trap to force him to make a movement and get uncomfortable. He takes the bait with his jab and puts it on Canelo's forehead, and Canelo just sends the uppercut, sees the opening for another one, and then gives him another uppercut, and then he throws that last uppercut to the guard just so he can land the left hook to the body, and he drops Liam Smith.
Duele, voy a agachar, ¡pau! El tipo va a esperar que tú vengas arriba, digo, vienes arriba. Entonces, cuando fue adentro, la dos abajo, la dos abajo. No, la dos abajo. That's right.
That's right.
Dale. Pam, caes aquí. Pero tú se
So he knocks Smith down with his back to the ropes, throwing those combinations. Liam Smith studied Canelo and mirrored him in the fight. Right here, he throws his right hand out and tries to get Canelo's vision to go that way. But Canelo, being the veteran he is, his eyes is locked on Liam the entire time because he knows what he's trying to set up. Then he tries to block his vision again, and then he throws his decoy out and tries to land the uppercut. Canelo's signature move was try to use against him, but he blocks it at the last second with his right hand. Here's Canelo's move executed properly. Right here, he jabs. His opponent anticipates a right hand because he shows him the right hand, but he throws his arm up in a decoy, and his opponent locks vision on his right hand, distracts him and confuses him, and lands the uppercut. Here's Canelo pulling that same move off again, throws the right hand in the air as a decoy, gets his opponent's eyes to follow it, and then lands the uppercut through the middle. With Cotto, he shoots the decoy out there, gets Cotto to bite on it. He thinks something's coming on that side, and he's still focused on it, and Canelo comes from a different angle out of Cotto's field of vision and then shoots the uppercut through the center of Cotto's guard. This is what you call a misdirection play in boxing. If you notice, Canelo controls Cotto's eyes with the decoy. Cotto is locked in on the right hand, and he thinks that something is coming on that side of his body. He thinks it's a right hook, so he lifts his left arm up to block it. And then when nothing comes and Canelo's still out of his vision, he just assumes that the left hook will follow to the body. So he drops his guard, and Canelo just shoots it right up the center. And practice makes perfect. And this has become Canelo's signature move, where he starts the right hand and then finishes with the left hook or the left uppercut. So he throws the right decoy out and then finishes with the left hook on the heavy back. And in the bottom, he throws the right decoy out and finishes with the left uppercut. And practice makes perfect. It's become his signature move. But anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out. Canelo trying to set traps by leaning in didn't work against Pitfalls because he just jabs to his guard to back him up, right? And once he's off balance, Pitfalls just pivots again and then pushes Canelo off. He just probed with the jab the entire fight. Look, puts the forearm on him, pushes him off balance. Watch here again. Canelo comes in and tries to lean. Pitfalls just probes the jab and just pushes him off before he could even gain his offense, and then shoots the jab straight through the center to keep him off balance. So he knocked him off balance and then kept him off balance. Canelo was not able to lean in and try to create anxiety. Look, pushes him off again when he tries it. Canelo tried that all night. It was unsuccessful. Pitfalls just study film and know that all he had to do was probe with his jab and keep the jab active in Canelo's face. Right here, Canelo, from holding his arms up so much, tries to take a rest like he does later in the rounds when he thinks he's at a distance where he can't get hit. He places those arms down because he holds them up and he's tight all through the fight. And then he has to pick them back up to be defensive again. Look, Canelo right here, arms down, breathing heavy, trying to get a breather later in the fight like he does in most fights. And then he has to pick his arms back up to make them defensive again, and he puts them right back down because those arms are on fire because Canelo holds them up and is tight the entire fight. Even when he throws a jab here, he still leaves an opening because he rests. And he rests right after he throws the jab. So Canelo has to change these things. Look, resting again.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
Yeah, that's it, Tim. The ropes when he got hit there with the beautiful shot back and forth. Leans back and forth with a right hand. Most people don't know shit about boxing at all. Did you get what you were looking for?
There's nothing new under the sun. Look at Julian Jackson at the bottom and Deontay Wilder at top. Both guys are wiry punchers. You know, they don't need a whole lot of room, and both of them land the same shot and leave their opponent looking the same when they body fall. And even when they're on the ground, they both have similar looks of devastation. They're both devastating punches, and there's nothing new that happens under the sun. Similar body types, and I think similar type of power, the leverage that they get on it, and they only need a little bit of room. But this video, I'm going to be addressing Julian Jackson versus Thomas Hearns, who I think personally is a harder puncher. Now let's go through Julian Jackson, that knockout we just seen. First off, like I said, Julian Jackson and Wilder and Thomas Hearns all have similar body types. They don't get their punching power from their legs. It comes from the speed that they generate, from the amount of leverage they can get with their tall, wiry frame. So all of those guys are very similar punchers as far as how they go about getting their knockouts. They're not going to generate a lot of force from the ground like a Mike Tyson. They're different type of punchers. They use their tallness and their wireness. But like I said, check this out. He hits Julian Jackson with a hard left, straight left, and knocks him back to the ropes. And even though Julian's hurt just a tad bit, he's still able to generate enough force falling backwards, mind you. He's falling backwards while he lands this shot. His weight falling backwards, leaving all his weight on his left foot, and then he clips him on the chin. And even though he just barely clips him, he still gets that type of reaction out of him. Because like I said, it's about speed. The guy never saw the shot coming, and he's able to generate a ton of force with just a little bitty space. Here's another angle, watch. Gets hit with that shot, gets dazed for a minute, and while he's hurt and falling back, he's still able to land that shot in that space. Now, mind you, the other guy is throwing at the same time. His punch should technically get there first, but like I said, Julian Jackson's speed is the difference. Look, the guy's punch misses because Julian's gets there first. He's seen an opening and thought he took it, but Julian's speed just overcame him. His got through first. Now, as a harder puncher Julian Jackson was, I think Thomas Hearns edges him because I seen Thomas Hearns throw the same type of punch to a bigger guy. Now, mind you, Thomas Hearns started out at a lighter weight than what Julian Jackson started out at. And I seen Thomas Hearns also knock a guy down while going backwards. Check him out. Tommy Hearns throws, and he catches Tommy Hearns with a straight jab, and Tommy Hearns knocks him down while falling. Now, that is just tremendous power. That is crazy that's even possible for a guy moving up from, all the way from welterweight to move up weight classes and still carry this type of devastating punching power is extremely impressive in my opinion. I mean, it's hard for a smaller guy to knock a bigger guy out when he's set. This smaller guy, not only was he not set, but he was actually falling. So like I said, Tommy Hearns, I mean, it might not be by much, but I think he edges Julian Jackson out only because look at this guy. He's out cold, and that was just a half the power. Like I said, let's go back. Let's go through this again. His opponent strikes first blood with a stiff jab and knocks him off balance. And look at Tommy Hearns falling, and just catches him with a half shot, similar to the shot that Deontay Wilder caught Helenius with, falling backwards and still knocks him out. I mean, that's just truly impressive in my book. So out of the two, I think both of them are really, really devastating punchers, Julian Jackson and Tommy Hearns. But Julian Jackson only did it at 2 weight classes, and Tommy Hearns did it at several, bringing his power with him, moving through the divisions, and that's unheard of. A lot of people thought Manny Pacquiao was juicing because Manny Pacquiao was doing the very same thing that Thomas Hearns did, which was move up in weight, beat lineal guys, and carry his power with them. So in my book, Tommy Hearns is, if not the hardest puncher, one of the hardest punchers ever in history, pound for pound or whatever. You got to put Tommy Hearns on the list. Like Tommy Hearns is just that great of a puncher. He doesn't beat Julian Jackson by much, but the fact that he was able to do it at higher weight classes shows to me that he was more of a devastating puncher than Julian Jackson, even though both of them are devastating punchers with similar frames and builds, and both get leverage on their shot the same way. Both of them are extremely fast and depend on their wireness and their height to get leverage on their shots. They don't have to be set like a George Foreman or Mike Tyson. They're different types of punchers. But I think even though them being similar, I think Tommy Hearns is just more proven because of what he was able to do at different weight classes. Like if you look here, Tommy Hearns is fighting a cruiserweight. This is a cruiserweight now. Tommy Hearns fighting a cruiserweight and catches a cruiserweight on the chin and damn near puts his lights out. The fact that he was even able to do this type of stuff at cruiserweight, like I said, is extremely impressive, and it's unheard of. If Tommy Hearns could go in a time capsule and box today, they would accuse this man of taking steroids. I mean, they would accuse him of being on everything under the sun. They would think he would have that Jarrell Miller cocktail just because how hard he punched and He wasn't like a big muscular guy. Like he was just speedy. Like look here, he steers the guy off balance into the ropes, and then he gets set in front of the guy, probes, blinds him with the jab, and then bam, drops the right hand. And this is a cruiserweight, like I said. This is unheard of. A guy coming all the way from welterweight. I don't care what the name is. I mean, this guy is still a big, huge man. I mean, when Sugar Ray Leonard went up and fought Donnie Long, he was dropped by Donnie Long because size does make a difference when you jumping up all these weight classes. But this guy was such a devastating puncher that he was able to carry from welterweight all the way to cruiserweight. And like I said, that is impressive. And if he boxed today, he'd be getting tested out the wazoo, or either that or people would just accuse him of. Look at that power, man. That's crazy. It was like a marksman right on the chin, like Deontay Wilder said, like slicing a thin slice of cheese. Very accurate, very fast, and very precise. It started with the right hand to the body, and then he backs up, and the other guy falls in and tries to lunge in, and then he just puts the arm on him, steers him into the ropes. Get your ass into the ropes. Gets in front of him, gets set before he does. The guy goes to the high guard. Tommy Hearns probes with the jab, the measure him, and then bam, just drops the right hand. Subscribe to my channel if you're not already, and if you are, hit the like button. Remember, it costs you nothing. But anyways, the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing. Yeah, that's it, Jim. The ropes when he got hit with some beautiful shots back and forth. These in a row here. Most people don't know shit about boxing at all. Did you get what you was looking for?
Well, you've heard of the right way and the wrong way to do stuff in boxing, but this is an example of when you can make wrong right. And Lennox Lewis knew that Mike Tyson would be slipping to his left, and he created a pattern of predictability. So what did Lennox Lewis do? He started probing to get him to react and slip to his left and land a looping right hand. But they tell you normally don't throw looping right hands, to throw your right hand straight. Lennox Lewis made wrong right. Check it out.
Well, I was throwing my jab, and, it didn't seem like it could get away from my jab, so I was just, putting that probing jab out there and seeing which way he was going to duck, and he really was ducking to my right, so I threw a looping right hand and caught him straight on the chin and put him out.
Like I said, boxing is just like football. Everything is situational. Not all the time do you have to do everything textbook. But hit that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed. But if you are subscribed, go ahead and hit that like button. Remember, the like button costs you nothing. But anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing. Yeah, that's it, Jim. The ropes when he got hit with some beautiful shots back and forth. These in a row here. Most people don't know shit about boxing at all. Did you get what you was looking for?
So my job comes like this. I don't even go like that. Only on three. Because all like a jab. All you do is turn it over this way.
Yeah, you just switch your guard, right? So when do you use that? Like when what do you see? Like a high guard? Like if someone got their high guard up?
People are used to the jab, right? Yeah. They're used to seeing the jab like this. So I throw the jab and I mix it up there. So they block it, and then when they see this coming, they don't know what to do. They just get hit by it.
Right here, Devin Haney leaves an opening at the top. He leaves his left hand low and his right hand low, and it invites his opponent in. It's based off deception, so his opponent sees the opening and wants to take advantage of it, so he tries to creep his front foot in to get closer to let off the punches. What does Devin Haney do? Makes him pay for falling for the trap. He shoots the jab right through the opening of the guard from the downward position, and he doesn't see the punch come. This is from the view of the mouse that got caught in the trap. Look at his eyes. The moment Devin Haney invites him in, he immediately takes the bait. He thinks he's going to come in there and just throw combinations or hit him with punches, and he even tries to protect himself. If you notice here, Once he sees what he wants to see, the openings, he puts the high guard up, walks forward, and takes the cheese. In his head, he's only thinking offense. Devin Haney now has him thinking strictly offense. His hands aren't in a threatening position, so he doesn't even see the jab coming from the upper position. And I guarantee you at this moment, he abandoned all offensive thoughts. He only thought defense because he did not see the punch. It came from underneath, and he was only focused on offense. But anyways, the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing. Yeah, that's it, Jim. The rope got hit over the beautiful shot back and most people don't know shit about boxing at all. Did you get what you were looking for?
This is a game of inches. Notice how Inoue makes his Jason's jab fall just short enough, and then he locks his vision on Jason. He's been double jabbing him all fight, so when he locks in on him, he's waiting for that second jab. So what he does is he sit back because he's anticipating it, and then right here he starts his left hook out of Jason's field of view, and then he rolls with the jab. Notice the jab lands right here, and he rolls with the shot and then lands his hook on Jason. Like I said, game of split-second timing. Now, offensively, Inoue did a perfect move to bait Jason, but Jason made several mistakes. To the untrained eye, if you're looking at it, you just say, okay, Jason came in, got caught with a shot. Inoue has a ton of power, and you just kind of excuse it. But when you get surgical and you break it down to the atoms and you start splitting atoms, you'll see the mistakes that he made. I mean, luck does happen in boxing, but when you're able to duplicate the success, it's not luck, it becomes skill. It's something that a fighter is aware of that the fans might not be privy of. But I'm going to walk you through this knockout. Check this out. The first thing I noticed is that Inoue was able to time him because he telegraphed his jab. Look right here, his elbows flaring out. You know, the power was lost, and it's like telling the opponent, hey, I'm going to jab you again. That's why Inoue was able to time him so easy. And notice the hand placement of him. His right hand was protecting his chin from the hook, but he moved it to get momentum because he had his elbow flaring out and he didn't have any power on his jab, so he sold out for the power. And the last fundamental mistake he made was closing his eyes. You can't brace for a punch if you can't see the punch, especially against a fast, snappy guy like Inoue. That's suicide for him to close his eyes against the opponent. But these are basic things that could be corrected in the gym. You're not going to get in the fight and all of a sudden correct the things or the mistakes that you're making in the gym. That's why you need a teacher. So smash that subscribe button. If you're already subscribed, hit the like button. But anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out. The first thing I noticed about FA is his feet are spread too far apart and he doesn't keep them under his shoulders. And for that reason, all you have to do is stay outside his jab like Sanchez did and make him stretch. He can only attack in linear lines. He cannot attack in curved lines. And look, he just comes in when he wants to fight, catches him while he's jabbing and stretched out and off balance, and knocks him off balance. And then stay outside the jabs, stay at the edge, make him stretch, and then he falls short with the jab. And if FA's jab can't land, how could he possibly land the 1-2, which is his favorite punch? Like a lot of people saying, he's the wish version of Deontay Wilder. Even when he tries to land the right hand to the body, look, Sanchez just pivots to the side, takes a step back, and the punch doesn't even come out because he knows he won't land it because he's stretched. Like I said, he has bad fundamentals and poor mechanics, and he hasn't looked the same since Ronnie Shield left him. And I think that Shaw could mimic that because I've seen Shaw in another fight stay at the edge of another guy's jab and just control the range. Right, you see right there, he carried the jab. Look at Frank Sanchez up top and look at him at the bottom. So he definitely could duplicate the same game plan of staying outside the jab, controlling the range, making the jab and the right hand fall short, taking away FA's best weapons and making him put his hands in his pocket, which is what Frank Sanchez did. That's why Frank Sanchez was able to land that bomb over the top of FA because he just stayed out of range, made him attack in a straight line like that. See, out of range, nowhere to be found. Made him attack in straight lines and just gave him angles the entire night. And FA never picked up to it. He just kept doing the exact same thing all night, throwing the jab the same speed, not to mention he's very, very slow. So I think that Shaw could do the same thing. Look right here, they both throw body shots. Both of it is blocked and parried, except that Frank Sanchez pivots and lands a left hook up top, and Shaw does it. But of course, this was a Shaw that was heavier than he is now. So with lighter feet, he should be able to duplicate this exact same game plan. So in other words, angles is the way you beat FA. Stay outside the jab, make them stretch, and just give them angles. Just pivot to your left. A lot of people talked about Frank Sanchez dropping him, but they didn't realize it was because of FA's poor footwork. If you look at here, he gives them angles, forcing FA to pick up his feet and move. And Sanchez just beats him to the spot and lets his bomb go and catches him with the right hand. That was basically the entire game plan for the fight. So Saul does possess the ability to beat him, but can he perform? And that showed me right there when he turned and broke eye contact. Then he made eye contact again, and then he broke it again right there. Showed me that he won't be able to perform this task. Even though he possesses the ability to do it, he'll be struck by fear, paralyzed by fear. Look, right there. Look down again. FA just gave him the side eye and he looked down. He already lost the fight, in my opinion. So even though he's the last-minute replacement opponent, which is always dangerous, and the fact that he possesses a style, I just don't think he'll perform the task that he needs to perform because a lot of this game is mental. Notice right here, look. FA put his elbow ahead of him and he backs up and accepts it. So that lets me know he's impressionable. And that the fact that he's never went 10 rounds with a fighter of this caliber lets me know that he won't perform. But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out.
I was simply trying to say, the champ, he's never lost as a professional, right?
Yeah, newsflash. Yeah, what gave it away? His record?
But he's lost as an amateur, right?
So what? Yeah, so what? He was BFD.
So, who beat him?
Who cares? He was an amateur.
Amateurs don't count.
Are you high? Are you on something? Hey, shut the fuck up. Don't you realize what she's saying?
Although I think this will be a very exciting fight, that's one of the things I just had to point out, that, Carissa Shields has never been beat as a pro, and they use the exact same strategy. As a matter of fact, they've been building this fight for probably 3 years. They got the one person that beat her as an amateur, and that's what Samuel L. Jackson did in The Great White Hype. Now, whether this fight will live up to the fans' expectations will yet to be seen. We'll know at the end. But basically, in my opinion, I think the fight will be exactly like the amateur fight. Both fighters have got extremely better, but the pace and the rhythm will still be the same. Carissa Shields will be coming forward, trying to counter off Savannah Marshall's jab, finding entry points. The only slight difference is Carissa Shields has a lot more patience and better timing, but she still makes the same mistake that she made as an amateur, is pulling straight back from punches, and she can be caught by Marshall the exact same way she was caught as an amateur, pulling out from punches by the exact same person. Another thing that might give her trouble is when Marshall switches to Southpaw. In this fight up at the top, when the girl switched to Southpaw, Carissa Shields seemed kind of confused and she got caught with a straight left, and Marshall did that to her opponent on the bottom. I think the most important factor is that Carissa Shields has only been down once in her career, and it's been by an uppercut. The girl threw an uppercut and a left hook and knocked Carissa Shields down. One of the only times that we've seen her knocked down in her career was from an uppercut that she didn't see. She was coming in with the high guard, and the girl just threw a lead uppercut and a left hook and knocked her down. Well, what does Savannah Marshall do? Her best punch, the uppercut. And it's the uppercut. She knows how to hide it to where you don't see it. That girl never reacted to the uppercut because she didn't see it. Savannah Marshall is a master at hiding the uppercut and disguising it. And this is how she does it. She baits you. She doesn't fully commit on her jab. She just probes with it. She'll just tap and throw it at the high guard. Throw, tap, throw it at the high guard, try to get you to come in. Then she'll probe, just stick it out there, give a little head movement. And while she's probing, moving her head and giving different looks, and you think that no offense is coming your way and you're safe, bam, there goes the uppercut. She drops it when you try to attack her head, land on the right side. So not only does she have bombs, but she has the delivery system to get the bomb to the target, and that is very dangerous. You never want to give punchers confidence. And she didn't have any knockouts in the amateurs, but now she's knocking people out, and she has confidence, and she knows how to land her bombs, and she's a big girl. Like I said, look, this is her trick. She'll throw the jab, step back, lay on the right side, get you to reach for her head on the right side, and bam, there goes the uppercut. She's knocked plenty of people out with this same trick. And if Carissa Shields does not take her serious, she will be knocked down with this punch. But Hannah Gabriel's knocked Carissa down in the same manner, and John David Jackson basically gave her the same game plan that she should do in this fight, but she just didn't listen. Check it out.
Use those things, okay? She's trying to sucker you in. She can't bounce. Put that jab downstairs and upstairs. Don't look for that long right hand. That thing with that short right hand we talked about. Okay?
The same thing that makes Carissa Shields the greatest women's fighter of all time is the same thing that sometimes cripples her in fights, and she doesn't listen. She has a great teacher in John David Jackson, but at times she won't listen to him. Like right here, he goes to the corner and tries to give her instructions. He says, give me water. Now, to the untrained eyes, no big deal, right? But to people who know what they're looking at, she's coming off of a knockdown in the round before, and instead of leaning on her corner, she don't really lean on her corner. You know, she tells him what to do. You know, give me water. So the life event that happened to her gave her a lot of strength, but at times it could be her Achilles heel because she doesn't have that trust for a male figure, because understandably, but you know, in the corner, you have to be able to rely and trust your corner. And because she has that stigma, it makes fights that should be easy for her very difficult at times.
Being like grown men in general, like you're over the age of 16, I only want you looking at me, talking to me. You know, so growing up and having just that attitude towards men and that attitude toward myself as like...
You said before the fight that you were working on being more composed in the ring after speaking to fight, picking your shots, not rushing. You seem to do that all the way through the fight. I noticed a change in you for this round. You're very calm. When you look back, do you look back and think, you know what, that was a really good performance?
It was a great performance, but it was sometimes that I run. Like I would hurt her and then my hands would just start flying at 100 miles per hour. I'm like, no, I wanted to be more settled down, but it's something in here that me and my coaches are working on. We're working on it. To be more composed. It's like I love fighting so much. I love boxing so much. So when I hurt her, it was like hurt her again, and I just come throwing punches on punches, and it was like, no, settle down and fire the shots. But it's the first time that I actually realized that in my fights, and that my coach pointed out, and he said.
Now that you heard the negative, here's the positive and Carissa Shields' greatest asset.
I think all that kind of prepared me to be this person that I am. Just to have that mental strength and have that, just to have that mind to not panic. It's not really many situations that I panic in. Like you never see me like just, oh, I don't know what to do, or we don't. It's always like, okay, something's happening, be calm, figure out what to do. Like I don't really get like frantic. I don't know why, and I think it's weird sometimes because it's like, dude, have some emotion, but then it's like, no, I'd rather not.
Her experiences also taught her how to rely on herself and think and talk to herself during the fight and think going down the stretch, and that's another key quality that's going to be a factor in this fight. Check it out.
It was kind of like giving myself kind of how I was able to come up that third round and actually like just dominate, because in the first round when she took me down, I got back up. So that was a mental note for me, like, okay, you know how to get back up. And then also being on the ground, like she was really just trying to hold me down. She didn't want me to get up. So it wasn't like she was holding me down and causing any damage. So then again, that's another mental note, like, okay, you're not even getting hurt. Just keep figuring out how you can get up. And she was a very experienced brown belt, so I wasn't really too hard on myself when I got up and when I fell back on the ground trying to punch her when she was on the ground and ended up back on the bottom. Just like some learning curves. But then second round came and she tried to ground and pound me. I landed more shots from the bottom than she did from the top. And I could just feel like her wavering, but it was like she knew that all she had to do was, hold me on the ground. So third round, when I went out there, I was like, you know what? This first 10 minutes of this fight has been, I had got a little ground and pound in the end of the second round, but it was like this fight has been mainly on the ground. I'm like, Clarissa, if you're going to win this fight, go out there and hit her with your right hand, knock her brain loose, and don't get taken down, and knock this girl out and win. And that was my only goal for the third round, was to land my right hand, which is very powerful, very fast. Sprawl. I did that. And then once I sprawled, I'm like, I'm just going to hold her here and keep punching her until she just quit. And I was able to do that. And my coaches knew.
With that being said, this is going to be a very exciting fight. Look to see a lot of rapid punching during this fight and a lot of use of the shoulders and the forearms, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to be a very rough and rugged fight. They're going to be pushing off. It's going to be a lot of inside fighting. The referee's going to earn his check that night. But I think based off of what I've seen, Clarissa Shields and her trainer's trust grow with every fight, and she's starting to listen more.
Take your time and just pick your shots.
He told her to pick her shots and take her time, and that's exactly what she does. She holds the jab out right here, pushes her back, stiff arms her, and then throws a right hand to the shoulder. Then right here, she throws a jab and then a right hand to the body. Then she angles off and then does it again and knocks her all the way across the ring with that shot. And then she varies it off again, picking her shots again, jabs, right hand to the shoulder, picking her shots very carefully and placing her punches. And then right there, she just throws a lead right hand and it barely misses. I expect Clarissa Shields to stay at home, stay balanced, and double jab her way in. And I think that will be an effective strategy not to get caught with the uppercut. Fun fact, Buster Douglas had a good uppercut and beat Tyson with it. But Georgie Benton, who was in Holyfield's corner, also trained John David Jackson. So I expect them to come in and be leery of the uppercut, just like how Holyfield was against Buster Douglas. And I think that Clarissa Shields will jab and stay home like that and parry the shots. And I think that when Savannah Marshall tries to set up that big uppercut leaning to the right, just like Douglas, she'll back out and try to counter that with the right hand. I think that's going to be the key in this fight for Clarissa Shields, is going to be countering that shot and staying home and keeping balance and keeping her base. But with all things being fair, I think Clarissa Shields should win the fight. But if Clarissa Shields thinks that she was robbed in the amateur fight, why would she go back and create certain situations where she could be robbed again? But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out.
I put everything on the line to win that fight. The only thing that wasn't in my favor was the judges. That was it.
Now use the jab, Tank.
He's telling Tank to use his jab. But when Tank uses his jab, he gets him out of position. So Tank comes in right here and listens to Floyd Mayweather. So he comes in and he feints. He gets this guy to give up range and space and create distance, right? Looking him to the body, and then he bounces back. And now he's going to take a hard step right here, right? He steps back and then bounces in real fast and then feints, kind of like a Manny Pacquiao move, right? And then he shoots the jab. But look where he is. Look where he is. He smothers his attack, right? He smothers his right here. Look, Tank goes in and jabs, and the guy stays outside of his jab and controls range. Tank is either too far out because he has short reach, or he smothers the attack because he overcompensates. So, but when Tank hones down and gets to his true identity, which is counterpunching and sitting back and waiting for the counterpunch windows, that's whenever he gets the knockout. So Tank sets the trap, puts his weight on his back foot, gets the guy to reach and commit all the way with the jab. So now he's locked in and fully committed, and then Tank just simply throws the uppercut and ends up knocking him down, and that's all she wrote. So we all know Benavidez's signature move, right? Pull the guard down, land the shot over the top, right? Not a secret. A lot of fighters do this and mimic this in boxing, right? Senior teaches this to all his fighters, Benavidez Senior. But the most successful person with this is, of course, Benavidez Jr. because he has such long arms and he's so strong. He's able to effectively do this to any strength level of an opponent. Morrell is not a weak guy. Morrell's actually a really strong guy. And to the point where people thought he was on steroids, and he pulled his guard down, then the shot over it, and fairly beat Morrell. I mean, kind of easy, to be all the way honest with you. But nobody talks about this. This is what makes me the best commentary on YouTube, period. So what Virgil does is he sticks his lead hand out and over the top of the guy's guard, like he's going to pull it down, right? And the guy feels it. He immediately takes his hand and shields up top to block the hook. And what does Virgil do? He shoots to the body. So he gives the ultimate fake out. He makes it appear that he's going to do something up top like Benavidez and other fighters, and then send something low. Listen, I don't know how many times I got to say this. If you're not subscribed to my channel yet, man, you are clearly hate watching or just don't want to admit that there's somebody out there that knows more boxing than you. But like I said, we don't only talk about boxing on my page. Come on over, join the conversation, get that fear out your heart, boy. But yeah, man. Anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out. The signature move for Benavidez Sr. and all of his fighters is to pull the guard down, land shots over the top of the guard, right? Not a secret. No, everybody knows this. All of his fighters fight this way. But in this fight, because Morrell is aware of this, Benavidez holds his guard above it, insinuating that he's going to pull the guard down and land a shot over it. but instead he uses it to pin his forehead and hold him into place. Now he throws a left hook to knock his left hand out of place and make room for the uppercut. It was beautiful. It was like poetry in motion. Look, he throws the left hook and then runs him into the uppercut. Now that he's landed his punches, he's going to use his long arms with his left hand to push off. Then he rolls his right shoulder to roll the return fire. But listen to Benavidez break it down.
And the body. I know you guys seen that uppercut. Did you see how I set it up? I punched his left hand out the way and then fucking put that uppercut in there. That shit was pretty sweet. I also want to... Again, man, why haven't you subscribed? The barcode is right here. You got the best boxing commentary. I don't only do boxing. I do current events, Joe Rogan type style lives. Man, make sure you subscribe to the channel, man, and join your boy. Ain't nobody on YouTube doing it like this. But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out. I don't want to hear nothing about this fucking A-side shit. Floyd Mayweather takes a knee in this fight. Referee separates him, and there's nobody is bigger than Floyd Mayweather, right? Mr. Pay-Per-View, all this stuff. Even when he turns his back, he allows his opponent to get an extra shot in there because you cannot turn your back to your opponent. It is considered a sign of submission. And the referee's discretion, he's supposed to stop the fight and give a stalemate or give the fighter a DQ. And in this situation, he gave Floyd a count, which is the right call. Floyd Mayweather was aware of the rules of boxing, being an A-side, B-side, whatever he was, and he didn't complain to the referee. He accepted the call. When Tank got his call, his timeout that he called during the fight, he argued with the referee. Something there, right? And then right here, look, Daniel Dubois gets hit with the jab in his left eye. He goes to white, almost like a defense mechanism. And Daniel Dubois goes to white because it really hurts. Never felt it before, takes a knee. Now, he broke his orbital bone. I don't know if Tank broke his orbital bone, but he definitely got hit in the left eye in the same fashion. Look, right here, my Broach, he parries the jab with his right hand, but he parries it into his left thigh. See right there? And then Tank got hit with it, and Tank goes to white in the same fashion that Daniel Dubois did. But Lamont does the smart thing and hits him a fucking again. Ain't no timeouts in boxing. Hits him in the face again. And when he hits Tank in the face again, Tank takes a step back, looks to the referee for help, right? Floyd Mayweather didn't even do that. But he looks to the referee for help. And then Lamont goes on the attack again, and he takes a knee because he doesn't want to face that. And then right here, Lamont Roach relaxes because he sees that it's a submission, right? He relaxes. He could have hit him with an extra punch like Floyd got hit with. And then there's this whole debacle with Steve in the corner. He starts his count, right? Instead of telling Tank, like, what the hell are you doing? He's allowing Tank to take a timeout real time in the fight. Steve just blew the call. He's not having a big year. Not to mention that the fact that Tank called a timeout, he never addressed it. He kind of plea bargained to him about what's going to happen and what it looks like. And Tank's like, oh, yeah. And he's like, oh, yeah, understood. Which doesn't make any sense. But like I said, on the Carissa Shields card, you remember this fight, this weird fight with Moore, this heavyweight title fight. And it was points taken, and it was a whole bunch of just, crazy melee going on in the ring. But one thing I noticed in this fight is that Steve goes to start his count whenever they get outside the ring, right? See, he started his count to have 20 seconds to get back in. And he's making the right call, right? He's making the right call. But in this fight, right? In this fight, you can't touch them. See, that's why nobody outside the ring can touch them, right? And he's still letting them verbally know that, hey, I'm up at this count, I'm up at that count. And then he just disqualifies. He disqualifies him. I don't know why. He was making the right call. The right guy got in the ring at the end, but he disqualified him. He second guessed himself. But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out. Notice that Tank deflects his punch into his eye. See, right there with his right hand, deflects it into his eye, his left eye, right? And he immediately wipes his eye after that because, it's damaged. He's never experienced that before, And he had commenced the jab Tank again. And this time he hits Tank while he's wiping his eye. Tank takes a step back, bounces, looks to the referee, right, for help. But there's nothing done wrong. It's a punch, right? So he takes a knee. He takes a knee because, like I said, he was looking for the referee to do something. But notice Lamont Roach relax. See, he don't punch him because he took the knee. He's waiting for the countdown. He's thinking the same thing we're thinking. Knockdown. Tank runs to the corner, right? Doesn't say anything to the referee, just runs to the corner and takes the break because the referee will not give him the break that he's looking for. And then the referee starts his count. Referee starts his count immediately. Tank looks back at the referee, then looks at his corner. He's instructing his corner to come up on the ring apron, and then they touch him, make contact with him, and wipe his face. Then the referee goes up to him, hey, what's going on? What's going on here? And Tank is alerting him of what's going on, telling him, yeah, man, I had something in my eyes. And then the referee's like, okay, Tank, well, it looks like you took a knee and you were quitting. Next time you do that, I'm gonna start the count. Okay, let's commence the fight. And it's like, what the fuck?
He took a knee midway through this fight. It was not ruled a knockdown. What happened?
I just got my hair done 2 days ago, and she put grease in my. So the is like, you know, like when you sweating and things like that, and the grease come in my face, it burnt my eyes. Type. Damn, why y'all bored? Like I'm saying, bored. Like this is real facts. Come on, man. Look at my hair. I just got my done. But it's all cool, man. You know how I get. They love you and then they hate you. Turn around and love you again. You know what I mean?
When Tank leans forward in the high guard, the right hook uppercut is coming. It's just a habit of his. See right here, he throws the right hook, gets Frank Martin defensive, leaning back with his weight on his back heels, and the lane for the uppercut is perfect. It's right there, right? But you can't do the same thing with everybody, and it's not going to work with everybody, especially somebody that's been studying film. He immediately, when Tank leans forward, changes defensive position. And because he knows the uppercut's coming, he tries to throw an uppercut at the exact same time that Tank is throwing an uppercut. So he changes positioning so he's not in the path of the uppercut, and then he throws an uppercut at the same time as Tank, and then rolls Tank's uppercut. Tank even throws the finishing straight left hand like he did it with Frank Martin, thinking that it's going to be enough. But this ain't Frank. He stands his ground and doesn't give up a lot. See right there, he probes. He keeps controlling range. Right here, he probes, starts the right hand, knows it's not going to reach, takes extra steps to get close, throws a short left hook, and then Tank counters with the left hook to the body. He blocks that left hook and then returns the left hook to the head. That pretty much sums up the entire fight. He forced Tank to give up ground the entire fight. And even when Tank tried to come in aggressively, like right there, Tank changes levels, tries to come in and throw a straight left, and he hits him because he misjudged it. But whenever he got hit, he takes that same hand that he misjudged with and throws a right hand while Tank is coming forward off balance, and that shot does a hell of a lot of damage. Tank is completely dazed right here. And that pretty much sums up the entire fight. He did not give up ground. He took risks and beat Tank's ass. But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out. I don't want to hear nothing about this fucking A-side shit. Floyd Mayweather takes a knee in this fight. Referee separates him. And there's nobody is bigger than Floyd Mayweather, right? Mr. Pay-Per-View, all this stuff. Even when he turns his back, he allows his opponent to get an extra shot in there because you cannot turn your back to your opponent. It is considered a sign of submission. And the referee's discretion, he's supposed to stop the fight and give a stalemate or give the fighter a DQ. And in this situation, he gave Floyd a count, which is the right call. Floyd Mayweather was aware of the rules of boxing, being an A-side, B-side, whatever he was, and he didn't complain to the referee. He accepted the call. When Tank got his call, his timeout that he called during the fight, he argued with the referee. Something there, right? And then right here, look, Daniel Boss gets hit with the jab in his left eye. He goes to white, almost like a defense mechanism. And Daniel Boss goes to white because it really hurts. Never felt it before, takes a knee. Now, he broke his orbital bone. I don't know if Tank broke his orbital bone, but he definitely got hit in the left eye in the same fashion. Look, right here, Demont Broach, he parries the jab with his right hand, but he parries it into his left thigh. See right there? And then Tank got hit with it, and Tank goes to white in the same fashion that Daniel Boss did. But Lamont does the smart thing and hits him a fucking again. You know, ain't no timeouts in boxing. Hits him in the face again. And when he hits Tank in the face again, Tank takes a step back, looks to the referee for help, right? Floyd Mayweather didn't even do that. But he looks to the referee for help. And then Lamont goes on the attack again, and he takes a knee because he doesn't want to face that. And then right here, Lamont Roach relaxes because he sees that it's a submission, right? He relaxes. He could have hit him with an extra punch like Floyd got hit with. And then there's this whole debacle with Steve in the corner. He starts his count, right? Instead of telling Tank, like, what the hell are you doing? He's allowing Tank to take a timeout real time in the fight. Steve just blew the call. He's not having a big year. Like, not to mention that the fact that Tank called a timeout, he never addressed it. He kind of plea bargained to him about what's going to happen and what it looks like. And Tank's like, oh, yeah. And he's like, oh, yeah, understood. Which doesn't make any sense. But like I said, on the Carissa Shields card, you remember this fight, this weird fight with Moore, this heavyweight title fight. And it was points taken, and it was a whole bunch of just, you know, crazy melee going on in the ring. But one thing I noticed in this fight is that Steve goes to start his count whenever they get outside the ring, right? See, he started his count to have 20 seconds to get back in, and he's making the right call, right? He's making the right call. But in this fight, right? In this fight, you can't touch them. See, that's why nobody outside the ring can touch them, right? And he's still letting them verbally know that, hey, I'm up at this count, I'm up at that count. And then he just disqualifies. He disqualifies him. I don't know why. He was making the right call. The right guy got in the ring at the end, but he disqualified him. He second guessed himself. But anyway, it's the Box Scholar, and I'm out.
Yeah, man, it's just like friends that won't stop. Like, I ain't even gonna lie, I'm tired of watching that. Tired of watching that. Tired of watching that. Tired of watching that. Tired of watching that.
There goes Rolly with the sinister smile. Rolly, everybody talk about him eating crayons and all this stuff. Rolly was the smartest person in the room at all times. He let Ryan and Dev focus on each other, and then all the time he was focusing on studying the video and reduplicating what he did in sparring. Genius move. And he just reduplicated what he did as an amateur. Right here, Ryan Garcia opens up with the left hook. Rolly counters with the jab, and he leans back awkwardly as he counters, and he hurts Ryan because Ryan has to come forward and run it straight into the jab, and he hurts him with that punch. So he understood the tendencies of and was able to reduplicate some things that happened in sparring, and that's why he was tired of watching it. But nobody picked up on that. Nobody picked up on that. They was so sure that Ryan Garcia was going to walk up. Now watching this sequence, Ryan Garcia tries to throw an uppercut. Rolly counters with the hook, and then right hand, and then what he's going to go into? Double hook. Hit him again, and then hit him again with the hook. The double hook. So he countered with the jab, and then also countered with a double hook. The same thing that he did in their fight. Right here, Ryan Garcia goes to jab. Rolly's a professional now, so this time he catches the hook with his right hand, uses his forearm and his strength to push Ryan Garcia off, right? Push him back, got his momentum going back. Ryan Garcia thinks that it's going to be a jab, so he goes to catch the jab, and then Rolly just, bam, lands the left hook. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Ryan Garcia has a tendency that he's did his entire career of reaching for punches, and Rolly's game plan was to take advantage of that. Interestingly enough, this game plan worked to the T, and Rolly had an injury. That is the craziest thing in the world. But Luke Campbell, same thing. Ryan Garcia reaches for the punch. Luke Campbell lands a shot. He has a tendency of reaching for punches. Always, when he gets his weight up on that back foot and his momentum is going backwards, he's so used to being a taller guy that he slides back and he reaches for the punches to try to block them. He was dropped in a Luke Campbell fight, and interestingly enough, like I said, this is something that's happened to him his entire career. Luke Campbell's not known to be no puncher, but guess what? Ryan Garcia was looking up to the ceiling and had to get up off his backside, right? But guess who else did it? Guess who else? The guy who y'all said had the wrong game plan. Right here, Ryan touches with his jab. Devin Haney just slips, comes up, and catches him with the left hook. Catches him with the left hook. Knocks Ryan Garcia off balance. What does Ryan Garcia do? Hit his gloves together. Hit his gloves, bangs his gloves together. Look, Ryan Garcia right here gets hit, reaching for the punch like he always does. And Devin Haney catches him with a good shot. And I already know what y'all gonna say. Well, Devin Haney's not a puncher. Well, neither is Luke Campbell, but he still put Ryan Garcia on his backside because it was a flaw that he has where he reaches for punches and his momentum's going back, so he don't even have his legs anchored to take the shot. And to add insult to injury, this video came out. Bro, we crying? So y'all made fun of Devin Haney for issuing a lawsuit, and Ryan Garcia was not able to take steroids in this fight and got beat by a guy who everybody says is slow and trash boxer, got outboxed by this guy, and his response is to cry. To cry. This just shows me furthermore that he took steroids in the fight. He could not handle this pressure right here. He quit against Tank. He didn't want to experience this right here. He foreseen this, crying after a loss, and it hurt to him. So he did not want to lose again. So instead, it was easier to take Ostarine, blame Scooter and everybody else, including Devin Haney. And Devin Haney To all these people who all of a sudden know boxing, who say Devin Haney's strategy was wrong, that he shouldn't have went in there and try to knock Ryan out. He caught Ryan with the same punch that Rolly caught him with, that Luke Campbell caught him with, and he should have put him on his butt. But instead, he hits his gloves together and tell him, give him some more. Give him some more. To all, like I said, all these experts on Ostarine, it was a nanogram of a ant's penis. It wasn't enough to make a condom for an ant, and all this old crazy stuff that y'all was coming up with. Listen, Exhibit A, Exhibit B. He did not look the same when he was off of Ostarine. The same way Margarito didn't look the same when he didn't have bricks in his gloves. You know, it's the obvious is there. He cheated. Simple as that. And Devin Haney's game plan, like I said, to all the experts out there who talking about it was the wrong game plan, that's because you're speaking in hindsight. If Devin Haney had put Ryan on his seat, like Luke Campbell did and like Rolly did, well, then everybody would be saying how genius it was. But Devin Haney could not factor in that his opponent would be on Ostarine. That's why he had power in the late rounds, and that's why he was able to take that shot. And Ryan Garcia took steroids because he did not want to be in that vulnerable situation where he's boo-hooing and crying tears because losing hurt, and he quit in the tank fight, and he did not want to recreate that. But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out.
Stanionis likes to bring his jab hand up before he throws it. And before he throws it, he gives a little tail, right? So look, he brings it up, and then he shoots the jab, right? But his power jab is really effective. It might be one of the best jabs in the game whenever it lands, because it's like most people's right hand. But every time he throws it, he moves to his left. And because he's throwing a power jab and puts so much into that jab, his right foot is crucial. And he's trying to create angles, so he moves that right foot. And right there, he gets knocked out of position because it wastes tenths of seconds. So see, right there, he moves to his left, try to create an angle, and then he moves that back leg back to shoot off of it. Now, his opponent picked up on this during the fight. The first exchange that I noticed that he picked up on it is right here. You see Stanionis stretched out, you know, and he just catches Stanionis' jab and delivers a jab of his own, you know, and then he started to throw to where Stanionis was going to be. Right here, he throws to his right, which is Stanionis' left, and catches Stanionis as he's pivoting. Then he throws again. He started doubling and tripling up on the jab because he knew where he was going to be. He started throwing it to where Stanionis was going to be, and he knocked him off balance. He even started getting creative with it, throwing to Stanionis' lead hand, knocking him off balance where he's going to be ahead of him. Just a little minor adjustment, and he just built off of it and got creative. Look, those where he's going to be again, knocks him off balance. Just little subtle things that he did in the fight to why this was a difficult fight for Stanionis. Then he starts to get creative. Look, jab one, jab two, right? To the guard, and then jab three to his lead hand. Stanionis tries to catch it, and then he's just able to infiltrate his guard and mess up his base and manipulate him, push him off balance and land the right hook because he's so predictable and throws everything at the same speed. Look right there, ducks up under the jab. Look how open Stanionis is for counterplay. He just falls forward because he puts everything into that jab. Luckily for Stanionis, his opponent meets him with the shoulder, knocks the breath out of him. But look here again, throws it to his lead hand. Know where Stanionis is going to be pivoting and just leaves it out there, probes with it and doubles it again because he knows where Stanionis is going to be. Like I said, he took away Stanionis' jab just by that little thing alone, pushing him back. See, off balance, got his weight on his heels, probing with the jab, leaving it out there. He just got really, really creative with it and comfortable with it because he throws at the exact same speed. He was able to land other offense off of it, like jabs to the body, different variations of his offense, because the one thing, look, touch him on the lead hand, he will not throw it, manipulate it, push it back, just little things he was doing. Like I said, he was able to build up off of something that he noticed. And I think he noticed this in real time instead of noticing it on film. And he was able to, look, push Stanionis back. Stanionis trying to get ground, just leaves it out there, pushes it back, and is able to throw hooks off of it. His opponent got so creative and so smart instinctively that he switches to the southpaw's position. Most fighters do this whenever they're hurt, but he did it strategically to take away this guy's jab and to force him to move in a direction that he wasn't comfortable. And look, from then on, he kept backing him up with the jab. And this little adjustment forces Stanionis to be confused and put his hands in his pocket. Right there, he doesn't know what to do. He has his weight on his heels, and he's just getting backed up and controlled by the southpaw jab. Again, taking away Stanionis' best dimension, and he looked like a basic fighter. He's even throwing lead straight left hands to keep him at range and out of range to where Stanionis can land. Right there, Stanionis catches him with a little jab, but it's going backwards. It's not the power jab he's using there. Because he has a time at a Stanionis jab, He just throws the right jab at the same time. Stanionis falls short in his lands because he has the timing, and now he's further back because of the southpaw position. Then he just stays out there, probes with it, and then Stanionis tries to throw another power jab extended, but it does not reach because he's now in the southpaw position. Now that he's in the southpaw position, the right hand is right there. Just push it out there, take away that desired angle, force him back to his right. And then he was just smart with it. He threw right hooks to force him to the direction he wanted to, then straight left hands to force him back the other way. And Stanionis would always counter 100% of the time with the right hand. He would dip down and throw the right hand over the top. Sometimes it landed, sometimes it didn't. In this case, it didn't. But right here, because he lunges with the jab, he's able to get countered by the right hook from the southpaw position. And at times he was able to slide in and throw body shots and knock him off balance too as well. And winning the nose exchanges right here, the jab flows over the top, and then he just hits him with body shots because he puts so much into that jab, he doesn't think about his defense. Now, of course, he tried to counter by stabbing him to the shoulder and see if that would keep him off of him, but it didn't. And then there goes the lead right hand that Stanionis started to use because his jab was now taken away. And look, he pivots to the angle that Stanionis likes to pivot to and throws a straight left hand, beats him there, and then Stanionis doesn't throw. He doesn't throw because he has to get his feet set because he wants to be comfortable when he throws that jab. They look, right hook, bam, to move him in the direction that you want to move him. Stanionis tries to answer back, slaps with the left hook, and then with the right hook, and they end up fighting in a circle because he now knows, see, probes and throws it where's he going to be. He tries to beat Stanionis to that angle. And all night, it was a battle of the ankles. And he, like I said, he would throw hooks to move him and maneuver him. And it looked for a second that they were like fighting in a circle because they literally were, because he was aware of this. And the entire time that he was southpaw, Stanionis would just counter with the right hand because his jab was taken away. See, he would duck up under the jab and then try to come over the top with the right hand. He would arch it just a little bit, but that was it. And sometimes it would land. Other times it would be deflected and countered with the right hook. Bam. Then throw the straight left hand, get him out of that direction and move in the other direction, followed by the right hand to get him where you need him, and then pull out of range and then counter with the jab. It's just simple stuff. Then right here, he actually lands the jab, but he gives up so much, he's not in position to throw any other punch. He has to reset his feet and then try to throw another jab. And then he throws the straight left hand to get him out of position because he knows he has to set his feet. Then he sets his feet and throws, and he just pulls out of range. And his counter punch opportunities there for him, but he just doesn't take advantage. He takes that exchange and that miss to rest. But in this exchange, not so friendly. Right there, he catches him lunging in and catches him with the right hook and dazes him. And that's what will happen in the fight. Boots will sit back, you know what I mean? Because and time Stanionis' jab, catch it with his right hand, and land uppercuts like he did against Sean Porter. You know, this style is tailor-made for Boots. Right here, Boots throws a straight left, overextends, and then Sean Porter throws the jab, hello, and then he gets countered with the right hook. Boots will just lay back, set trips all night, and catch him with the right hook and the uppercut. This will be an easy stylistical fight for Boots. The only reason I don't pick Boots by stoppage is because I think Boots might be dead at 147 as far as the weight goes. I don't see the same snap in his shots. I think he's been at that weight too long and been butchering himself to lose the weight. He said it's the first time he worked with a nutritionist, et cetera, but I don't think Boots could stop him. I think he might knock him down a couple times, but I don't think Boots could stop him. But the option is there because the counter punch window will be open. Boots' style and pace that he sets for the fight will be there. He'll be able to sit back in the pocket and just land clean, effective punches. So for that reason, Boots will win the fight. He'll either win by decision or he'll win by knockout. I'm leaning more towards decision, like I said, because I think Stanionis is real tough. He'll get up from getting knocked down and finish the fight, but it's going to be a tough night for Stanionis stylistically. And for that reason, Boots definitely will win the fight stylistically. It's tailor-made for him. Even if he's dead at the weight, he still can do enough to land clean, effective shots. And that's part of the criteria for scoring. So Boots will win. But if you're on TikTok and you're watching this video, come hang out with us. We will be doing a live on YouTube. There's the barcode. But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out. Carissa Shields and her trainer noticed that her opponent likes to drop her jab before she throws it. And then when she throws it, she brings it back low. So there will be an opening there. But not only does she do that, but she spreads her legs far apart and brings her height down to her opponent's height.
So she creates more opportunities by bringing her height down to Carissa. Her and Carissa Shields are the same height right here. And look, there she goes, sticking the jab out and then bringing it back low, where the opening would be for Carissa Shields. So her and her trainer prepared to throw the left hook and jab at the same time over the top of it, because there would be an opening there. And while it wasn't successful 100% of the time, it was successful a lot. A lot of times it wasn't successful was because of positioning. Like right here, Carissa Shields gets her foot on the outside of hers, double jabs, and then lands the right hand to the chin. And it lands flush. And the reason that it got started is because she arcs that left hook over the opening that is presented by her opponent by bringing her height down and then carrying the jab hand low. But see here, right here, she got big feet because she's a big girl. She steps on Carissa Shields' feet, so Carissa's not able to take that step that she needs, and the jab falls short. The jab combination between the jab and the hook falls short, and Carissa Shields ends up swiping at net, and she tries to come back with the counter, but Carissa Shields blocks it with her right hand. So a lot of times it wasn't successful is because she was stepping on Carissa Shields' feet because she has big feet, and Carissa Shields had to work so hard to get that advantage. This exchange is pretty interesting because she gets outside foot dominance, Carissa Shields, and she knows the hook's coming, so she hooks at Carissa Shields and makes her give up ground, and then throws a lunging left hand. So Shields makes an adjustment to her adjustment. So what does Shields do? She reaches out, catches the jab, right, gets the timing of it, and then she feints that punch to try to draw her hook out again. Very smart thing. It's very, very intricate. Like I said, adjustments to her adjustments. See, she catches it and then she feints right there to get a reaction out of her, and she got her to react. See, very, very high level stuff going on. This is very impressive. But in this exchange, her opponent gets outside foot dominance because Carissa Shields waited too long. She didn't move. Nothing changed whenever she did the feint. So what does her opponent do? Her opponent jabs to her shoulder. Now she's going to take a hard step out to get outside foot dominance on Carissa Shields, and she's going to beat Carissa Shields to the jab. Carissa Shields tries to parry it, but it's just a tad bit too slow, and she ends up getting caught by this point. Notice her throwing the hook as she's getting caught because the game plan is something they practiced on and worked on, and she's committed to the game plan. Right here, you see Carissa not waiting so much. Now she's first. She throws that punch over the top of her jab, and then she breaks down, squats down, gets low, and lands her right hand over the top of her opponent's extended arms, and she gets caught and gets hurt in this round. And Carissa Shields hurt her and almost finished her. But this is the sequence that led to the end. Right here, see Carissa Shields lands that hook jab over the top, hybrid punch, and then she stays patient this time. She don't give up ground. She's eyeing her right hand, taking a little step back. Still eyeing, taking a step back. Then boom, she shots the left, bam, over the top of the left with the right hand. Beautiful, beautiful, perfect focus, perfect timing, perfect everything. That was a beautiful move by Carissa Shields. The punch, if you go back and look at the last round, she almost lands that punch several times, but it missed. And this time she didn't give up ground. She stayed patient. She caught her jab, so she had the timing of her jab, and she landed that punch, hard punch. She took a step with it over the top, and that girl wanted her to get back, and she knew it. She knew it. Because like I said, that punch missed the entire first half of the round, and then she caught her in the last half. But look, right here again, Carissa Shields catches her jab, right? So she has her timing, and then she sits back, waits, because she has her timing, right? She shoots the jab again. She's eyeing it the entire time. Look what her eyes is. Look where her focus is. You see the gap that she leaves? She's perfect, not giving up ground or anything, standing her ground. And then Perkins moves that hand. She's on top of it. Bam. Right over the top. Hard step outside, got outside foot dominance, and then arching that punch at an angle. Like I said, a hook jab combination punch, hybrid punch, and catches her hard and flush. And because Carissa Shields has the timing of her jab and took away her jab, and she shows her the left hand. So Carissa's onto it. She knows that she's going to throw that left hand first chance she get. She wants to get her lick back. Carissa Shields knows it. She's like, I got her. She takes a step back, sets the trap, and then the moment she see that left hand move, she slips outside to her right and then comes over the top of it. Bam, beautiful. Poetry in motion. Listen, I grew up watching Layla Ali. Layla Ali wasn't doing no shit like this. I promise you. You know, Ann Wolf was a good fighter, but they wasn't setting traps like this. But anyway, it's a Boxing Scholar, and I'm out.
Anthony Joshua under Derrick James understood range. Like right here, he jabs at his backhand and then stabs him to the body, right? Under Derrick James, he just had a better understanding of range, distance, and patience. All important factors in boxing. For instance, right here, if he throws his right hand from this distance, not only does the right hand miss, but he's able to get countered. So what he does is he jabs to the backhand again, Helenius' right hand, then he stabs him to the chest and ducks up under the return jab from Helenius. Now he eyes the right hand, and Helenius was pulling back all night and just out of range. Look at here again. Jabs him to the backhand to get out of play so he can't counter with the right hand. Then when he tries to counter with the jab, he ducks up under his jab. Now he's close. Now he throws his right hand from here, and even though Helenius pulls back, he's not out of range. And notice how Anthony Joshua reaches slightly with the right hand because Helenius was pulling back from it, but he lands it, and look how balanced he is right now. It's because before he reached long, he brought his feet with him. He stabs to the backhand, ducks up under that jab, eyes the right hand, brings his feet with him, and catches him. Ben Davison only teaches offense, and there's no return fire. He's strictly an offensive coach. He acts like his opponent's going to always be in a situation to throw punches with no return. Check him out right here.
Good body head. Good, and again. Good, little recock of that right shoulder. Ah, shit, and again. Good, and again. Good, two more. One more of them. Good.
Like I said, all offense, and he didn't teach the thing that Derrick James was teaching, which is Anthony Joshua's back leg. It's not anchored. It's not anchored. When he throws his right hand, he does not anchor that back foot, and it wanders off, and that leaves him with all of his weight over his left front foot and off balance. And he has to reset himself after this punch because his leg is completely in the air. He swings his leg so much trying to get twerk on that shot that he ends up hitting his trainer, Ben Davison, with that leg. See, this is what I'm talking about. Let me take you the eyes of the scholar, right? So when Anthony Joshua sets up, he throws a jab and then he throws the right hand, right? And then look right here. When he throws this right hand, look where his weight is. He has his weight over his left front foot. There's nowhere to go. The only thing to do is get his weight transferred back over to his right foot so that he's balanced. And he uses an uppercut to the body and a left hook to the head to get even in weight distribution. But the problem is Daniel Dubois didn't let him do that in the fight. And he paid dearly for it. Over and over again. Right here, look, extends, throws the right hand. He just ducks up under it, catches him because he knows he's going to be with his weight over his front foot, off balance, falling off balance. Repeatedly in the fight, constantly, the game plan of Daniel Dubois was to catch AJ after he throws the right hand. Look, throws the right hand, pulls out of range and tries to counter with a left foot. AJ's off balance, pull him over, get him in the back of the head. And Anthony Joshua is so cocky with the right hand, he does it twice. Throws the right hand off balance, reaching. Then he cocks back and does the exact same thing. And Daniel Dubois just counters with the right hook. Just counters with the right hook, like repeatedly he did it. But the worst thing in the world was Ben Davison's corner advice. Listen to this.
Stepping in with the jab almost every time unless you're galloping around. Step and bring it up. Yeah? If there's a bit of a load, if you hang up double jump, bring it up, roll the dice, he'll double another right time, lift it, yeah? Roll the dice. Roll down, guys. So the start is trying to come up, boss. This shit.
Not only was that probably the worst corner advice I've ever heard, but when AJ was, oh, I got this, playing to the crowd, look at Ben Davison without an ounce of worry on his face. Take a drink of water, not give his fighter instructions. He's in your corner and that's your fighter. Why aren't you talking to him? And the craziest part about it is this the round where he hurt Daniel Dubois. He hurt Daniel Dubois right before he got knocked out with a right hand, mind you. Right there, he caught him with the right hand and then hurt Daniel Dubois and then came forward and threw two more right hands and then threw an uppercut and then got caught and countered with the right hook and finished. But look, right here when he catches him, he jabs to the chest and catches him flush because he caught Daniel Dubois coming to him. So he didn't have to reach with the right hand. So his foot was a little bit more anchored and he wasn't overextended. And he caught Daniel Dubois, but Daniel Dubois smartly backs up, drops low,
drops low up under the right hand that he knows is coming, baits him to throw it, baits him to throw the right hand so he can block it with his forearm, right? Now he knows Anthony Joshua has to reset for balance, and he just catches him with the right hook. And because that punch grazes him, he makes a small adjustment. Now he just adds a head slip to get closer, and now that punch lands and knocks Anthony Joshua out, who's throwing the upper. Roberto Durant seen the writing on the wall and was trying to teach Anthony Joshua to shorten up his uppercuts when they met a long time ago.
Gave me none of his input yet. So I was like, wow, this dude's still coming. He didn't show me much. I just gave him everything. Ain't nothing really stopped him, right? So I did something. I thought about saying, you know what? He likes to copy me because he started mimicking me a lot, right? So I said, okay, let me see how crazy he is. Let me make this. Let me see if he mimic this chicken move, right? And he mimicked the chicken move. I said, oh, matter of fact, right here this way. I said, oh, what an idiot. I got it. You understand me? I got it. So I did it again and waited for him to do it. As he went to do it, boom, look, and that took the momentum. Well, that stole the momentum, but that was it. So now I got him in the situation.
One thing you never want to do is make a face and telegraph that you're about to throw a punch against a very experienced guy. Because look, he disappears on him, pulls just out of range, and then answers over the top with the left hook. Now, the left hook, it glances him, but it's enough. He already drunk because B. Norman throws punches with bad intentions. He throws counter punches to knock you out, similar to Roy Jones. Look here. He puts the hand in the face, blinds him, and then steps back, keeps the hand on him a little bit so he can, like a guide, and then pulls just out of range, and then answers with a left hook, and then he dives to the ground with the left hook. Man, he don't even want the follow-up shot from B. Norman, so the right hand don't really land, and neither does the left hook. All of those punches miss. Let's get a better angle. Look, he keeps the hand on him to guide him. He ducks down up under B. Norman's jab and tries to land a left hook, right? B. Norman pulls just out of range. Perfect. It's a game of split-second timing. Pulls just out of range and then answers with the left hook, right? That just catches him on the side of the jaw. And look at the recoil that you get from that. Bam. And then he just drops to the ground. You know what I mean? He don't want the follow-up shots. Like I said, he throws punches with bad intentions. Every shot is meant to knock you out. So the follow-up shots, they end up missing because mainly the opponent was diving and ducking his head down to the ground because he didn't want to catch a flush shot. Now notice this, right? This is Inoue versus Fulton. He jabs Fulton to the body and pulls straight back. You never want to pull straight back in the match. And of course, Inoue is the #1 Japanese fighter. So I'm imagining that they idolize him in the same way that people do Floyd Mayweather's pad work because Floyd is the #1 fighter. But check this out. So B. Norman Jr., right, gets him to mimic him so he can land a flush shot because he was dipping his head down. So what he does is he stabs him to the body, right? And then he sets back. That's the trap, right? That is the trap to get him to mimic him, right? And he wipes his nose, right? And then he steps in like in a way, mimics him, and that's the look that B. Norman Jr. is looking for. As soon as he throws it, he deflects it, keeps the hand on the shoulder for control, and so he fully commits and stretches out on that punch. And then when he stretches out on it, he got his gun loaded, bullet in the chamber, and he never even sees the shot. It's a train versus a pillow at this point. And he lets that bomb go with everything that he has and catches him and just knocks him flat out. And it all starts because he gets him to mimic him, right? Like Roy Jones did with James Toney. You know, get him to mimic him, then make him commit so the counter punch window is open longer. Because remember earlier in the video, he was diving to the ground and ducking to the ground after one shot lands because he didn't want the follow-up shots. So here's another angle. Look, B. Norman stabs him to the body, right? And then look whenever B. Norman jumps back. It's obviously a trap for those who know what they're looking at. Look, he's just sitting there waiting and eyeing him. He just waiting, just relax, you know. Like I said, game of split-second time, and then bam, deflects it, and then look at that bullet in the chamber. Oh my God. Like I said, train versus a pillow. And he goes to block the body shot, weirdly enough. His opponent thought he was going to throw a body shot, and no, it's not a body shot, it's a head shot. So not only did he get him to commit on the shot, but he thought a body shot was coming to follow up after that shot. If you like videos like this, make sure you get my members only. It's in the description. But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out. Well, if you notice here, Ron Garcia sets and plants his feet, puts his high guard up and moves his foot forward, playing heavily on the lead foot, and opens up wide for the left hook. Rolly jabs him straight down the middle and then blocks his hook and then moves it out the way and then catches him with a left hook. And Ryan Garcia gets caught with the punch, and the second one doesn't even land. And Rolly's so strong that it knocks him down anyway because he's really, really strong. But a closer look on that, right? Let's go closer to that. If you look here, when Rolly catches Ryan Garcia left hook that he tries to force and shoots from too far away, he lands a jab on Ryan Garcia, right? And then he takes his forearm and he pushes the left hand away because he's so strong, right? And Ryan momentum is going back, right? And Ryan Garcia thinks off of this, he's going to jab him again, right? So Ryan Garcia goes ahead and reaches for the jab and boop, there goes the left hook, right? There goes the left hook. And like I said, he hits him not even with a flesh shot. That's how you know Rolly does have serious power. Ryan Garcia, with his momentum going back, gets his bearings about himself and then blocks the hook and closes his eyes. And the hook doesn't even land flush and still has enough momentum to knock him down. Shout out to Rolly for doing the Lord's work. Shout out to Ryan Garcia for looking basic and average off of Osterine. But anyway, it's the Boxer Scholar, and I'm out.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, man, I need to play more of these videos. So, can you hear me? So, yeah, this was a boxing because I know that the YouTube has me shadow banned, so I wanted to play a boxing video. I know they had me shadow banned. A lot of people ain't been getting notifications and they just been playing with my numbers, but they can't suppress the content. And then I have dope people like Vay, Angie, and the YouTube family that support me, Mel, all the guys from the boxing sector and the T sector. So my YouTube family too strong. We too strong. You know what I mean? DMX. You know what I mean? We just too strong, man. But I was gonna premiere this video right here. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me find this video. So I'm premiering this video right here. I wanted to wait for all positive, but you know, I guess he's taking a while to get here. So hold on, give me a sec. Give me 1 second. Boom. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? Wait a minute. What is going on? Hold on. That must be a glitch in the matrix right there. Hold on. Babe, why you always looking for trouble? You see that, Angie? I'm over here minding my business. Vay pull up. I give her credit, and then she still won't smoke. You can't make this up. Hold on. Oh, that's why. Okay, I'm tripping. Hold on. What's good, Kazi? Yo, did the video not upload? Am I tripping, man? What is going on? Y'all gotta forgive me. I've been up some hours too. Y'all already know. I stay up late. And you know, if anybody got a problem with that. And if I'm wrong for that, I don't give a fuck. Straight up. You know, I stayed up late. So hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to premiere this video, but it's not showing up. So might have to do other methods. So hold on, give me a second. And plus, Vaden hacked my account. So first off, I did this because I have a members only. So for those who don't know, I have a members only where we do boxing videos and boxing content. I just realized we've been up here 3 hours. Throughout my entire time of posting on YouTube, I have posted enough content to do 3 hours. These are not even including my lives. 3 hours of videos. That is insane. That is insane. Give me a second.
Let me see if I can make it unprivate the video so we can premiere it. Give me 1 second. But that is insane. No more free videos, man. That is well more than enough. If you ain't got boxing within 3 hours, hey, you never gonna give up hope. But here we go. You know, I put the link in the description for my members only. But yeah, I think I have the best boxing breakdowns. It's complex yet simple. Okay, here we go. It was unlisted, so let me make it public, and then we play it. That's how we do that. Boom. There we go. There we go. Money. Denzel style. Here we go. All right. So just recently, you know, oh my God, why is this video not popping up? Am I doing something wrong? Okay, let's do it like this. Let's go to videos. Bam, click my video. There we go. There you go, Craig. Here we go. So just recently there was a fight, right? And then they had a debate of should fighters watch film? And, you know, that's not even debatable. Should a fighter watch film or not is absolutely insane. He absolutely should watch film. So that's not even up for debate. What Judge Joe Brown said, hey, ma'am, you smoke that crack, ma'am? That's not even up for debate. I know a crackhead when I see one. That's not even up for debate. If you ain't using and watching film, you're absolutely insane. So Buddy McGirt just had a fight, right? And in the fight, you know, hold on, give me 1 second. Let me give All Positive a couple seconds. Let me call him and see if he's ready. Hold on. Okay, I am back. He said Tank versus Jake, who you got? I think that's a very winnable fight for Tank. And Angie said go to sleep. Kazi said, what is sleep? What's up, Kazi? Kazi said, we don't sleep, we eat. But don't make that sexual, please. Please don't make that sexual. Be nice with that. So yeah, until All Positive get here, we'll just chat it up a bit. So yeah, mistakes that young fighters make. I think the first mistake they make is not watching film. That's a big thing. How you in the sport of boxing and could capitalize on another person's mistakes and you're not watching film. That's number one. Number two, they're not starting from the ground up. That's the second mistake. You walk inside a gym and they don't start you from the ground up. That is a horrible gym. You need to get out of there. They're gonna get you hurt. That's second. Number three, hours and hours of shadow boxing, simulating fighting, practicing in the ring. Do you know when Muhammad Ali fought George Foreman? You know, when everybody thought he was going to get stretched, Muhammad Ali got in the ring and moved around that ring and simulated George Foreman fighting him the entire time. You know, he was, you know, bobbing and, he wasn't bobbing and weaving, but he was slipping and sliding. He was using his feet. He was using range. He was using a bunch of different tricks, you know, and that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what shadow boxing is. You're visualizing somebody throwing a jab, you catching, you parrying, you know what I mean? You're just doing different things. You're returning a jab. There's a bunch of different things that you do, you know, when you shadow boxing, but you're basically simulating it. You know what I mean? So when you get in the real thing, you know, you don't have a whole bunch of anxiety. You calm because you're not simulated. You know, repetition is tight. Tyson would say repetition, you know, just doing repetition over and over and over, you know. So that's another thing that fighters do that they suffer from. And another thing is this. You're going to get hit in the sport of boxing. Move your head, right? Move your head, but you're still going to get hit. Move your head after you punch. That is something that's so listen, moving your head after your punch is like, I feel like people should be thrown out of the gym if they don't do that. They should be thrown out of the gym if they don't understand the concept that your opponent is going to throw punches back at you. And he's going to throw it at the last place that he's seen your head. Too many times I done seen a fighter just close their eyes all positive, throw a punch, and bam, knock them out. Because they did not move their head. It's just like the courtroom all positive. You give your side, they get a side. They're going to get a side. If you don't move your head, bam, it's going to be a collision, you know. And you never want it to depend on a fighter to get lucky. But move your head and cut the, oh my God, I can't stress that enough. I don't understand how fighters, it's like we're regressing all positive. We're going back to the 20s as far as boxing is concerned.
It's like, and the problem with that is like the lack of boxing gyms and the lack of boxing trainers. It's like everybody is so offensive minded. Even the fighters back in the day who we saw as who we thought to be not as defensive, they still had the basic fundamentals of move your head, not stand in front of your opponent. And these are guys that we thought were not non-defensive fighters, like a guy like Oliver McCall, who wasn't a defensive fighter, who got hit a lot. He had a great chin, but he still had more fundamentals than guys we think today, like a Boots Ennis. You know what I'm saying? And who they're comparing to Roy Jones. You there?
Now I'm sitting up here talking, running my mouth. I said, can you hear me?
Yeah, now.
I seen not Bernard Hopkins. I seen Antonio Tarver compare Shakur Stevenson to Sweet Pea.
No. Sweet Pea made you miss and made you pay. Now, Shakur does have good defense, and his last fight showed us that, but Sweet Pea would never get hit that much by a guy like that. I can't see it. Not in this prime. No way. I hate this 12 o'clock traffic. Hard for me to turn left, Yeah, but yeah, Sweet Pea would never get hit by a guy like that. And I think Shakur's got pretty good defense, but nah. It's like they've got to compare a new fighter to an old fighter. It's like that's like the standard. Like, no, let these guys be who they are. Let them be there. You ain't got to compare them to nobody old. Because like I said, guys back then had more fun. Like you learn even the worst fighters, the fighters back then, like it might be a fighter who was not even listed in the top 10 in the ring, but he had more fundamentals than guys today who are like top 3 in the division. But it's like I said, boxing's more. It's like guys, like back then you had to fight the top guys to get on. Nowadays you can just get on a guy's be a part of a promotional company, beat a bunch of guys that ain't never gonna be anything, and they'll hype you up, and you keep fighting these same guys over and over and over. Like people are finally catching on to Boots that he ain't fighting nobody. He don't want to fight nobody.
After we told him.
They're finally catching on to it. I've been saying it for how long?
Shit, we've been saying it about
we've been saying it for a long time.
About 4 years. Just like after the Jake Paul fight, we clowned on Tank and said Tank gonna end up fighting Jake Paul. And lo and behold, they fighting. Because remember, all positive, we was like, what way would they fight at? We was brainstorming in real time that fight. And lo and behold, the fight gets announced. It's so out of this earth or out of this world that people think it's a joke.
It's terrible. Boxing is in a bad place. And it ain't getting any better with bringing Turkey Al-Rashid in. Turkey Al-Rashid, he's doing top heavy with the fights. Like, okay, you're making big fights even though they're pointless. Like Terrence Crawford Canelo fight is really pointless because it does nothing for Canelo. It does everything for Crawford, but it does nothing for Canelo if he wins.
Facts.
But at the same time, for you to be a boxing promoter and for you to try to save boxing, you got to make a good undercard, man. Because I looked at that undercard, not just the prelims. I looked at the undercard last night, man. It is terrible. And Fernando Vargas is one of the fights on. Fernando Vargas Jr. is a good fighter, but like, come on, man, nobody wants to see these fights on this undercard, man. Nobody's asking for these fights. I'm not saying the fights are bad, but for a $19,000 ringside seat, 19.5, you got to give me better than Fernando Vargas as a.
Wait, hold up, all positive. So are we gonna go to this Jake Paul fight? What if the tickets is cheap for ringside?
Man, I don't even want to see this fight. Period. Not even if it's on TV. I might watch. It's on Netflix. I know, but man, nah, I'm good, man. This is a circus. This is terrible.
Dang.
But one thing about this fight, we know Jake Paul's gonna have a good undercard. We know that. And we know that much. I give him credit for that. Turkey's taking a page out of Bob Arum book with these garbage undercards, man. That's one thing about Don King. Don King might have robbed his fighters, but he never robbed the public.
That's a fact. All positive. You got your charger with you?
Yeah, I do.
I gotta ask, because you know StreamYard will kill your battery with your phone on the charger. It's like,
I know it will, man. To make your phone hot. Every time I get on StreamYard, my phone be like burning up.
so I wanted to show you this, all positive. So this Buddy McGirt will react to it, and then I'll give you a story that you might have not heard and you might have heard before. So here we go.
Because I believe that when you go to war, you don't have time to study the enemy because you don't know what attack they're gonna bring to the table. So if you prepare for any and everything, you get all the bases covered. But if you train for just one specific thing, and then the guy don't do that, and you're still waiting and before you know it, the fight's over. But now, if you prepare for it, listen, what could he possibly do that you haven't seen? Okay, oh man, the guy's a puncher. Okay, we know he's a puncher. Okay, so now let's sharpen up the defense. But what else can he do that you haven't seen? He can't kick you. He can't hit you with a spinning backhand. Yeah. The fighter might come to me and say, Coach, I was watching the tape last night and he does this. I said, okay, no problem. If you watched it and you saw that, okay, we're going to work on that. But if you think, I'm going to sit down and watch that shit, because there's nothing they can do that I haven't seen. What can they do that I haven't seen? No. I'm not going to say he's overrated because I've never seen him fight. Everything I've only seen was just knockouts, clips of knockouts. So I've never seen him fight. I've never seen him moving around. So I really can't say whether he is or isn't overrated. Let me ask you a question. He's knocked everybody out. So what is there to watch? I mean, some people don't think, he knocked everybody out. So what am I going to watch? Knockouts? What am I going to learn from him watching him knock people out? I just see if I see the clip of the knockout, I know, okay, he knocked this guy with a right hook. He knocked this guy with a left hook. He knocked this guy with this. Okay, he could punch with both hands. You know that. But is there a video of him going through an 8-round fight where, he's got to make adjustments? No, there's no tape of that. So why am I going to sit down and watch knockouts for? I'm not going to say he's overrated because I've never seen him fight. Everything I believe that when you go to war, you don't have time to study the enemy. When he got hit, he didn't recover quick enough.
The preparations in terms of trying to get the victory against Itama.
But everything was good until he got hit with that shot. He got hit. When he got hit, he didn't recover quick enough.
The shot came to the top of the head. Did you have any problems with that shot specifically, or any of the follow-up shots in terms of where they landed?
Well, a shot to the top of the head usually sets your equilibrium off. And when you got a guy that can punch like Moses, it sets it off a little bit more.
Dylan wanted to continue. The referee, of course, called it off. Do you feel that was the right call for that to happen?
Oh, I think, yes, without a doubt. Definitely. He made the right call. I think that Dill should have stayed down and taken the 8 count, then got up. But he bounced right back up. And his equilibrium was still off. And I told him, I said, you couldn't stand up straight. The referee could not let you.
I was curious, Miguel, I've interviewed him a lot of times, and he always talks about how he doesn't have a specific game plan going into a fight. He likes to figure it out as he goes along. Have you guys made that major change? I know you're a big game planner. Have you decided to implement something?
And this is Miguel Cotto when he went to Emmanuel Stewart, and Emmanuel Stewart was surprised that Miguel Cotto did not know anything about, didn't watch boxing film. He knew about boxing, but he said he liked to figure it out as he go along, or something stupid like that. And Emmanuel Stewart was shocked.
He was like,
Yeah.
what?
You should be.
Like, how you make it to this level with that stupid mindset? So this is what Emmanuel Stewart said to that.
That you're trying to accomplish throughout the fight and kind of get him away from figure out.
That's a great question. And yes, because you're right. In fact, the fact I was telling him when to study films, he didn't want to look at films. What if you don't look at films? You watch the films, and each day when I'm training with Latimer and with Lennox and all of my fighters, I have 3 or 4 big screens on in the gym, and we put in a set of, all of the fights combined in one DVD, and it runs continually. Because each day you see something different. You see something new. And sometimes the sparring guys, another trainer, or anyone would say, well, you notice it, you notice that. We was getting ready to fight Anthony Thompson with Latimer. We noticed Thompson had a good defense, very relaxed. We couldn't figure out a strategy. And believe it or not, after the 3rd round, just so that we had figured, couldn't really penetrate him with a jab. Just to physically just tire him out and move him and wrestle him and rough him up, and figured he would tire out because we know he had a stiff back. He never bent his back in all of his fights. Something was wrong with his back. So just from studying those films, we used that. And then after we saw he was tired and couldn't move and his back was hurting, we ran out in the 11th round and 1 punch is over with. But you have to study films. And so he didn't want to do that. So I kind of move away from the...
What you think about that, all positive?
I think it's perfect. I think it's right. He's right. You got to study film. You got to, because the way a fighter fights, if a fighter is like, let's say a fighter is 30-0, 35-0, whatever. If they've got that much success up to that point, fighting that way, they're not going to change overnight. They're not going to be like, oh, well, I'm 30-0, 27 knockouts, so let me come up with a new strategy since I've got this far. It doesn't work like that. Like, if you're that successful and got that far, you more than likely you're going to keep using that style until somebody makes you change it, and a loss may make you change that style.
So what I was going to say to that is, it's the stupidest thing in the world not to study film. I cannot believe that is a real viewpoint.
Floyd Mayweather started this junk, man. Floyd Mayweather started, I don't look at film, even though he does.
And he watched film, though. That's the sad thing about it.
Now, it's like Jay-Z. When Jay-Z said, well, I don't use a pen. I don't write my rhymes. Now, everybody's like, well, I don't write my rhymes either.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of a dude having waves and saying he don't brush his hair.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. It don't make no sense. It's like you're an idiot. You looked at it as an idiot if you don't watch film, in my opinion. Why wouldn't you use something to your benefit, in my opinion? Like, it's like, bro, what? You don't watch film and it's free, and you can look at your opponent's flaws and weaknesses and strengths, so you won't be surprised. You you could even learn they patterns, they combination patterns, so that you'll know what to expect. Because they might not throw jab, right hand, left hook, standard stuff. They might be like Ball. Ball likes to throw right hand, left uppercut. He like throw his right hand, lean to his left side, and then throw an uppercut. And he throws it at a different angle, like a shovel hook, kind of. Yeah, and that's his punch. You study the film, you know that, right? And it's like, it don't make any sense to me why anybody would think that was a flex. Even if you do it, don't mention it. And Buddy McGirt saying it's just like, I ain't gonna lie to you. I really believe that Buddy don't watch film. Look, and this is just me giving my honest assessment. Buddy to me is an overrated trainer. He's an overrated trainer. I look at Buddy and I say, he's a very good trainer compared to the rest, but that's like saying the skinniest kid at fat camp. I look at his fighters, had 2 deaths in the ring. You know what I mean? I look at all the big fights that he had. Like, how many big fights did Buddy McGirt actually win?
He did win the
not as a fighter. Well, I mean, but that was like stylistic thing. I thought I could have trained Tarver and he would have got the knockout. That was a stylistic matchup. Roy Jones always struggled against Southpaws.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I agree. That's crazy work, though. That is crazy work, all positive. I couldn't believe that when I seen it. I was like, what? This, like, people is out there trying to flex. The trainers. First off, Buddy was like, what I didn't like about what Buddy said, all positive, is he was like, I don't study film. I wish I would sit down and study film. I didn't see it all. I didn't did it all. I know, you know, he's the all-knowing Buddy McGirt. Then he was like, but if his fighters will come in and say, hey, I see this, he'll listen to his fighters. And it's like, well, wait a minute. You'll only do the job, your job, if your fighters do half the job for you by watching the film, and then you'll base a game plan based off that. That don't even make any sense. Why wouldn't you watch the film and make the game plan versus the fighter doing it?
Yeah, you're supposed to supply your fighter. A fighter, when he's in the ring and you're in the corner, you can't be like, well, what do you see? No, you got to tell your fighter what you're seeing.
Yeah, that was some crazy. That was some crazy Jedi mind trick stuff. So now that I got you here all positive, we got to react to this. Your favorite man, Paulie Malignaggi. Now look, before I show this, I want to say, I think that Paulie probably has the second best set of eyes in the game of boxing. Paulie's second to me. It's Teddy Atlas, then Paulie. Teddy Atlas ain't been giving good takes lately because he's so focused on UFC. Paulie Malignaggi, you know, he gives good takes until it's a vendetta or it has something to do with race. But I want to get your opinion on this. Do you agree with him? What he said about Gervonta? He called him Gervonta. I guess that's the Italian spin he put on it. First off, I ain't gonna lie, man. Paulie is losing a lot of weight. I don't know if it's because he's training for the fight or what's going on, but he's losing hair too. And you know how it is. You know they say people that accuse people of doing something.
Yeah, man. Once you start losing that hair, you know what he on if he come back to the ring.
I'm just saying, maybe steroids. I'm just saying, I'm using the same skepticism that he used whenever he was commentating, which made him one of the great commentators. When he was speculating Manny Pacquiao being on something. And he already said that most people are on it anyway, so why wouldn't he use it to come back? And he's an older guy. It's more fair when you're an older guy using it because it ain't gonna do nothing but make your levels normal. But with that being said, let's hear what he said about Gervonta.
What do they do for boxing from a fighter's perspective? I don't think Gervonta Davis has ever done anything for boxing, honestly. Like I feel like TV has just in this generation, they just create stars, and then they just tell you, okay, we're gonna make this guy the star. It's like they're pre-created, and then they just tell you because honestly,
Champ, when's the last time you've been to a Gervonta?
He said he lost his belt, his girl, and lost some weight and lost some hair. That's hilarious. Stop bragging about talking about side piece. Stop bragging about talking about side piece. That's hilarious. Paulie said he was gonna make side piece t-shirts, bro. That is hilarious. So Chris Algieri, listen, it's so crazy to me because people that are commentators, they take the same mindset and morale that they had as fighters. You look at Antonio Tarver, his takes are a little bit aggressive and he dominates the conversation sometimes. Same thing with Teddy Atlas. Teddy Atlas was a fighter. He had 2 knockouts. He had a back injury or something. But you look at Paulie. Paulie's very strong-minded, just like he was as a fighter. Chris Algieri, not so much. He'll give a little resistance, a little pushback, but not nearly as confident as Paulie. And it's like their morale is still the same when they were fighting, when they're commentating. It's very interesting to watch this dynamic, because Chris Algieri took a strategic knee, but he also took a knee and then quit towards the end of his career too as well. Chris Algieri, got the most out of his talent. Don't get me wrong, this ain't no hating stuff. I'm just keeping it real.
The Davis fight.
Since my days at Showtime. And I know you tell me, but here's the thing. See the sneaker right here, these Nikes? I'll tell you, let me finish my thought. Do you see these Nikes? If you promote these Nikes like they promoted Gervonta Davis's career when he fought the coffee salesman and the milkman and all this other stuff, if you promote these Nikes the same way, you will feel, because we live in a generation so stupid. They're making this fight in the Georgia Dome or whatever. What is the new arena called? It's not even called the Georgia Dome anymore. It's whatever it's called.
State Farm Arena.
Yep. You can fill up an arena making this Nike shoe fight this Nike shoe. And you can fill up an arena.
You agree with that, Alfonso?
Yeah.
Make it fill up an arena making 2 Nike shoes fight. You agree with that?
I fully agree.
I don't know about that.
He's not lying about this generation. Like these guys that make stars on TV by doing nothing. He's not lying about that.
I agree with that. Listen, I'm not as pessimistic as Paulie. I'm gonna just say, I got a little bit more faith in these dumbass boxing fans than him.
But they dumb. I agree with him on that. Hopefully they wouldn't go pay a ticket to fight, watch two shoes fight.
We live in a generation. This.
Now he's speaking in hyperbole. He's speaking in hyperbole. I get what he's saying though.
I know what he's saying. Yeah.
Stupid. So if you promote it for years and years and years with highlight reels, manufactured reels, and all this other stuff, and you can do that because Gervonta, honestly, he fought a bantamweight. Leo Santa Cruz is one of his best wins, who is old, and if you look at Santa Cruz's record, 80% of his resume was guys you never heard of himself. You know,
that is an absolute fact.
So that's one of his best wins. Jose Pedraza was absolutely clearly weight drained, and his career arc prior and afterwards tells you that. And also, I was in the fighter meetings with Jose Pedraza when he's.
That is an absolute fact. Look. When it comes to the boxing, bro, Paulie, there's no grudge to be had. He listing facts.
Fighting at 130, and he used to complain to us every time he made 130 how dead he was at the weight. And I had already worked the fight where Edna Cherry beat him and got robbed. So Pedraza shouldn't have even been champion when Jay Davis took his title. That's probably his second biggest win. Ryan Martin, there was a lot of fluff because he never accomplished anything, but he was a flashy guy, and I actually like that win for Gervonta.
Ryan Garcia,
a lot of fluff again because he's a YouTuber who's never accomplished anything else besides being a YouTuber. Though there is talent there, it's unfulfilled and untapped talent, and the loss to Rolly Romero tells you that. So what has Gervonta Davis created aside from being a manufactured creation? That
is he manufactured?
Absolutely.
You think so?
I know. We've been saying that. He don't want to fight nobody.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. I don't know. I'm just being clueless right now. I definitely believe he's manufactured.
When people,
not only do I think he manufactured, I think he was made in China.
When I criticize these new fighters, or any fighter, everybody always say you're a hater. I like, look, man, I'm a fan of the sport first and foremost. I don't care about these fighters. I care about the sport of boxing, because at the end of the day, when Tank Davis retires, I'm gonna still be a fan of boxing. I was here before him. Before he was born, I was watching boxing. And when he leaves, I'm still going to be watching. So I don't latch on to these fighters like everybody else. But go ahead.
Got a big push from Floyd Mayweather. Let's be honest here. A big push from Floyd Mayweather. And then after that, let's match him very carefully, because what do? We wanted to do the same thing with Adrian Broner, who had the balls to fight everybody. Say what you will about Adrian Broner. Had the balls to fight everybody. Didn't duck a single fight. And they said, you know what? We wanted to do this with Adrian Broner. We wanted to just manufacture a star before he was made into a star. And we kind of messed up by matching him too tough. So the pendulum swung in the complete opposite direction here. It's not like you balanced it out. You went in the complete opposite direction. You made this guy fight absolutely.
Oh, wow. So what he's saying, I think that they would have moved AB slow. AB did something stupid. See, I don't think Paulie remember this. AB went online and said, who y'all want to see me fight?
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And that was kind of like the end of AB. You know, when AB went on there and said, who y'all want to see me fight? And then, the fans picked Marcos Maidana. And I don't think you need me to know how that turned out. But he's right. AB was matched tough after that. Jesse Vargas, Manny Pacquiao. He had a bunch of tough fights. Sean Porter. Yeah, you're right.
Nobody constantly. And let me tell you something about the Lamont Roach fight. He's a 16-1 underdog going into the fight because they knew they didn't want to fight anybody who was a risk. There's a reason he's ducking the Lamont Roach rematch now, because now you realize, wow, this guy is a threat. Whoa, I don't want anything near him. I've stayed away from guys like this my whole career. What am I going to start fighting them now? They've given me free money my whole career to get away from the threats. I'm going to start fighting them now? Hell no. This guy was good. I don't want nothing to do with him. Let's go with the Jake Paul route, which is, again, mostly win-win for him. It's more win-win for Jake, but it's mostly win-win for him.
Right. So what does Gervonta Davis?
Whoa, hold on. I got
You agree, all positive?
Yep. I'm not in agreement with anything this guy said so far.
Paulie cooking. He cooking it, but then he get to a certain part of it, like, man, damn, Paulie. Bro, Paulie, like I said, man, best eyes, great mind. Is just, man, like sometimes he just we'll react to it when we get there. Hold on.
I gotta respond.
That's what I want, Chris. Go ahead.
I didn't even get to talk.
Please.
So, what has he done for the sport? I mean, manufactured or not, he went out there and he performed and he got knockouts and people tuned in. Boxing fans tuned in. And you can talk about that shoe fight and that shoe. They're not boxing fans. Gervonta Davis sold pay-per-views to boxing fans. And he got boxing fans to come to fights, which is so needed. Desperately needed.
They
in this
marketed
day and age.
him that way.
Nobody
you can market
sells.
anybody. You can market it
That's
that
not
way.
true.
You can market
That's
it that
not
way.
true.
And champ,
You
you
can't
should know
market
better
anybody.
because
Or
you
even
and I.
You agree with Chris Algieri? You agree with Paulie?
No, I agree with Paul. I agree with both of them actually because neither one of them is wrong. Neither one of them are wrong. What they're saying.
No, I disagree. I think that Paulie is trying to explain to Chris Algieri that boxing fans that he's getting are casual fans that don't know about the sport, and then people who love Mayweather that just latched on to him as Mayweather gave him the stamp, and those are the people that are diehard Tank fans. And he's trying to say that
Algieri is right in
Chris
saying that he got boxing fans in the sport. Like boxing fans,
the context matters though. Context matters.
I agree with that.
He's saying it like as if Gervonta was organically made and went out there and knocked people out and just became the people's champ, and that's not how that was. It was the Floyd bump that gave him that, and that's what he's alluding to, and I 100% agree with him.
You and I were very marketable and never got any marketing except as opponents for high-level fighters. And you should know that. They talk about great white hypes and all this other stuff. No, that's absolutely not true. They manufacture what they want to manufacture. Shakur Stevenson can be marketable. He's not ghetto.
Now, this is where the controversy comes in. Like I said, I agreed with Paulie all the way up in here. He said there's no great white hypes. There absolutely is great white hypes. Tyson Fury was a great white hype. They was comparing that man to Muhammad Ali, saying there's no way Muhammad Ali could beat him. And then a guy who's less than Muhammad Ali with only 5 fights at heavyweight goes and beats him twice. He was one of the 5 fights. But yeah, so there definitely is great white hypes. What you call it was too. What's his name? Lomachenko. Lomachenko was a great white hype. They absolutely have great white hypes in the sport. So I disagree with him. Then this next statement, it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. You ready?
Enough. Andre Ward was very marketable. He's not ghetto enough. Why do black fighters only get marketed when they're quote unquote ghetto, when there's class guys who you can market as great examples? Shakur Stevenson, Andre Ward. So when I told, I'm going to say it. Yeah, I'm saying it. People complain because I'm too real, and I'm going to be honest.
Do you agree with that? Do ghetto fighters get marketed?
I didn't agree when you telling me about it, but what he's saying has some merit to it. It does. It's the same applies for hip hop music. You only see the ghetto hip hop or the ghetto rappers get promoted. That's it, and it's just like that in boxing. Like, yo.
But no, I disagree with that.
No. He what he's saying is really has some merit to it, and I hate to say it as a black person, but you don't see the well-spoken fighters get promoted as much as the fighters out there being.
First off,
quote-unquote ratchet.
First off, you have to talk. Andre Ward didn't do that much talking. You got to talk in the sport of boxing. You have to sell yourself. It ain't that the hood people get promoted, but you know who gets promoted? The people that sell themselves. Chael Sonnen, he sold himself.
That too, yeah.
These fighters did.
I'm not saying Paulie all the way 100% right, but what he's saying does have some legs to it.
What's good? When the
ghetto guys promote themselves, they still latch on to them. Like, even if they're not promoting them in a good way, it's like, well, look what he said. Look what he said. Well, look what
So let me tell you why I disagree with Paulie. On top of that, right? This is why I disagree with Paulie. Because I know boxing and I've studied Paulie. And this is how I know Paulie is one of the great minds at boxing.
Much longer, forget about it. I'm more big in the wall. More big in the wall. Back in the days when there wasn't any baby. This school right here is when I went to high school. When I moved back to Brooklyn, Newtrick High School, and it brings back a lot of memories. Not always such positive memories. We started like losing the conscience in that way. You know what I'm saying? I used to carry knives on me, big ass knives. I had a gun on me.
take it to school, you know. And eventually, like I said, they got tired of me, threw me out. Like, I thought they would just threaten me with that. I didn't think they would actually throw me out of the school, you know. And so I was aggravated. I was like, man, I can't believe I just got thrown out of the school. I can't even go back in, you know.
Quando a Paolo l'hanno buttato fuori dalla scuola, io l'ho portato con me a lavorare.
Yeah, I guess just to keep me out of trouble, keep me like out of the street, and keep me just from doing nothing, pretty much. So he would just, all right, go sit down, lay on the couch over there in the house we were laying on. And I would just do nothing all day, and I would tell him like, yo, you give me $10 a day over here. What do you want? He said, yeah, but you don't do nothing. Yeah, I don't do nothing, but I'm also wasting an entire day every single day of my life. I don't want to do this.
La decisione l'ha fatto lui.
The reason I showed that, you know, is because that's what led to Paulie going to boxing. He was carrying knives at school. He was carrying guns at school. Some might say Paulie was a gangster, right? And the reason why I don't go with this, they only promote gangster stuff, is that's 90% of boxers. 90% of boxers, boxing have saved their life. Mike Tyson, Terrence Bud Crawford was shot. Paulie carried guns and knives. So the reason why they're successful in the sport is because they learn how to take that aggressive energy and be aimed towards somewhere, and they learn discipline through the sport of boxing. But without boxing, 80 to 90% of boxers would be locked up. Because a lot of them, the discipline don't even save them when they go to boxing. So I thought that was really, really such a stupid thing to say from Paulie, that they only promote thugs.
No, I don't think they only promote thugs, but what he's saying has some truth to it. Like, fighters will mostly be promoted for the bad things they do. Like, they'll lax it. When a fighter does something bad, they'll highlight that bad thing. Like, okay, this fighter does this, does that, blah, blah, blah. Like Mike Tyson. When Mike Tyson was out of the ring for a year for biting Holyfield's ear, he was more in the news than other fighters who was fighting.
But they didn't promote him as a thug. Mike Tyson was already promoted by that time. Mike Tyson was doing their commercials saying don't do drugs and then snorting cocaine in his free time.
They was talking more about the stuff Mike Tyson was doing out of the ring in that 3-year period after he bit Holyfield than they were talking about stuff he was doing in the ring. Like when he went back to
got
prison
more
for punching the
popular.
murderers.
I agree, but Paulie is saying that they only take gangsters and thugs and push them to the forefront. Mike Tyson had already been portrayed as.
I don't think Paulie's saying they only promote ghetto only, like as in
He
100%.
said that. He literally said that.
I understand he said that, but that's not what he's saying. He's talking about now. Like, I understand the context he's saying, and like I said, I don't like Paulie, but I've said the same thing. So it's like they promote, like when they find something negative to latch onto, they'll do that for the black fighters. And they'll latch like Devontae Davis fights once a year. But he's more promoted for the stuff he's doing outside of the ring. Like Devontae Davis got arrested. I'm like, okay, they'll run a 2-3 week story about him getting arrested more than they would talk about his fights. And it's not his fault, it's not Dave's fault. Like, he's not projecting, hey, I'm ghetto. It's like, this is what the media does. This is what he's saying. This is how the media promotes it.
He's talking, but what I got from him is boxing promoters will promote you, and they only promote black people when they're thugs. They won't promote the Terrence Crawfords, but it's like, wait a minute, Terrence Crawford was shot in the neck for gambling. He would be the thug that you're talking about. I don't understand he's not making any sense. Now, if you want to say the media will lean towards sensationalism and crime, then okay, yes, we know that, right? Yeah. But for him to say boxing promoters will only promote fighters, black fighters, if they're thugs, he's 100% wrong. Because just take black fighters out of it, Paulie. Like, you were a troubled kid. Like, how many times do trainers like Emmanuel Stewart go to the troubled youth and try to mentor them? That was literally like programs. They used to have boxing in jail to try to get those people on track. So I just think that he is absolutely off his rocker on this. I do not agree with that, at no percent. Not 1%, 2%, no percent. I think that Paulie done lost his mind when it comes to that. I think that, he's right about a lot of things, but that, they'll only promote this. He was absolutely 100% wrong.
No, I agree. I don't think they only promote ghetto fighters, but like that.
Let me give you more context on Pods, because he go more deeper. Oh, snap. My bad. Gotta share, my bad. Okay. Wait a minute. It's not showing. There you go.
Who you can market as great examples. Shakur Stevenson, Andre Ward, so on and so forth. Yeah, I'm going to say it. Yeah, I'm saying it. People complain because I'm too real, and I'm going to be honest. Why could Ray Leonard be manufactured as a... I don't even want to use the word manufactured because Ray Leonard actually was legit.
Great fighter.
But Ray Leonard promoted as the class guy, and it worked. Why could you do it back then, but now you can't do it? Andre Ward was gold medalist the same way. Class...
He's correct. He's correct. What is wrong with what he's saying right now?
His ass off. Why didn't you market him the way you market him?
What's wrong with what he's saying about that is when Gervonta Davis went to Floyd Mayweather, he didn't go to Floyd as a gangster. He was actually brought in by Adrian Broner. It wasn't like they were seeking a bad guy. And if you go to these, like I said, if you go to these bad neighborhoods where people are making it out, more than likely you're going to find somebody that has some type of street ties, including Paulie Malignaggi.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, what is wrong with what he said about not being able to promote Andre Ward like he did Sugar Ray Leonard? Sugar Ray Leonard
Andre Ward had promotional issues and sued his
but
people.
That was after the Super Six. That wasn't before.
But hold up. But just like Terrence Crawford did, both Andre Ward and Bud ain't talkers.
Yeah,
that's on them.
Neither was Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard, you can't find many promotional digs of him early because you got to think about it.
But you get hold up. That is a completely different beast. See, Paulie not giving context. Sugar Ray Leonard had a Pepsi commercial. Sugar Ray Leonard had endorsements outside of boxing.
That was after. You got to think Sugar Ray Leonard didn't turn pro in '76. He took a year off after he won a gold medal, and people still anticipated seeing him fight. He didn't turn pro immediately. He took a whole year off.
Andre Ward don't got the hand speed of Sugar Ray. He wasn't getting the knockout. It's a lot of factors that you have to include when you're comparing. Styles do make fights. We always say that all the time, right? Sugar Ray had an exciting style. Matter of fact, he came mimicking Muhammad Ali. That had a lot to do with and he had the Howard Cosell bump. It was a lot of stuff that Paulie's leaving out right here that I do not agree with him on. Sugar Ray Leonard had had the Howard Cosell bump. He had the Muhammad Ali comparisons, and then he had endorsements after that. It's like Sugar Ray Leonard was the golden child for a lot of different factors. It wasn't just because they wanted to promote him for being good. Might I also add he was doing cocaine the entire time and beating on his wife. So we go back to that crime element again. That's what I'm saying. Like, context matters, bro. And I'm one that just because I like somebody, I'm not going to go along with it. Chris Algieri don't know enough to give Paulie pushback on this. But I study the game, and I actually study Paulie because I'm a fan of his. So it just is what it is. I disagree with it.
Ray Leonard, what happened between 1976 and 2004? Why are you marketing only? Why are you marketing only Thug Life? Why? And I'm not saying, okay, I wasn't a part of this because I was a big fan of the hip hop gangster rap generation and all this other stuff. But as a 44-year-old, you start to realize the concept of the entire scope of things. Why are you not marketing guys like Shakur Stevenson more? Why are you marketing this guy who doesn't want any of the smoke? Shakur has wanted all the smoke. This guy doesn't want any of the smoke. Even if the smoke is over there, not only does he not go in the room, he doesn't want to be near it. You know what I mean? So, and then God forbid he accidentally enters the room where there was smoke he didn't expect, like the Lamont Roach fight. He's running out of there. He's taking knees and everything. So what are we doing here? This does nothing for the sport. Ultimately, it's not really a personal thing against these kind of people, these kind of individuals. It's what it does for the sport or what it does against the sport. It hurts the sport, man. You keep manufacturing these people in people's living rooms. You're just pre-choosing them. I don't know if there's some kind of...
Now, I'm positive. Now, you was there. Now, I want you to tell me when I'm lying. Sugar Ray did fight Thomas Hearns in his prime. But he also waited 3 years later to give him a rematch.
Nah, it was longer than that. It was 8 years.
8 years. Okay. Sugar Ray also ducked Hagler, waited for him to look vulnerable, and then fought him.
Well, yeah. I mean, I can't disagree with that, but at the same time, Sugar Ray was fighting at 47, and he could have moved up there. But yeah, he wasn't no part of Hagler. I agree with that. I ain't got no.
He waited for them guys to beat on and eliminate each other.
But
waited for
I
the
will
14
say
to fight each other.
Dude, I hate when people say that he ducked Aaron Pryor because that's not true.
Oh yeah, he
The
did.
HBO
He did.
Legendary
Why
Nights
would he
was
duck Aaron Pryor and he fought Hagler? That doesn't even make any sense.
they sent Aaron Pryor a contract,
Yeah, he turned it
and
down.
it was more than what he's ever made, and he
It was
turned it
like
down and said it
500
wasn't
million.
enough.
I'm excused, 500,000.
And he turned it down and said well, more than what he's ever, which would be equivalent today to probably about 1.7 million at the time when he got the contract.
Yeah,
And
that's
he turned
crazy.
it down and saying it wasn't enough.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy work. But here we go. Let's get some more of this Paulie.
Off the wall ritual in the background that some people are agreeing to do certain things in exchange for certain amounts of fame. I really don't know anymore, bro. I've gone into the conspiracy realm at this point in my life way more.
Yeah, Paulie, you losing it, brother. You're losing. I don't know what you tell you. You going into back rooms and all this other stuff. I mean, it ain't that complex. Gervonta Tate Davis was a talent, and Adrian Broner recognized it and brought him. He should have shot him to about billions promotion. That was stupid, but brought him to Floyd Mayweather and got him, that Floyd Mayweather bump, and it was history after that. But Paulie made a good point, and he said the same thing I've been telling everybody. When I said Gervonta Davis was overrated, I brought up the fight when he fought on Mayweather undercard with McGregor, and he didn't look good to me. I was like, this is the guy that everybody's talking about? I don't see it.
But this is why I've always said matchmakers and promoters are important, because matchmakers, they can they can put you in a ring with someone, sell that guy, and they can put your opponent, your future opponent, give them soft touches and sell them to the public. So it's like, well, I want to see him against this guy. And when you fight that guy, knowing that he's not worthy of being in the ring with you, his promoter's done his job of selling both of you to the public and giving him a chance of beating you. Don King was a master of that.
Agreed.
He sold us Bruce Seldon, put Bruce Seldon on when Bruce Seldon won a title, he put him on the undercard of Tyson versus McNeely, Tyson's first fight out of prison. He was fighting Joe Hip.
Hold on, you skipping steps. You forgot about Peter McNeely. He fattened him up.
Yeah.
Got him some wins.
Yeah, got him the wins, and Peter McNeely was talking at the press conference, and everybody's like, man, Mike's gonna get in the ring. This guy might be serious. He was undefeated. Because everybody loves an undefeated fighter. Even if they've never seen him fight, they'd be like, oh, he's an undefeated fighter, so he's got to be good. So you sold us an undefeated fighter and Peter McNeely. And after Tyson knocked him out, everybody was knocking him out after.
Yep. And then he lost
the promoter's job to sell us fighters, man. When a promoter does their job, then and you can build a fighter up that way. Like a lot of people talk about, well, this guy's beat this amount of undefeated fighters. I'm like, man, undefeated record means nothing to me today, man. It means absolutely. I don't care if a guy's 40-0. I'm gonna look at his record like, who did he beat, and where were they in their career when he beat them? Because undefeated records mean nothing to me, absolutely nothing today. Because anybody could be 30. Look at Boo Boo Andre. Anybody could be undefeated if they're brought along properly. It just doesn't mean as much today as it used to.
That's a fact.
More than this, but at this point, I don't even know it, bro. What makes you decide we're gonna make this guy a star and this guy no? What makes you decide at this point when both can fight? Because you give that career arc,
It got to be knockout power. That's why Deontay Wilder was pushed to the forefront. You can sell knockouts. Knockouts sell out support. And you know what Paulie is missing? When a guy knocks somebody out, they always question the power because the power is the lure. That's the neon stuff that gets everybody there. So people going to say, well, he knocked out Joe Schmo. Can he knock out Joe Smith? Then if he knock out Joe Smith, they say, well, he knocked out Joe Schmo and Joe Smith. Can he knock out Joe Bliff? And it just keep going on and on and on until before you know it, Deontay Wilder's fighting Tyson Fury. That's literally how Deontay Wilder's a prime example of this. Deontay Wilder knocked out 40 cab drivers or 39 cab drivers, and everybody was saying his power wasn't real. They wanted to know if it was real. Then when he knocked out Luis Ortiz, before that fight, they were saying that he don't think they can knock out Luis Ortiz. They don't believe he really got power like that. And then he knocks out Luis Ortiz, and they're like, okay, maybe it's a fluke. And then he knocks him out more brutally the second time, and they say, okay, maybe his power is real. Who could beat this guy? That's normally how it goes. Power is the lure. So when Paulie said how they deciding, that's how they decide. And because they moved them and get them to knock out a whole bunch of bums,
people always question the power, and that's part of the lure to bring them to the fights. So it's like, kind of, Paulie knows too much about the business to be asking these questions. That answers itself.
Your resume to Shakur Stevenson, the same as you did to Gervonta Davis. Shakur would have beat every single one of the opponents that Gervonta has beaten, but much easier, much less competitively.
Chris?
Therein lies the problem. So
I disagree. I don't think Shakur is going to beat Frank Martin. That's just my opinion.
Why? Why would you not believe he
Because Frank Martin gave Tank too much respect because of his power. And he flinched at the press conference and flinched right before he got knocked out the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like,
Frank was never gonna beat Tank Davis anyway.
But I think he could beat Shakur. I think it would have been a matter of counterpunchers. He said, who's supplying all these Joes, the boxing promoters? And that's the thing. They build them up, and you look at the power and you say, is the power real? And that, like I said, all the fans, knockouts sell our sport. That is just it. UFC, when they show clips and want to promote their sport, what do they show? They show knockouts. Knockouts is where it's at.
Yeah, it
it
does.
So that's why you see all that. And it's so funny because everybody said Deontay Wilder was a bum, all positive. And I made a very, very easy prediction. I said, you watch when this Undisputed game come out. Everybody is going to pick Deontay Wilder and spam right hands. And sure enough, all positive, everybody picked Deontay Wilder and started spamming right hands from the opening bell, to the closing one, spamming right hands. And it's like, well, if you think this guy sucks, then why is this a guy that you want to pick and live vicariously through on the video game? It's because of the power. Tank has power. You can't deny that. Deontay Wilder has power. You go look at all the people that was pushed to the forefront. A lot of them guys had power. Paulie's missing that element of it. He's saying thug life and hip hop music and all this stuff that ain't really got nothing to do with anything. I've never even heard Tank like promote hip hop. Have you?
Nah, he's had a few rappers bring him to the ring, but nah, yeah.
No, but they mostly always walk out to rappers. Didn't Paulie walk out with rappers? I know it's a part of boxing, but what I'm saying is, have you ever heard him say, shout out to my homie that rap, or shout out to Kodak Black, or shout out to Cleveland Vaughn, or I've never heard him do that.
So one thing I'm going to say is, Paulie's not going to say no Diddy in terms of the conspiracy that's going on. But in terms of you mentioned those fantastic guys who are classy as hell: Andre Ward, Shakur Stevenson, Sugar Ray Leonard. You know what the difference is, Paulie? Knockouts, dude. Knockouts. People like knockouts. They don't care if you're knocking out cab drivers.
There you go. There you go, Algeria.
Look at Jake Paul's career.
You can manufacture that though. You can manufacture that though. You can manufacture. You
can't manufacture.
To a degree, you can. To a degree. Gervonta legitimately cannot get.
If you put the right bums in front of somebody, they'll knock them out. And like I said, both of them can be right.
They are both right in this case. You can manufacture it, but the power still has to be real, and it's going to make the fans wonder if you can do that to a champion. It's no difference in Uribo Compass. What was he like? 49-0 with 49 knockouts.
Yeah, he wasn't 100% knockout rate, but he had a lot. Yeah.
You sure? I thought it was all knockouts.
I'm not sure though. I know.
I thought it was all knockouts until he met Trinidad.
Well, I don't think it was all knockouts. I don't even know if he was undefeated. I know he knocked.
No, he was definitely undefeated. I don't know if it was all knockouts, but I know he was undefeated.
Oh yeah, he was he was a power puncher, and he did knock Trinidad down. But then Trinidad did what he did when he got up, hit him in the balls, and and then he get his little break, and then after that, the knockout came later.
Knockouts, I agree. He can punch, but there's a lot of limited knockout artists, though, man.
He's one of the least active punchers in the game with the highest knockout percentage of current heavyweight.
But if he was a real knockout artist, if he was a real knockout artist, prop him up against the best of the best. Felix Trinidad was a knockout artist. He was knocking out the best of the best. If you're a real knockout artist,
that's true.
Prop him up against the best. And
Trinidad was knocking out top guys. When he fought William Joppy was the number 2 middleweight, and he jumped up and just annihilated him. He was the number 2 middleweight in the world behind Bernard Hopkins, and he annihilated him. When he fought Vargas was the number 2 junior middleweight behind David. He had just beat David Reed. And then Vargas was the next in line, number 2 junior middleweight. Then he knocks out Fernando Vargas over 12 rounds. These were top guys. You know, Lamont Roach wasn't even a 135-pounder. He pulled him up from 130.
Paulie, there's also
when Felix Trinidad was doing it. You know, the way that
Felix
when Mike
was
Tyson was doing it in his prime. Okay, say what you want about the Mike Tyson
but
era.
now-
He knocked out everyone from 1986 to 1989. Everyone got knocked out. Everyone.
But by your standard, you could say that Tyson was to a degree manufactured.
No,
and
because
Teddy
he
Atlas
fought
100%,
everyone that was there. Everyone that was there.
This Kishad Jury is referencing Teddy Atlas while talking about Mike Tyson, bro. That's a disqualifier right there. And he said Mike Tyson's to a degree was manufactured. Paulie telling you now. That's why I lean back towards Paulie.
You cannot,
bro, he
you cannot
knocked
be
out.
manufactured and be the undisputed champion.
That's
No
crazy.
way.
Yeah, that's
you
insane.
cannot manufacture an undisputed champion. No
That
way.
is insane. Yes, ain't no way. And you know it ain't no luck where it's a Cambosis beating. He went in individually, relieved everybody of all them belts that had a belt at the time and defended it. And before he fought Douglas was like what 34-0 with 31 knockouts, something like that, something crazy like that. Like come on, man, come on, bro. Let's not do this.
There's no such thing as a manufacturer. There's no such thing as a manufactured undisputed champ that moved through the ranks and collected the belts. I'm not talking about a guy that
And then went through a
this guy's
tournament.
undisputed champ. He beat him. Tyson collected all those belts one by one.
And then went through a tournament.
Yeah.
How you manufacture going through a tournament, beating everybody in the tournament?
And then after he won the undisputed title, the next year he beat the lineal champ, which was Michael Spinks. He was still the
And
lineal
knocked him out in what, a minute and 30, didn't he?
He made it 31 seconds.
Insane.
And
That
the thing
guy's
is, some people were
manufactured.
picking Spinks to win that fight. So don't look
Teddy
back
Atlas
on
was
it.
one of them.
Yeah,
The guy
yeah,
he referenced it was
Muhammad Ali. All these guys. I remember. What was it? Billy Crystal? It was either Billy Crystal or the pilot from I forgot his name, from Magnum PI. But one of those guys picked Michael Spinks. No, it was Billy Crystal. I think he picked Michael Spinks as well. But a lot of people was picking Michael Spinks. So don't almost 40 years later go back and like, well, we knew Mike was going to win. Like, nah, it don't work like that. We got footage.
Thanks.
Atlas will 100% agree with this
with the
because
expense
he
of
would say the guys
Witherspoon.
that were afraid of
With
him.
the exception of Witherspoon. No, but they all doesn't matter. He knocked them all out. There was nobody you could say in that era except maybe Witherspoon, who had contract
the same thing about
who had contract issues with King at the time. Oh, except for Witherspoon, there is nobody Tyson didn't fight in that era. He knocked them all out. You can't say like, oh, but if he would have fought that guy, I don't know. No, with Davis, there's guys right now that have been hanging around for years. Yo, dude, when are you gonna fight them? The lightweight division was stacked with talent. Even at 130, it had a lot of talent when he was there. Didn't fight almost any of them. So it's not the same thing as the Tyson era. You want to say anything about Tyson era?
The only reason he didn't fight Witherspoon because Witherspoon lost to Bone Crusher.
And
Witherspoon won that
claimed-
fight, he would have.
Let me tell you something about Witherspoon, and this is why I probably never would do an interview with Witherspoon, man. I respect him too much to call him out on capping. You know, Tim Witherspoon claims that Mike Tyson ducked him, and his proof that Mike Tyson ducked him is that his proof that Mike Tyson ducked him is that he threw the fight to fight him. Like what? He claims he threw the fight, and I'm like, first off, he claimed he threw the fight to get out of the contract with Don King against Bone Crusher Smith.
Yeah, you talking about
and
that,
it's like, why would you? First off, that's illegal to throw a fight. Number one. Then number two, why would you admit that? And then three, why would you throw the fight that was going to lead you to your biggest payday?
Yeah, you would have been a champion. You're the champion, but you would have had a fight. Mike would have had to come through you.
Yes.
He would have had to come through you to be
It
undisputed.
was a guarantee that you was going to fight Mike Tyson next. So Tim Witherspoon's lying, man. He didn't want that bike smoked, obviously.
But I would have loved to see it. That's a fight I still to this day would have loved to see.
Man, I wouldn't. But Mike Tyson would have smoked Tim Witherspoon.
More than likely, yeah. More than likely.
Wouldn't even been close.
It wasn't as high level or something. He still knocked out everyone. There was nobody there in that era that you could say Tyson didn't fight.
Didn't say it was related. It was the same as the Tyson era. Didn't say it at all. I was actually going to say the opposite when you talk about Trinidad. Trinidad is a bona fide superstar. And the way that he was, and like you
But
said,
you
he
stepped
fought
him up
everybody,
and he knocked out.
and he was a knockout punches. No, of course. So that's a different thing. So is Sugar Ray Leonard. Now you also have to compare it to your contemporaries. Nobody is selling, dude. Nobody is selling. No one sells tickets. No one has a following these days. There's very few fighters who actually
there's
sell
a
tickets.
push, bro. I was at
Canelo
Showtime.
Alvarez.
I was at Showtime.
Canelo
There's
Alvarez.
a push, but no, but champ. I don't want to keep cutting you off, but I got to because
They
here's the
all
thing.
push.
There's a
sometimes
push
they
for
don't.
certain people. I remember being at Showtime and even watching on HBO on TV. They're mentioning Saul Alvarez, who I didn't even know his name was Canelo at the time, as a possible Mayweather opponent when they were talking about possible Mayweather opponents. I'm like, I knew who the rest of the guys on the list were. Who the hell is this guy? Who's Saul Alvarez? That he's going on, that you put him in a list with all these other guys that you were bona fide champions and high-level fighters. They were already propping him up before he even got there. What's what I'm saying.
So I didn't get this part out, Paz. Maybe you can elaborate. Is he saying, what's up, Gus? Is he saying that Canelo just happened to be great, but they were pushing him up even before they knew it? I don't get what he's saying. Are you there, Paz? Or maybe you're doing something. I'll play the video. We'll go back to it.
What? It worked. It worked, Paulie.
Okay, you can do that with anybody is what I'm saying. You can do that with anybody who's a world-class fighter. You can't do that with anybody who's not a world-class fighter. But if they're world-class fighters, you can do that. Okay? Gervonta
you still got to get in a win.
They were pushing when he was on under Mayweather undercards. I was there. I was on the show. I was on Showtime.
Now, what he's about to say next is what I've been telling people for a long time. I'm gonna have to go. Man, I got to start time stamping this stuff when I say this stuff.
Yeah,
because old Nostradamus, Boxerdamus, I be getting these things right. I said that Tank, when I first seen him, was on the Mayweather undercard, and I was not impressed.
And honestly, I was buying it too at the time. I liked Davis. I liked him as a prospect. I liked what he was doing. I remember the first time I started having my doubts about Davis. It was on the undercard of Mayweather-McGregor. I think he fought Francisco Fonseca or something like that. And he looked pretty average. And all of a sudden I was like, you know what? That's sort of the bigger step up for him right now. And he won, but I remember it was like an early stoppage and he hadn't looked great in the fight. He wasn't a threat of losing or anything, but all of a sudden I was like, this guy's, this is not enough of a step up for you to be struggling already. You know what I mean? Like, I remember thinking, like, if you're going to struggle, you got to struggle at the very, very, very elite level. Like, if you're going to be propped up as this guy who's the next coming, right? I remember seeing him struggle a little bit with Fonseca and thinking, you're going to struggle against a guy like Fonseca. That's not enough of a step up for me to think, like, you can reach these levels and you're already struggling at this level. And honestly, bro, what we've heard in hindsight since then, listen, let the young men go make money. It's fine. It's not about that. It's not about it.
Hey, Boxerdamus be trying to tell y'all, I said that same thing. I said that Gervonta Tank Davis struggled on that undercard, and I was met with a lot of resistance. You know how I'm gonna start doing a little bit of this off out there. If I say something and I'm met with a ton of resistance, that's gonna be cue to me to double down on my opinion.
Well, you can also timestamp it once you give it.
Oh, they ain't gonna do no good. They just going, man, come on. I'll pass it. Look, X got a whole bunch of videos that he timestamped where people was picking Spence. The people still double down and just transferred their hate to Booth.
Man, that's crazy.
They're gonna find a way to be right. In other words, all positive.
Yeah. I don't mind eating crow if I'm wrong. Like I said, this Devin Haney Brian Norman fight come out. I'm picking Brian Norman by KO. If Devin Haney wins, I'm gonna eat crow. If Brian Norman wins, I'm not gonna come out and be like, well, I told you so, because I like both of the guys. But I'm just saying, I don't mind saying I'm wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, we were always wrong about Caleb Plant fight.
Everybody thinks I'm complaining about that. It's not about that. I worry about the health of the sport these kind of things do not do us for the right thing. Okay, because it's not like he's gonna go fight Jake Paul and then he's gonna go fight Lamont Roach. He never wants to be in the same state as Lamont Roach again.
I don't think he's gonna be. Listen, if you're a champion defending.
That man said he don't even want to be in the same state as Lamont Roach. I agree.
That was funny, yeah.
Yo, Gus, you there?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You agree with Paulie?
That Tank is ass?
He going a step further and saying that Tank is promoted because he's thug life. Like what the? He's Tupac now?
I mean, I don't know. I think Tank is just overhyped. He's a big fan base.
I want you to think about this, Gus. I want you to think about this. Because I was telling all positive this, right? He brought up Andre Ward, Shakur Stevenson, and Terrence Bud Crawford. Terrence Bud Crawford got the power, but he don't got the personality or the lip. Andre Ward got the skill, but he don't got the lip. Shakur got the lip, but he don't got the knockout power or the skill. Like, all the fighters he named don't have the neon stuff. Tank talks a lot of stuff, tweaks a lot of shit, and delete, and then he knocks people out in the ring. So, like, to act like Gervonta Tank Davis, bro, is just there because of his thug life. And I've never even heard him make that claim. That was the crazy part about it. I get what Paulie was trying to say. I think that this Paulie just dig too deep sometimes, you know.
No, and then he's like, why was Ray Leonard so promoted? Bro, Ray Leonard was actually in good ass fights. He was actually in exciting fights. You cannot say that about Shakur.
In fact, he had an exciting style. He was in exciting fights, and then I was telling all positive, he had the Howard Cosell bump. He had that Howard Cosell bump, bro. And Howard Cosell was comparing to Muhammad Ali, and then he had really fast hands, bro.
Yeah, he was exciting. That's the thing. Shakur's not exciting. Andre Ward's barely exciting.
Agreed. Andre Ward is an acquired taste. Yeah, I couldn't get jiggy with the thug life comments. I ain't gonna lie to you. But let's get to some more of this.
Champion, and you're going off and fighting exhibitions for money. You're not interested in fighting anymore. I don't think Gervonta Davis is ever going to fight again after this. But so all the points that you were making.
So look, I'm gonna say this, man. People gotta start giving us our credit for watching my show, bro. When we be saying stuff all positive, like I think all positive might have said this before and several times. He said when you start talking about retirement, you know, go ahead and he was talking about Errol Spence. He said if Errol Spence fight Fendora, he go ahead and put all his money in his bank account on Fendora. He said when fighters start talking about retirement, it's over. And Chris Algieri basically was like, yeah, you know, when fighters start talking about retirement, you know, part of the end. So yeah, they got to start footnoting the boxing scholar, bro.
In terms of, you know, what Gervonta is, he's built up, he's this and that. You must like this fight then, because you got two guys who are built up, who are selling tickets to non-boxing fans.
No, I don't like the built up. I don't like the built up. I like organic boxing. I'm just saying what they prop it up is selling.
If you're gonna have two built up guys, they should fight each other, right? I mean, by what you're saying, I'm not saying that you like the build up, but if you got two guys that are built up, and you're saying Gervonta Davis is built up, obviously Jake Paul's built up.
I'm saying you should build up the correct guys. You should let them organically rise to the top. The cream should rise to the top organically.
The reason I disagree with him, Gus, is because who decides who's the cream or not? No Diddy. It's just like Mike Tyson was getting knocked out in the amateurs, bro. He was getting knocked out of the amateurs, bro. He said it on several occasions. Like nobody would have believed in him other than Customato. So it's like, who decides who the cream is? Like, what? Can you name a fighter for me, Gus, that has a natural built-in fan base that rolls organically? Because most of the people that do the organic route, they get popular towards retirement. Hagler, Terrence Bud Crawford, They get popular amongst the fans when they build themselves up organically.
But what does that mean
over time.
organically? What does that mean organic?
I guess he means by racking up wins and beating people, because that's what Bud did. Bud wasn't always Bud, you know, until he racked up wins and got the Spence fight. Now he's Hollywood Bud, you know. But the organic stuff, I'm a little bit confused too as well.
I don't even know what that means organically. Like you get built up either like a lot of the big stars wouldn't be big stars if they weren't built up properly. Like they had to be match made. You couldn't just put them in there against the
good
top
matchmaking.
opponents.
Chavez, good matchmaking. They threw Chavez on Mike Tyson undercard to give him exposure to, you know, and he was carefully matched. Good exposure. There's a recipe in the making fighters, and Paulie knows it. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what he's talking about organic. If that's the case, Pro Box would do better numbers than Jake Paul or Logan Paul versus Mayweather, because Pro Box do competitive fights. Brandon Rios versus Mike Alvarado is probably one of the most evenly matched, evenly rock'em sock'em robots, exciting matches of all time. But nobody ranks those fighters. That fight is one of the greatest fights of all time, and they're evenly matched.
There's not enough skill in those fights for me to fuck with him.
Nah, it's name recognition, hype of the fight, and the build-up, the manufacturing stuff he was talking about. Larry Holmes versus Jerry Cooney. That was a manufactured fight. It was manufactured and geared towards race. And it sold and did very, very great number. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why Paulie has been in the sport, as aware of the sport, but has acted like he don't really know what's up with the sport. That organic stuff, like I said, Bud tried to do it. Well, Bud didn't try to do it. Bud did it, and Hagler did it. Now Bud is still in the sport, about to sell his O towards the end, and Hagler sold out for a payday against Ray Leonard. Ray Leonard, he knew Ray Leonard was waiting for him to slip. He started slipping and then still fought Ray Leonard, knowing he was waiting for him to slip, just because he wanted a big payday and he wanted to finally get recognition for his skills. So I don't know what the hell Paulie talking about with this organic.
Look at Tim Tszyu. Look at Tim Tszyu. Yeah. Huge push behind him. Huge push behind him. They were getting ready. This was going to be the guy. He dropped the ball.
Bro, his level of opposition is better than Gervonta Davis' whole career arc, even right now. Tim Tszyu, who his level of opposition, his position has already surpassed what Gervonta Davis has fought in his whole career. So you can't say drop the ball. What drops the ball is, no, you get exposed maybe as, okay, maybe you weren't as good. If you fight enough top guys, I'm telling you, Tszyu's a quality fighter. But, you know, we found out, okay, he can't hack it at a certain level. Davis isn't going to hack it at that level either, guys. I got news for you. They just kept him away from that level.
I'm gonna push back on that too again, because Fedor, is Fedor really that guy?
I mean, he's proving to be. And honestly, the Montezalia fight didn't help him either. You forget a nigga.
The Montezalia fight. That was. That's what
I'm saying. Like, you don't let anything arrive organically. How does Montezalia not get a date? You know what I mean? We talked about this yesterday. How does Montezalia, who's a monster in that weight class, again, you're not letting it organically arise. This is not a sport, bro. This is a sideshow circuit.
You agree?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with Paulie.
It's not a sport. It's a sideshow circus.
Yeah.
Okay, you know Paulie's coming back to boxing, right?
Yeah.
Where's he going to go fight at?
The BKFC.
Bro, ain't that the sideshow shit?
Yeah. Well, he's not going back to boxing. He's going to the bare knuckle shit.
The only reason like I said, I watch Paulie, bro. I watch his takes. Said the only reason that he's going back to that is because he's an older fighter, and he said he can keep it up, but he can't maintain it. So he said like the 2-minute rounds is really, really good for him, like what Mike Tyson did in the exhibition. He said the older you get, the harder it is. Well, he basically said what I already knew. The harder it is to get your second win and stuff like that. So I don't know, bro. I like it's kind of hard for me to listen to him talk about boxing being a circus, bro, and he going to the circus to go come back to sport and participate. And then you know what don't make no sense, bro? It's kind of like this. Paulie considers himself a truth teller, a rebel, and stuff like that. I don't disagree with him, but it's kind of like this. You remember how he was ranting and raving against Manny Pacquiao for all those years about Manny Pacquiao doing steroids? Yeah, and then his last couple fights, he goes to Memo Heredia.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Heredia. He went to Ariza.
No, it was Heredia. It wasn't a reason.
Oh, I thought
But
he went to the guy Pacquiao was training with.
he went to no, that was Mayweather. Mayweather went with a reason because Ariza was Ariza's last fighter was Mayweather. He hasn't worked with boxers since. He retired after Mayweather.
Damn.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean that's a good way to. That's a good paycheck right there. Shit.
But yeah, Paulie went to go work with Mimo already, the cheater in boxing. So it's just like, man, come on, bro. Come on, Paulie. Like, man, what you doing, bro? Come on, man.
That we're turning into over here. And I got to see you talking about it. Go ahead, Jim.
You know, what I'm curious about, and I really want to ask you this, Chris, because we were discussing this off air before this show even started. His charges of domestic violence dropped because his girlfriend basically failed to make a statement to police. This is a guy who claimed to have turned things around after he fled from a car accident, clearly didn't turn things around. Chris, how much does the look? He's going to be in trouble anyway. We got to cash him out while we can. How much do you think his out of ring troubles may have contributed to this decision? You get what I'm saying? Where he's going to be in trouble. We don't know. As you said, he doesn't want to fight anymore. But this idea of he's also been in trouble again recently. Hey, let's take the big money fight and cash this guy out before he does something that he's going to do some serious time or there's another big mistake. What's your thought?
Troubles or not, I don't know the reality of that because listen, I have friends who are repeat offenders in certain things, and it just becomes sometimes those repeats aren't like they should be. And I'm not gonna speculate on any of that. I will say this though, I think it was about 18 months ago. He essentially talked about wanting to be out. And once you're 1 foot out the door, you're pretty much all the way out. And when he started saying that he was thinking about retirement or he wants to think about his kids or he, is thinking this different way or I don't want to go to a therapist because it's going to change the way that he's already thinking about it then. That shows me he's already got a foot out the door. The people around him I'm sure are aware of that. They've got the behind the door discussions with him and they're getting the real Gervonta Davis or at least parts of it that no one else gets to see. Like, especially lately, if you notice, Gervonta's been
So stop it there, man. They ain't saying nothing that we don't say over here, and that just show that we know what we're talking about, whenever the quote unquote experts are echoing our talking points. Paulie even said it earlier in the interview that he didn't even think this fight was a possibility because he thought it was a joke. And he was like saying that the fact that the fight is happening, it shows like the state of boxing. That's why he's talking about it being a circus. And I disagree with him to a certain degree. I think it's just money driven. That's what happened when you bring money in. Like our sport, there literally was a guy who fought a bear in the sport of boxing. They put gloves on the bear and they let a guy fight him in the sport of boxing. They took a guy from the circus in the sport of boxing and put him up against bums, manufactured, just like he said, right? And then actually let him fight for a world title. That was Primo Canero. So boxing has always been a sport that was for sale and a circus to a certain degree because it's ran and driven by money, and what people are willing to pay is no limits. You there?
Yeah.
You disagree? Agree?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna watch the fight, bro. So, I don't really care. Like, I got my opinion. Like, my opinion is that it's bullshit. But these guys can do whatever the fuck they want with their life. They're making money. They're making their own money. So,
agree. I've seen all this. Let me put it to where I didn't see, so I can react to something.
really out of the guy in between fights. Yeah. He stays in the gym a lot more. He's kind of quiet. So big. Other than that, there's a lot more dangerous guys in his weight classes that is going to make a lot less money. So risk reward, this is the route.
You have played both sides of it, Paulie, about who has more to lose in this fight. If you had to make a pick, who to you has more to lose? The big Jake Paul, who's not particularly skilled, or the smaller and very skilled Gervonta Davis, who's facing a bigger guy?
I think Davis is more to lose because he's the bona fide world champion. I don't care if he's much smaller. I think Jake Paul has sort of plateaued as far as where his boxing is concerned. It's rather low level. Yeah. He's big, he's physical, he's strong, he can hit. So there is that risk. Davis, at lightweight, you're in a moment where it's too physical for you. You can clinch. against the heavyweight, where you clinching? You ain't getting out of that corner just clinching anymore if you run out of space. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. But Davis, listen, there's a lot of talking points that I'm sure we'll get into when this gets closer to the fight. Davis can still punch a lightweight. Can he drop a heavyweight? You know, there's a lot to gain there, right? If Davis knocks
the answer is yes.
If Davis drops Jake on his ass, as much as Davis is the one with more to lose, it's still a highlight moment,
a visual that will stay forever.
Yeah, but if you get dropped,
Agreed. Yeah, I said this yesterday before. Before I watched this interview. And I was like, damn, bro, that's how you know I'm a genius of all genius, basketball man. But yeah, I agree. Tank Davis got more to lose. He's trying to make it an exhibition to soften the blow. But like, bro, you really think an exhibition is going to make a difference if you go out there and get stretched by Jake Paul, knocked down, or, you know, embarrassed by him? Like, bro, this is a guy that people are trying to say is a non-boxer. And if he go out there and stretch you, bro, there's nothing, or just even knock you down, it's going to be a moral victory for him because they're never going to let Tank forget that. The guy who ducked Lamont Roach go fight a guy who was a non-boxer and was knocked down. You know, it kind of reminds me of when Tyson Fury got knocked down by Francis Ngannou. When Francis Ngannou knocked Tyson Fury down, everybody started believing what I've been telling them, that Tyson Fury wasn't a legitimate champion. It wasn't until that moment where a guy that was 0-0 knocked him down and started celebrating, where they was like, yeah, Tyson Fury might be overrated. And if he gets knocked down by Jake Paul, they're going to say the same thing.
Bro, that was so retarded because, like, who did Tyson Fury beat? Just fucking Wilder and old-ass Klitschko. And everyone's talking shit about Wilder. Like, I don't rate Wilder high either. So why the fuck would I rate Fury high based off 2 Wilder wins?
Well, I got Jake Paul by decision.
I got Jake Paul by stoppage.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think it's what he said. You know, Jake Paul normally tires out in fights, which is why you see all that panicking and shit and stuff like that. But it's because he's fighting guys who are bigger than Tank Davis. That's most of the time are putting pressure on him. Even though Mike Tyson was putting pressure on him, Devontae Tank Davis sits and waits around for shots. And then, like Paulie said, the size difference. Like when Jake Paul gets tired, he's gonna force his. He's gonna be able to rest in the fight because he's in there with a smaller guy that he could just throw around the ring. So
you know what's really important too? The size of the gloves.
Yeah, if they give them bigger gloves, that's gonna favor Paul, in my opinion.
Nah, in my opinion, if they give him bigger gloves, it's gonna favor Tank. I would give Tank more of a chance if they wore bigger gloves.
No. If they do bigger gloves, let me tell you why it favors. It favors Jake Paul, because Jake Paul is not really a devastating puncher. He has knockouts and he got knockout reels, but he's not a devastating puncher. So what's going to happen is he already has big fists compared to Devontae Davis' head and bone structure. It's going to add more surface area. So he's going to feel everywhere that he punches him with that big glove. See, the smaller glove creates knockouts because it's coming faster. But the bigger gloves with a big hand behind it is going to feel like a George Foreman punch. So I think it favors Jake Paul, in my personal opinion.
All right, I'm back. I had to go and do something, go in the building and pay somebody.
Yo, I remember one time, Gus, I sparred my brother, and we had some pretty big gloves, and because they were big gloves, I felt like, safe. And I remember getting hit with it, and because the glove was so big and I was small at the time, it jerked my entire neck, bro.
Yeah.
So it's like a bigger glove with a bigger hand in it against a smaller dude. I think it's gonna give the illusion that it's safer, but he gonna feel everywhere he touch him with that big glove. He better go medium, in my opinion, or small, so he can get him with a shot that he don't see.
What ounce?
Yeah, and that's my question. Are they both gonna wear the same size gloves, or is Tank gonna have a smaller glove and Jake Paul gonna have a bigger glove?
I don't know because they fighting at different weights. That is the craziest thing in the world. Like the weight disparity in this fight is gonna be way more than the Canelo and the Bud one. Like I don't even know what they coming in at. That is insane, bro. Like this is such a kind of like a crazy fight that I think people ain't gonna believe it until they both in the ring looking across at each other, and even then it's gonna be a little surreal.
Well, Jake Paul is the A side, so you know he ain't going down to what Tank wanted to fight at.
Yeah, but I think Tank is okay with fighting to where he's at.
Yeah.
It's kind of like with Mayweather and Logan Paul.
Yeah.
Was there a weight with that fight?
No, I don't think it's it was an exhibition. I don't think it is any weights with exhibition. Cause y'all remember Shaq actually fought.
Yeah, that's true.
What was Shane Mosley?
Shane Mosley and De La Hoya.
That's true.
Yeah, so I don't think it's.
You know what's crazy though? Jake Paul has a win against Mike Tyson. Like it counted in his box rec.
Yeah.
That is insane, man.
Fight. They turned into a real fight. It was no exhibition.
That's insane. That's so insane it hurt my brain. That's crazy work, man. That they counted that against Mike Tyson's record, bro.
They did.
Well, no, he wanted it. He wanted it to. Like it was initially an exhibition, but then they turned it into a real fight.
I think they had to do that so they can make money off of it. And then it was exhibitions get sanctioned, don't they?
No, they don't.
Because remember the WBC wasn't the WBC there?
Yeah. No,
they was there for the Roy Jones fight.
Yeah, but it wasn't a real fight though. But this one though. But the thing is, I don't know how they made Jake Paul and Tyson a real fight in 2-minute rounds. Man, I've never seen that.
There was just a fight that happened where they made around 2 minutes. I forgot what fight it was.
I got a theory on that.
Oh, I think it was Oscar Duarte versus Kenneth Sims.
Mm.
They had a 2-minute round in one of those rounds.
Sometimes the timekeeper messes up because they messed up in Anthony Joshua Usyk. When Usyk had him hurt like the last 15 seconds, they stopped the round too fast.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Joshua was about to get knocked out.
Nah, he wasn't. I actually watched. I thought he was too, and then I saw like a slow down clip of that, and Joshua was dodging all the punches. It just looked like he was getting punched.
I know he was hurt badly.
He was hurt. No, but he was actually dodging all those punches.
Yeah.
Talking about Usyk.
Yeah, in the first Usyk fight.
Man, I want to say I told y'all that, Gus, and y'all was denying it on air.
Told us what?
That he was dodging all them shots. Maybe it was Puro.
It was probably Puro. No, because I remember I saw that clip a long time ago. And I was like, oh, shit, he dodged all these punches. Because when I first saw it live, I thought he was going to get stopped, too, and I thought it was bullshit. But I just found a random clip of it slowed down. I was like, oh, shit, he dodged all these shit.
Didn't they, like, take away 10 seconds, too, in that fight?
Yeah,
That's why I thought it was bullshit. Because I thought Usyk was about to stop him, but turns out he wasn't even hitting him.
And then Anthony Joshua felt like he won the second fight, but he wouldn't say it. He just threw a temper tantrum.
He did not win. It was the second fight was easier than the first.
No, I disagree. I think he won that second fight.
It wasn't. I thought Joshua had him in the second fight. My bad. I thought at one point when he had him hurt, but then he let off the gas, he like blew his load. But no, he did not win the second fight.
Man, I had Joshua winning that second fight.
No, man, he lost that second fight.
Nah, man,
I had him losing that.
He lost that
Man,
one.
he did that fight. We're gonna have to do a rewatch one day, man. He won that fight, man.
You know we can't rewatch the zone fights, man.
Well, we can do it backstage. We ain't gonna show it.
Oh, I'm about to say we can't show that.
If we make it black and white, we can.
Then they gonna strike us down while we live.
That man said you can make it black and white. They don't give a damn about none of that.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you that. Yeah, because I'm telling you, this is what I did. I used to get copyright strikes on Facebook for like at the end of fights I would show the highlights and I would talk about it like the knockout. So what I did, I was like, let me just mute it now, and I'm showing the fight on TV, on my camera, but on a TV screen I still got copyright.
Yeah, there's a guy who used to go to the fights, and he would record it from his camera, and he would take out all the music, and he's thinking like, well, this is kind of my property because I'm recording what I see. Bro, when I tell you they struck that dude channel,
I know exactly who you're talking about too.
I don't care about none of that.
Yeah, this copyright strikes got out of control, man. Like even for the beat makers, like you're lucky not to get one today. It's rare that you don't get one. You gotta do some maneuvering, man.
And it's so hard to make money off music now.
So I wonder how does certain channels not get copyright strikes when they're showing fights like they're showing highlights of fights. How do they not get copyright strikes?
It depends who, because some of them got relationships with the networks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like
and you can
Showbiz.
apply. Like there was a time where Top Rank said apply and we'll allow you to show our footage. I'm like, man, that's a trick. They want you to apply so they can strike your ass.
Showbiz got a lot of those fucking
man. Showbiz, he just said the other day he worked with every company, bro. The Zone.
I know you're gonna shock to hear me say this. I think Showbiz makes some good points when he's not cooning.
Like what?
I just think he makes good points about certain fights when he's not cooning. You know, even if he's wrong, but I think he makes certain points about some fights.
Showbiz is either going all the way extreme or pointing out the obvious.
Yeah, it's pointing out the obvious, yeah.
They're like, y'all fans are moist. You're moist.
I hate that dude's ad libs.
I can't stand it, man. You know what I'm saying? I can't stand that dude, man. I respect his hustle, but I just don't like it.
I'll probably them.
Yeah.
What would you say if Showbiz, the adult, just text me and told me to tell you you're moist?
I would ignore that guy, man.
That guy's the beast, man. Best.
I wouldn't even engage in online banner with him and his fan base.
That guy is moist.
I seen a back and forth between him and Bill Haney. It was funny, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. The dads, can't nobody out talk Bill Haney.
Yeah. One thing about Bill Haney, you ain't never gonna hear the words "no comment" from him.
I've only seen one person set Bill Haney up.
Who's that?
A girl.
Who's that?
Her name is Jab Queen.
I don't know her.
Set Bill Haney up, bro. He didn't say nothing.
For real?
Huh?
I said for real?
He just started like laughing. Bro, Bill Haney is like rolling.
Retarded?
Huh?
Retarded?
Yeah. He told.
No, man. Bill Haney's an intelligent guy, man.
He told Brian Norman Jr. that they giving him a shot.
What?
How you giving them a shot? They the ones with the title.
Giving him a shot at what?
Exactly. Ain't that something Rolly would say?
Give him a shot to knock him out.
Nah, I just think, like I said, I like Devin Haney. I like Brian Norman. I just think this is a bad fight for Devin Haney, man. I just don't
What's
see
good, Ed?
how you gonna have the power to keep Brian Norman off you.
Shit, I don't like Devin Haney.
You don't like him?
Nah.
Well, you gotta give that man respect, bro.
I give him respect. I give Devin Haney all the respect in the world for taking this fight, but
Think about
I
it,
just
bro.
don't understand why.
Think about it. He fighting a fight that a lot of people think he's gonna lose.
Bro, they giving him a shot to make himself legitimate.
And more importantly, he fighting a fight
That too. Yeah,
that
that's
Boots
true.
didn't want. He fighting a fight that Boots didn't want.
Exactly. And then
that is
look
crazy.
at who Tank fighting. Look who his contemporaries fighting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Devin Haney would have beaten Navarrete.
Huh? Navarrete? Wait, what
Yeah.
are you talking about?
Devin Haney would have beaten Navarrete.
Are you talking about the right? I don't know if you're talking about the right person.
The one that Shakur just fought.
No, that's Zepeda. Yes.
Oh, Zepeda. Okay. Yeah, he would have beat Zepeda.
I don't disagree with that.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't disagree. I think he would have.
I don't
Man,
think
Zepeda, bro. I counted. Last fight, Zepeda threw 3,599 punches, bro. He couldn't get no. That man, death by 100 paper cuts, bro. Throw a whole bunch of punches with no power. Matter of fact, when Puro sent me clips of this dude some years ago, and he said he wanted, because Puro, matchmaker Puro, he already knew this fight was in the brewing. I told Puro, I don't think he could beat Shakur. He was like, why? I said, he don't got no power. Like, he could put a ton of pressure on Shakur and be busy, but he got to have that power. Shakur fear power. That's why he fought De Los Santos the way he did. But I think Devin Haney beats that guy easy.
Nah, Zepeda, no, I don't think so.
Bro, Zepeda's off balance too much. Devin Haney would just control him with the jab, bro.
I don't think Devin Haney's that good against southpaws, other than Regis Prograis, who sucks.
Hey, what did he use on Regis?
That's what I'm saying, but Regis is terrible.
I'm just saying that jab. Devin Haney got a jab. The Bison. The Bison Scholar first question: do you date snow bunnies, brother? Do you date snow bunnies? Yo, shout out to X for being strong-minded, strong-willed, man. I sent him a snow bunny today, and he said, Black Queens forever, snow bunnies never. Our pilot says, you got any more videos? No, just play. But, yeah, man. He said, showbiz boxing opinion may not be credible, but he completely understands the business aspect of the game, and that's why he is where he's at. You know what's really crazy about that, Raji? When Showbiz might have had maybe 10 to 20,000 subs, maybe 30,000. I don't know. I just remember Showbiz had like a Mike Tyson belt, and he kept like that the belt that he'd be ringing all the time. He said Mike Tyson gave it to him, and he was doing like a character or a chick back then, and he was making weird noises, and he had Showbiz in the back with the letters. And I said, Raji, then. It's maybe like, I want to say 2016, maybe 2015. I can't remember. Maybe 17. It might have been 17. I think it was 17 because Floyd fought McGregor. But I said then, and I think Triple G fought Canelo. Yeah, but I said then I was like, he gonna be good. Like he gonna do well in the sport. I seen his ambition. I seen the character. I seen the gimmick stuff. I said people gonna eat this up. No Diddy. Okay.
He gonna be the next champion, YouTube champion.
Hey, he might be, brother. He might be. And if you disagree, you moist.
Moist. Black. 2 sugars.
Hey. And even whenever he's interviewing the fighters, he knows how to like get them out, like get them off balance. Like they thinking he finna be on like he's a fighter, so they're talking to him like a fighter. Like you said, and he just like he disarms them. He's like, Shakur, I've said stuff. I said stuff, Shakur. You said stuff, but you blocked me on Twitter. Yeah. He just, I don't know, bro. It's just like he knows how to disarm him because he had Shakur over there like, yeah, I kept seeing your posts and, you was in my head. I shouldn't even let you get there. I don't know, bro. He got a good, he good, bro. The boy good. Like Rob G say, he get it, bro. That boy good. He good. The boy good.
Man, I've been saying this since I was an itty bitty baby. I don't know shit about boxing.
I ain't saying nothing I ain't said before. How long you been saying? Hey, I've been saying it. He got mad when he asked. I've been saying that since I was. But yeah, bro, that's the thing about it. Because you can't say on one hand that boxing is a circus, and then when the entertainers rise to the top, of YouTube, you know, that would be a reflection of the circus, right? Because if the boxers is doing the circus part on the fighting, then wouldn't the content creators get famous for doing the same thing?
Yep. I think that's another bad thing about boxing, like the rise of the content creators and YouTube. Because a lot of these guys, because more often than not, you get more bad content creators than good. You're like these guys, like you get them content creators that are jocking fighters, and once you jock a fighter, once you have a favorite fighter, you can't see anything past this fighter being, you can't see nothing this fighter does bad. So whatever this fighter does, you're gonna always agree with it. You're never gonna say, okay, this is my favorite fighter, and you got this guy on your channel, you're interviewing him. You're never gonna go out and say, well, I agree with him, I disagree with him about this. You'll never do that because you don't want to lose that relationship.
Even if you're smaller.
Nah, I would do that.
But yeah, that's what scholars say. Like that's why you don't interview and develop relationships with these current fighters, because then you become compromised.
They try to hijack your channel.
Nah, I'm real. I'm real with my friends, bro.
Yeah, you gotta be real with them. Like your friends. If they're your friend, you got to be real with them. Like your real friends are gonna be real with you. Like, yo, this is bad. They'll give you good advice. Like, this is bad. What you're doing, you shouldn't do this.
Yeah, I had to put the boy. I had to put the beats on my boy the other day, bro.
What?
Shit. Thought he was a drug dealer, bro. I had to put the beats on him. They'd be like, nah, bro. This ain't the way to go.
That's obviously a drug deal gone bad.
Yeah, but you gotta do that, man. You gotta be on them channels that don't get compromised, because just as much as, and this is what I hate with a lot of YouTubers. You'll criticize a fighter deservingly, but when your favorite fighter and your friend is doing the same thing, you defend it. You know what I'm saying?
They about to do that with Jake Paul.
Yeah.
They've been saying Jake Paul ain't a boxer for years, and now they finna come to Jesus on how skillful and how good he really is. Just for if Tank possibly win or knock him out, they could give Tank, legitimize Tank's win.
Yeah.
Well, bro, you gotta remember, everyone who Tank's fight, they're automatically in the top 10, bro. Somehow. They're automatically in the top 10 of every sanctioning body.
Watch Jake Paul get email belt for 135 for the WBC.
He's gonna fight Kambosos next.
Facts, bro. He's gonna fight Kambosos for the WBC.
I think Kambosos will take that fight for the pay.
Man, Kambosos will take anything. Kambosos suck, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I try to put some respect on his name because I don't like to disrespect champions, man. Because I feel like that happens a lot in the sport. So I'll try to put respect on his name. That guy sucks, bro.
Finally, Scholar said it, bro.
Yes, bro. I was trying to put respect on his name, bro, because he was an undisputed champion, or at least unified, you know.
No, he wasn't undisputed. He was unified, yeah.
Yeah, he was at least a unified champion. And I don't want to disrespect the sport by saying a unified champion sucks. But, bro, that dude sucks, bro. Like, bro, Henderson made this dude quit. That dude done got no power, bro.
Tio really made this guy champion. I can't believe it. He really made it. Tio really made this guy, gave this guy a career. Because before Kambosos, a lot of us really hadn't heard of him. And after Tio, he's been getting big fight after big fight and getting punished.
The Tio machine.
Nonstop.
Tio makes stars like Top Rank. Tio make more stars than Top Rank. That's crazy, bro. But no, that's a fact. Bro. That's a fact, bro. That's a fact that Tio made this man into a star, and he keep getting opportunities, you know. Tio need to sit him down like Deontay Wilder did Fury and be like, never forget who brought you the big time.
I remember this shit.
You was doing coke when I found you.
You was strung out on coke in a bar. What does he say?
That was hilarious, bro. That man admitted to cherry picking online. On air.
Wasn't that on Joe Rogan that he said that shit?
Nah, it was just a regular presser because he had on shades and they was sitting in the chair And Tyson Fury was like, you know what? I used to respect you. No, I don't respect you. And he was just going off and doing his stuff. You know, it was hilarious because Deontay Wilder was like, you see, I ain't saying nothing because I'm slowly transforming into the Bronze Bomber. And he said, you see that right there? That's why I don't respect you. He was like, look at you. You need two people. I don't need nothing but myself and Jesus Christ above. You're like, bro, like, what the fuck? He was just trying to find a reason not to like him, bro. That was hilarious, though, bro. Like they hold pressers. That ain't gonna lie, that was entertaining, bro. You remember when they told Deontay Wilder to payday for those fights and he fainted?
No.
The faint.
Yeah, he fainted. They said because they were sold out. I think Leonard Ellerby or somebody might have said the numbers or pay-per-view numbers or something, and Deontay Wilder like play fainted, like, you know. And then he was like, he basically said after that they was gonna freeze AJ out. I'm just like, bro, that's what I like. When the people say Deontay Wilder didn't duck AJ, bro, there's no way, bro. There's no way, bro. Like he definitely ducked Anthony Joshua, bro.
Nah.
It's no way, bro. Bro.
I don't believe he ducked AJ to fight Ortiz twice. That makes no sense.
Why not? Bro, Ortiz was 140.
Yeah, but AJ didn't want to fight Ortiz either.
Ortiz was on steroids and he was 145 years old.
He was on steroids and he was about 50, 60 years old. But the thing is, he was still a dangerous opponent.
Man, look,
everybody that AJ was fighting.
This is what I remember about the Anthony Joshua situation. All positive. Anthony Joshua told Deontay Wilder went on his Instagram or Twitter or one of them social media places, right? And he said, Anthony Joshua, I'm gonna take this old school. I'm gonna call you out. Do you want to fight me? And Anthony Joshua was like, what the, like, why are you calling me out online? Like, what fights get made online? You know, like clearly a publicity stunt, right? Mm-hmm. And Deontay Wilder, he told Deontay Wilder, he was like, okay, well, how about this? Give me 50 million. Give me 50 million, something in a percent, and the upside of the pay-per-view, something like that. And Deontay Wilder was like, I
remember he asked for the 50. Yeah, I remember.
You got it. That's all you want, 50 million. We're gonna send it. I got my people sending it now. Bro, how they gonna send 50 million? And Deontay Wilder ain't made over 7 million in a fight.
But I did think that was strange for Anthony Joshua to ask for 50 million at that point. The money just wasn't there for them to fight here in America.
You not keeping me, man.
Or even over there.
I think he can make 50 million fighting Derek Chisora.
Well, probably now.
No, I'm saying though, not even then.
Not back then. No, he was making 50. He was making like 20,
Anthony Joshua was making bread. All positive.
He was making bread. He was making like 20 million. He wasn't making 50 million.
Nah, he was.
Man,
Ice managing. Ice managing, bro. He used to make bread. I'm not gonna lie. He was making bread.
That man was making bread. Bro. One thing you could be in the UK is 175 and still box.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going to UK, man. Give me a fight over there.
You might as well.
But you talking about Chisora? Chisora is actually still decent though.
Man, Chisora sucked.
I mean, he to me he gave fucking Usyk his best fight.
Yeah, he did, but that was years ago, bro.
Yeah, but even then, like he destroyed. He destroyed Wallin, and then he fucking beat up Joe Joyce.
Bro,
so he's still decent. He's still
Joe
decent.
Joyce was damaged goods, bro. After the fight with what you call it.
I still don't know how Joseph Parker lost to this guy, man.
You gotta stop.
I'm still trying to figure that out.
But who is Joseph Parker be, bro?
Man, Joseph Parker's overrated, bro.
Very.
That's my homeboy. I don't.
Him. Joe Joyce is slow as molasses, man.
Joseph Parker's ass.
What's crazy is that I told everybody Joe Joyce is going to piece up Joseph Parker. And people thought that was my hate for Joseph Parker. Like, nah, bro. Joe Joyce, I seen Joseph Parker out of shape. And I seen Joe Joyce. in shape and hadn't been stopped yet, and I was like, this is gonna be pretty easy pickings, bro.
Man, Joe Parker's always easy pickings. Yeah,
I think he gave, even though he lost to AJ, I thought he gave AJ a good fight. He should have won like 5 rounds.
That sucks. He lost to Andy Ruiz.
Who did?
Joseph Parker.
Yeah, but so did Anthony Joshua. He got knocked out.
Yeah, that's why. But that's why he got beat up by Usyk.
Man, y'all be playing with Anthony Joshua's name. That dude.
but I'm telling you though, man, I don't see this whole thing about everybody's like Usyk's ducking Joseph Parker. Man, like he'll beat Joseph Parker too, man. I keep telling people.
Yeah.
Like, nah,
I don't even want to see that
That's a
lame
good
ass.
fight. Nah,
I'm sorry, bro. That's a lame ass fight. I
Man, that is a
be
good
so
fight,
pissed
bro.
off if they make that fight, bro. I would be
Listen.
so pissed off because
First off,
Parker sucks.
in order for me to call Usyk great, Usyk got one of the greatest or the greatest of his time, bro. I can't do it with 5 fights, bro. He got to clean out the division.
Usyk is an all-time great fighter, just not an all-time great heavyweight. That's all.
He got to go fight Yijit Caballero, and he got to fight Joseph Parker, bro, for me to say okay.
No. Fuck Parker. If he fights Caballero, he beats Caballero. I respect that, bro.
Yeah, I don't want to see him fight Parker. Man.
I don't. Yeah.
Bro, stop, bro. Parker has earned this shot, bro. That man hit McCauley to the top of the head. That man taking every steroid under the book. You think he taking all these steroids not to fight for a belt?
McCauley came off the couch the day before that. He was still eating a bag of chips
we ain't
in the
doing
ring.
None of that. Hey, but see, whenever you out of shape, Gus, you still could have a good first round just off muscle memory. He got knocked out early, bro, while he was still fresh.
Bro, but he didn't give a fuck. He just walked in there. Like, he just walked in there, was licking his fingers with the fucking Cheeto dust on it. It looked like fucking Bomac. Like, I thought Bomac was in there fighting, bro.
Bro,
he's licking the Cheeto dust off his fingers. And
do you know that Bomac took Butterbean to a decision and lost? Don't ever disrespect Bomac like that, bro.
That's ridiculous, bro.
Don't you ever forget who brought you to the big time boxing, Gus. But nah, that dude got knocked out. He got knocked out by Joseph Parker. I got to give Joseph Parker credit, even though I think he's on steroids.
Nah, I don't even on steroids. He still asked me. He didn't beat Zane, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was a terrible.
Oh, I agree with that. That was robbery.
That was a terrible
Nobody
decision.
even talks about that robbery, bro. That's the saddest part about it. Everybody just acts like Joseph Parker legitimately won that.
Zane beat him all over that ring, man. You know what I'm saying? That should have been a clear unanimous decision.
Zane wasn't even fucking trying. Zane was tapping him on the face and just pushing him around like a bitch.
Whoa. No driving motherfucker. That's why they call fucked up. Right.
Skylar about to get in some road rage.
Yeah, I'm just driving. Man. It's like everybody pulls out in front of you, man. Like I told you about that yesterday. What I saw, man. Like I don't know if I told you, my wife. I seen someone pull out in front of an 18-wheeler yesterday. I'm like, and the 18-wheeler they barely. Only reason they was able to stop because the speed limit is 45, and they literally had like 6 to 12 inches from hitting them when they stopped. I'm like, what fool would pull out in front of an 18-wheeler?
Wait, who are you talking about? I missed out on everything.
This was in the street. I was looking at I was getting a tire yesterday. I was sitting in a repair place, and I seen someone pull out in front of an 18-wheeler. An 18-wheeler just had like 6 to 12 inches when they slammed on brakes, like cleared their car. So, like you should never want to pull out in front of it. An 18-wheeler is gonna win that 10 times out of 10 if they hit you when you pull out in front of them.
Yeah, that's fucking insane.
Nah, I got hit by 2 18-wheelers in one day, and luckily I'm here in the 18-wheelers now.
Fucking
George Foreman said that. He said that when he punched the lion, he was like, by the grace of God,
they got a video,
I'm here. The lion's not.
footage of that. They got the video footage of that.
I got it on my page.
Yeah, man, it's crazy, man. But for you to even have, because I actually wanted the lion myself. I wanted to raise them up from a cub. But like I said, even if you raise them up, there's no guarantee they want to.
One wrong play and move, they get a taste of blood. It's over.
Yeah, because the lions, a male lion grows to be about, they can get up to like 500 pounds. So I would much rather have a lioness, so she gets up to like 200, 250. You know what I'm saying? So it contains some of that. But still, 250 is big for a cat. You know what I'm saying? That's still huge.
Shit, nah, bro. That's little to me.
It's expensive to feed a lion, man, because you got to think a lion can eat 25% of their
Lion's supposed to eat your enemies.
Yep.
You invite your enemies over for lunch, and then they eat lunch. That's how it's supposed to go. But nah, hey, Gus, you talking about going to Atlanta for this Jake Paul fight?
Man, I wouldn't waste $100 to see Jake Paul fight Tank.
Did I say that? I didn't. I said I meant I was gonna watch it like here, like I don't know, like at a bar or some shit. Like I'm gonna go watch
the
it.
only way we can stop these types of circus events is not to support them. That's the only way we can stop them.
Man, if you don't stop. Man, if you don't stop.
Them, man. Cause listen, Jake Paul
All
likes
positive,
to party, and
man.
You gotta
Look,
tell him no.
all positive. We do not support. We've been all positive. We've been streaming, and I say we as in me and you. We've been streaming most of the events.
But I don't stream fights. I try to do the right thing, man.
Shit.
I've always tried to do the right thing. I think I streamed maybe one or two fights in my life.
You think I pay for OnlyFans, bro? When they got Twitter?
No, I can't. I definitely can't pay my OnlyFans, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know, I got my resources. And I just found a chick today. Had OnlyFans. I look at her content. She's a basketball player on YouTube. And I found out I'm like, yo, I went to her IG and she got a link tree. And I saw a link tree. I'm like, let me go down this rabbit hole, right? And I found that OnlyFans link. I'm like, wow. I had no idea she had an OnlyFans. It's surprising, man.
It'd be the ones you least expected, bro.
Yeah, she's a good ball player. That's the thing. She's a very good ball player.
I'm sure she is, bro. I'm sure she.
She got her OnlyFans. I mean, I checked out the pictures though. I went through my resources and I checked out the pictures, and she's not showing. She's not opening that hole up or anything. So she's just teasing and all that stuff. She ain't showing nothing. She's teasing, but still, she got her OnlyFans.
We should do.
Whoa, brother! This is a family show.
Scholar, you should do like a a section.
That's why I ain't getting too vulgar, but she ain't showing nothing. She ain't worth it.
Scholar should do a section of the show where it's called OnlyFans of the Week, run by All Positive.
You know what? That is not a bad idea.
No, this man be stealing from them single moms. He be promoting the links. He don't promote the actual OnlyFans.
Yeah, man, I'm not giving them chicks any money. They're not giving
that man be streaming fights. Yeah. This man is a pirate.
Look, I've streamed 2 fights in my lifetime.
Knock it off. You be asking for the link sometimes.
I stream all the damn fights.
2 fights in my.
Oh, I'm so glad that Turkey Al-Rashid took the fights off pay-per-view so people can they can stop trying to be super fan. Man, I'll pay for the fight. You don't even pay for the like, okay, bro, we get it. You're dumb enough to spend your money on fights that nobody asked for. Congratulations.
I paid for NJ and Crawford though. That's the last one I paid for. But other than that, I stream. NJ and Crawford. Earl and Crawford.
Damn, bro, that's a bad investment.
I actually paid for that one too. I paid for that one.
I paid for that one.
I didn't want any interruptions, so I paid for Crawford and Spence. I did pay for that one.
But I remember streaming Terrence Crawford and Jeff Horn. That's how long I've been streaming.
Oh man, that's wild, man.
Yeah.
I would have streamed that long, but I couldn't find the link back then.
Oh yeah. I remember them link days, but then them pop-ups and everything. But now how it is, you just click and go.
No, I've been streaming like for over 20 years. I was streaming I streamed Roy Jones versus Tarver. the second fight.
Shit.
I streamed that illegally. I had a link to that online.
So is that one of the 2 fights?
Yeah, that was 1 to 2.
Okay, brother.
That was actually 1 to 2. So you got that
You
one.
know how positive telling stories.
And you know what? Roy
I
Jones
know.
getting knocked out.
That man be cheap. Look, he'll see a bad OnlyFans model, and her OnlyFans will only be $5. I ain't paying for that. That man will go get the illegal link to her OnlyFans.
Stealing from single mothers. That's sad.
Take it from them single mother, but you should be ashamed of yourself.
Hey man, I got to get my enjoyment too.
No, you supposed to retire him like Uncle Shay Shay
I
did.
ain't doing
You
that.
over there stealing from him. He retired OnlyFans models, and you stealing from him.
No, I can't do what Shay Shay did. 23 million is a lot, man. I don't even want to give him $23. He's giving out 23 million. I think somebody pointed out that's more than he made in his whole NFL career.
Yeah, he made more money in TV than he made in his entire career.
That is crazy, man. It's like,
it's not that unheard. It's not that absurd to me because all the endorsement deals he got.
Yeah, but he paid this chick.
Was he that good as an NFL player?
His entire career. That is wild.
Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, he
was good.
He ain't hurt, but I think anybody losing 23 million is
Oh no, he hurt.
Yeah, he's hurt what I'm saying, but he's not in the poorhouse. What I'm saying.
Who knows? We don't know what his overhead look like. He might have had that 50 million spent before he got it.
He might not have much overhead. I mean, a lot of his stuff goes for him going live with Ocho Cinco. They just sit in front of a camera or a phone, whatever. And he rich, so he ain't paying his staff anything. Rich people don't like to pay people. I've learned about that firsthand. I don't want to say any names or the business that I was involved with is a major business here in the area. But I was basically a lady. I was her right-hand man. I was like, she ran the business and I was like next in line. And I was doing the job of like basically 4 people. But she wasn't paying me 4 people. And this is her exact words. Like, so I don't like talking about it. I don't like saying names. But she told me, she's like, well, I got this other $1 million deal coming in. And she told me it's like 60 grand of that is yours. And like, I never got that 60 grand, man. So I got tired of it, man. I just ended up leaving.
I'll positive Rob G said you downloading old school fights like Napster. Off of Napster, I mean.
Nah, they got them on YouTube now, man.
I'm positive got the LimeWire and Kazaa.
I do remember Napster, LimeWire, Kazaa, all that stuff, man. I used to get those fights, But I actually had a big I still do have a big VHS collection. You know what I'm saying? So and I still got a lot of fights on VHS that you can't find on YouTube. I got a lot of stuff that you can't find anywhere. Like, not in Tyson, but every Tyson fight is online. You can get all those. But I'm like, a lot of early stuff, like a lot of other fighters, like I seen Rockman early fights and stuff like that. Terrence Lewis and these guys, they were fighting. A lot of that stuff isn't on but the Hall of Famers, you can find all the Hall of Famer stuff online.
What's the last fight y'all went back and watched?
Oh man, I think I saw I think I watched an Aaron Rosario fight. I fight Chavez like the other day. That was probably one of the last ones I looked at.
Oh, positive. Tell me why after we had that discussion about Roy Jones and we was debating his legacy. It was me, you, I know boxing and Big Dog Willie. After we debated it, your homeboy, man, Dave Morrell was right, man. He went and said my favorite fighter, Edwin Valerio. I'm like, man, you ain't know nothing about no Edwin Valerio.
Man, I ain't never heard him talk about Edwin Valerio on the channel, man.
Man, that dude must have Googled after we used to talk about it. See, he was undefeated.
Yeah, I know Edwin Valerio is well known, man. He was undefeated with 100% KO rate, and him and
it'll never be broken.
It was on a collision course, man, until Valerio did that thing, man. He went crazy, did that thing to his lady, and went to prison and did what he did. Yeah, man. That's one of those big time fights. Like, it will go down in history like one of the biggest fights that didn't happen of that era. Just like Tito and Corte. Tito and Corte fight never happened. They was on a collision course for years, but everybody just waited around till De La Hoya moved up to get that De La Hoya paycheck. And a lot of these guys weren't fighting each other. And then you have yep. Yeah. But yeah, De La Hoya wasn't they were trying to get a De La Hoya check. And then you also have what's his name, Rosario versus Alexis Arguello. That fight didn't happen because Alexis Arguello wanted that paycheck for fighting Aaron Pryor, and he paid for it. And a lot of people actually believe he could beat Aaron Pryor, and Aaron Pryor was the actual underdog in that fight.
Hey, that's crazy work, man. Yo, KP, guess what tonight's episode gonna be about?
What's that?
The interracial dating, brother. So the cooning gonna start about 2 a.m.
No, man. No.
Let me get my watermelon and chicken ready.
Hey, brother, just make sure you're not late for the cooning.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I'm gonna show up eating a pork chop sandwich. You know, we're gonna do a watermelon flavored cake and watermelon flavored popsicles, and then we're gonna finish it all with Kool-Aid. I'm gonna have my white women come. I'm gonna have a white woman dabbing my sweat through the whole live.
Brother, no pork on my fork, brother.
Brother, no pork on my fork. No pork on my fork. I say it again. No pork on my fork.
That is hilarious. But no, that's what the nice episode is gonna be. I ain't gonna lie, man. As far as Paulie cooking up the sea of shitstorm that's going to come when people get a hold of it, because I don't think it really fell on people's radar yet, which is crazy. Because are they not subscribed to Pro Box?
Hey, what did he say?
Oh, you didn't hear what he said? Let me see. I got a timestamp. Hold on.
Hold up, I gotta get off once again. I'll be back. Hold up, somebody out here, man. Hold up.
I didn't even get to talk.
Please.
So, what has he done for the sport? I mean, manufactured or not, he went out there and he performed and he got knockouts and people tuned in. Boxing fans tuned in. And you can talk about that shoe fight and that shoe. They're not boxing fans. Gervonta Davis sold pay-per-views to boxing fans. And he got boxing fans to come to fights, which is so needed. Desperately needed.
They marketed him that way. You can market anybody. You can market it that way. You can market it that way. And champ, you should know better because you and I were very marketable and never got any marketing except as opponents for high-level fighters. And you should know that. They talk about great white hypes and all this other stuff. No, that's absolutely not true. They manufacture what they want to manufacture. Shakur Stevenson can be marketable. He's not ghetto enough. Andre Ward was very marketable. He's not ghetto enough. Why do black fighters only get marketed when they're quote-unquote ghetto, when there's class guys who you can market as great examples? Shakur Stevenson, Andre Ward, so on and so forth. Yeah, I'm going to say it. Yeah, I'm saying it. People complain because I'm too real, and I'm going to be honest. Why could Ray Leonard be manufactured as I don't even want to use the word manufactured because Ray Leonard actually was legit.
Great fighter.
But Ray Leonard promoted as the class guy, and it worked. Why could you do it back then, but now you can't do it? Andre Ward was gold medalist the same way, class, could speak, mature, poised, could fight his ass off. Why didn't you market him the way you marketed Ray Leonard? What happened between 1976 and 2004? Why are you marketing Why are you marketing only Thug Life? Why? And I'm not saying, okay, I wasn't a part of this because I was a big fan of the hip-hop gangster rap generation and all this other stuff. But as a 44-year-old, you start to realize the concept of the entire scope of things. Why are you not marketing guys like Shakur Stevenson more? Why are you marketing this guy who doesn't want any of the smoke? Shakur has wanted all the smoke. This guy doesn't want any of the smoke. Even if the smoke is over there, not only does he not go in the room, he doesn't even want to be near it. You know what I mean? So, and then God forbid he accidentally.
How you feel about that, KP? You think he right?
Yeah, I think he right. He said basically what people like. You know how you can be you kind of keep shit under wraps. You won't really speak the truth. Kind of like in football, they say like coach speak. Like you're not gonna really reveal everything. But he spoke the truth on that though. He did.
I disagree with him, bro.
Why? Why you think that?
I think because what I told all positive is 80% of boxers, not even just boxers in sports, they come from bad areas and their sports kind of save them. And without the sport, they probably would be. Remember that video of Adrian Broner? What would you be doing if you weren't boxing? I'd probably be robbing and stealing. She was like, "No, you don't really mean that, dude." He was like, "Uh huh." But Paulie, I showed a clip of Paulie when he was in his youth, and he talked about how he was bad bringing guns to school and knives to school. So was he the thug life? Like Bud was shot in the neck. Was Bud thug life? It just, I don't know, bro. Like boxers have a street element to them because boxing gave them direction and steered them away from the streets and gave them discipline. So a lot of boxers got discipline through the form of boxing. So like they don't choose them based on thugs. They choose them based on power and talent. So that's why I disagree with him, bro. I think he oversimplifying it, bro. Like I think he looking at the things that are true because Gervonta Tank Davis is a criminal. It is what it is. But he wasn't always like that, And it's like they didn't choose him based on him being a criminal. They wasn't like, hold on, let's go to the jailhouse and pick out a superstar. That ain't what they doing. Like when they was back at Mike Tyson was doing Dare commercials saying don't do drugs, but meanwhile snorting cocaine. So nah, I can't subscribe to that. Are you there, KP?
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on. I'm thinking back on. Hold on.
I'm like, man, Turkey out of sea must have hit the off button on. But yeah, man, I'm probably gonna go ahead and end it too. I wasn't even planning on going this long. I think I'm gonna end it so I could rest up for tonight's episode because I done been up a lot of hours too anyway. But yeah, man, it's a good ending point, man. We didn't hammer this point. We got a whole bunch of clips for me to clip up, and I disagree with what Paulie said, but he said a lot of truths too. So I'm not gonna discount everything he said. And I know, of course, I know y'all can hear that in the background. I just picked him up from school, so I'm gonna have my hands full with him anyway. So this is a good stopping point. Appreciate everybody for pulling up, especially my homie KP, man. We got a link at one of these fights. My homie all positive. Rob G, we definitely got a link. Everybody, man. Vay, Angie, thank everybody for pulling up. Did I forget anybody? X. I've been up a lot of hours, so if I forgot you, my bad. RGM, damn, I almost forgot RGM. That's why I said I've been up a lot of hours. Forgive me. My boy Pittsburgh T, Gus, Kazi, a lot of people was here. A lot of people I've never seen before. Marcus, the whole YouTube fan, man. Appreciate everybody for pulling up. It's a good tabling point. Like I said, tonight I'm gonna schedule a live when I get off of here for tonight's live. Make sure y'all are there. We're doing interracial relationships. I was serious about that. We like to have difficult conversations over here. That's a difficult one. And it's non-boxing. I have more non-boxing people than boxing people. But to the people that are watching this show, I did this to let everybody know I got members only, $5.99. I'm working harder and doing more members only episodes. I want y'all to think about this for a second. I work really hard on my videos. You know how people will have maybe 1,000 videos, 2,000 videos, but a lot of them would just be lives. I had 3 hours. 3 hours. It might have been 3 hours and 30 minutes of 5-minute, 4-minute videos that I've worked on throughout the years. That is enough free content. The game is to be sold, not told, right? So I'm not giving away no more free stuff. If you want boxing, you catch my lives or catch my members only. If you want to learn the intricate parts of boxing. Other than that, we're going to do non-boxing lives and boxing lives. If you want solely boxing, go to members only. But like I said, appreciate everybody for pulling up. To the people that didn't, maybe catch the playback, even though it's long. But anyway, it's the Boxing Scholar, and I'm out. Ray J, take us on, Ray J. Sarah.
Superstar, wish to have a fancy car, wish to have $1 million bucks. Well, I wish I know being in love. So feel me, pretty baby. I make one wish and I wish it all on you. Make it love to the break of dawn. Me and you to the baby's born. Till my baby's born.